Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the Roboutian Heresy in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. The Outer Worlds. Teleported from their hidden empire into the Sol system, the latter fleet advances towards Terra. Should it reach the throne world, the billions of chaos-tainted Xenos soldiers it carries will tip the balance definitely into the Dark Prince's favor. Standing in their way are the Solar Fleet, and the Watchers of the 17th Legion. And as the two fleets draw near, at the system's edge, a baleful psychic hymn continues to emanate from Pluto, turning all who hear its siren call into pawns of the exalted keeper of secrets Zirea. Out here in the cold void, inconceivable distances away from Holy Terra, the fate of the Angel War will be decided. We see Battlefleet Solar. An armada sailing only a handful of systems, tasked with defending the core of the Imperium from threats that haven't reached this far in millennia. There are those who decried the expense. So many ships, kept so close to the Imperium's heart while its borders burn in 1,000 wars. Surely there are places where they could be better used, they called. Not all of them had the best interest of the Imperium in mind. We glimpse thorns hidden in the shadows, catch whispers of conspiracy, but no. Our resurrected brother hid his crown of lies well. We see the Lord High Admiral of the Imperial Navy, sitting on and in his throne, watching the void burn through 1,000 mechanized eyes. We hear the grinding of the cogs in his mind, reducing every soul under his command to variables, every ship to numbers as he calculates war of a kind the human brain was never designed for. We see the trail of death he has left in his wake as he rose to his office, the uncountable battles waged over decades, slowly eroding his ability to see people as anything but assets or obstacles. We look upon his soul, ground down by duty, and we understand another reason why Father created us. He wanted to spare his people from having to do this to themselves in the Imperium's service. We see the Watchers. Defenders and diplomats, arbiters of disputes and advocates of truth. Oh, brother, how proud of your sons you would be. 10,000 years, yet still they cling to the ideals of our youth, still they honor their oaths. Still they refuse to give in to the pressure that has so twisted the Imperium of old. We see the fleet of the latter empire, its terrible might revealed to us at light's end. We see the souls of their living ships, different from their pilots only in scale, not in kind. They grew in the skies of their hidden empire, leviathans of the void created for this singular war. And at the center, attended by them all like a queen by her court, we see the hollowed moon where the 3rd Legion died. We see the billions of latter that crawl within, waiting for their turn to be taken by the eldritch light that burns in the pit, to be transported to the war on Terra, the war for which their entire species was reshaped by the goddess they worship with such hateful faith. They might tip the scales and doom everything, if they reach the throne world. But they are not the only threat that comes from the void. We hear the song Defiled. The first message of humanity to the stars. So full of hope, of promise. So naive. So ignorant. They took that innocence and defiled it. They stole the voice and used it to sing the melody of ruin. There will be a reckoning for that. Do you hear us, you old monsters? There will be a reckoning. Such desecration cannot, should not, must not be forgiven. We see Pluto, the song, it burns black, silence the hollowing melody, shut down the unholy signal, destroy the underworld, kill the daughter of the deeps. Slay Zirea. I am Zirea. She whose melody shall drown your souls into the abyss. Come to me, children of man. I shall welcome you all into my embrace. Under the direct command of Lord High Admiral Patroclus Agrippa, Battlefleet Solar gathered its might to confront the approaching latter armada. From his flagship, the recently refitted Emperor-class battleship Excelsis Cruiser, the High Lord had imposed his will upon the anarchy reigning in the Sol system's void, and mustered all Imperial assets available under his direct authority. Lord High Admiral Patroclus Agrippa, the liberator of Kos. In the Imperium, the ascension of a High Lord is never a quiet affair, and only rarely one that occurs without bloodshed. In the Emperor's silence and the absence of the Primarchs, it is the 12 who chart the course of the galaxy-spanning empire of mankind, each holding absolute authority over trillions and influence over every single human in the Milky Way. The intrigue that takes place at such high levels of power is more bloody and terrible than most wars, and the casualties only slightly lesser. But even for one of the 12, Patroclus Agrippa's claiming of the office of Lord High Admiral distinguishes itself. At merely 130 years old by the time of his ascension, Agrippa was the youngest High Lord in millennia, barely qualifying as an adult by the cutthroat standards of the imperial court's highest circles. In the year 964. 41, Agrippa's predecessor, Miral da Perith, took Battle Fleet Solar to war. A rebellion had erupted in the Segmentum Solar, within the system of Kos, which was only 2 warp jumps away from Sol. At the time, the political situation in Sol was growing more and more unstable as news of the various threats arising across the galaxy arrived, and a rebellion so close to Holy Terra was both an affront to the God Emperor and an opportunity for the High Lords to reassert their control over the Imperium with a crushing victory. To that end, 2/3 of Battle Fleet Solar, along with an inquisitorial presence to investigate the causes of the rebellion, and over 20 million Astra Militarum soldiers were dispatched to reclaim Kos. On the way there, at the fortress system of Forlace, the Armada was reinforced by several World Eaters companies which had come to the system for resupplying. These legionaries were led by Captain Archon, who would later become Legion Master of the 12th. Lady High Admiral Perith was reluctant to share the glory of the coming campaign with the Space Marines, but had no reasonable excuse to refuse them, and welcomed them in the reclamation fleet. During the crossing from Forlace to Kos, the fleet was caught in violent warp tides, and emerged from the Empyrean in disarray, only to be immediately struck by a coordinated ambush by renegade forces. The precision of this attack couldn't have been achieved without having known exactly where the Imperial ships would arrive, which meant that the rebels were involved with the perturbations in the warp. This was no mere insurrection, realized the Imperial commanders, but true heresy. The Excelsis Cruer, Perith's flagship, was the primary target of the ambush. Miral da Perith perished in the attack on the bridge right after the battleship's emergence from the Sea of Souls, slain before she could give a single command. The rest of the command structure was gutted, both in similar attacks and in assassinations and acts of sabotage, some of which had been planned by the rebels, others by technically loyal officers of the Navy seeking to take advantage of the war to remove rivals. The true scope of Kos treachery and corruption was discovered as no less than a tetrarch of the 13th Legion, one of the 4 daemon princes said to be thrall to the arch-traitor Guilliman's damned spirit, revealed his presence on the rebellious world. For decades, the nameless daemon prince had orchestrated Kos rebellion, directing the secretive sect of heretics called the Spinium Coronum, or Crown of Thorns, in order to deal the Imperial Navy a crippling blow that it wouldn't be able to recover from before the appointed hour of his liege lord's resurrection at Makridge. Demonic incursions began across the surface of Kos, summoned by the Tetrarch's power. Regiments that had raised the banner of rebellion claiming to fight the corruption and weakness of the High Lords were unveiled as chaos cultists, following the example of their infernal patrons as they turned on the population. Meanwhile, the Imperial fleet was in disarray, caught in the rebels' trap and seemingly about to be destroyed by a force that was less than 10 times its size. Then Admiral Agrippa took command of his battle group, before making contact with other like-minded officers and enforcing his authority over the fleet. Ships who refused his commands, some of which were captained by officers decades his senior, were overthrown in mutinies led by junior officers. After witnessing the utter disgrace that had accompanied the ambush, Agrippa was completely and utterly done with the politicking games of high command, a feeling echoed by many in Battle Fleet Solar. Through his ruthless assumption of command, which his rivals would call usurpation in the decades to come, Agrippa was able to turn the tides of the Void War, crushing the rebel fleet before delivering the might of the Imperial Guard and the World Eaters to Kos. There, a brutal war was fought, culminating in a duel between the Tetrarch and Archon, ending in the latter's victory and the Daemon Prince's banishment. Though the duty of delivering the killing blow had belonged to Archon, the newly titled Lord of Blades proclaimed that the honor of the victory belonged to Agrippa, whose actions in the void had permitted the blow to be delivered at all. For this, Agrippa was named the liberator of Kos, and he returned to Terra in triumph, wielding that acclaim and the support of both the Inquisition and the 12th Legion to rise at the top of the devastated Imperial Navy's high command after being acquitted of all charges in the emergency tribunal conducted to judge his actions at Kos. At the time, it was rumored that Agrippa had no desire to claim the title of Lord High Admiral, seeking only to restore the navy and purge it of the politicking that the heretics had used to their advantage, but lack of another viable candidate and the pressure of his supporters eventually left him no choice. In the decades since the liberation of Kos, Agrippa led a profound and ruthless reform of the Imperial Navy's high command, collaborating fully with the Ordo Hereticus' own investigations while also directing a program of rebuilding to replenish the depleted ranks of Battle Fleet Solar. All the while, the Excelsis Cruiser, which had been dragged back from Kos badly damaged, was also being worked on, the reparations of the Emperor-class battleship becoming a symbol of the Navy's own undergoing renewal. It was very fortunate for the Imperium, indeed, for all of humanity, that the Lord High Admiral had been aboard his flagship when calamity had struck, rather than attending the celebrations on Holy Terra. Patroclus Agrippa had come aboard the Excelsis Cruiser after learning of the arrival of the three Primarchs. Due to the circumstances of his ascension, Agrippa hadn't been part of the Hydra's conspiracy, but he had rejoiced at the news nonetheless, and sent a message informing the Primarchs of his unconditional support while he prepared the Imperial Navy to deal with any crisis that might arise as a result of the return of the Emperor's sons. Granted, Agrippa had expected such a crisis to take the form of civil war as other among the High Lords tried to prevent the Primarchs from challenging their authority, but it had still placed him in a position to use his skills and influence in the Angel War. In the moment before Light's End, Battle Fleet Solar had been dispersed across the Sol system, attending to the myriad duties that were part of protecting humanity's capital. The opening of the Tier of Nightmares had sundered the battle groups, cutting communication, and placing half the Sol system, including Mars and its great orbital stations, on the other side of a warp rift no psyker could look past. Madness had spread through the millions crewing the thousands of ships in Sol as surely as it had on the surface of the system's worlds, though hastily raised Geller shields and greater experience with the corruption of the warp meant that the Voidborn fared slightly better than their Terran counterparts. Still, anarchy reigned in the wake of Light's End, and it took time for Lord High Admiral Agrippa to restore even the semblance of order. Scores of ships whose crew had fallen to madness, or who were dead or too far gone to answer hails, had to be destroyed before they could crash into solar infrastructure, and Agrippa imposed his will upon the panicked ships with an iron fist. Every ship capable of fighting was commandeered to join the armada High Admiral Agrippa was forging out of the devastation of Light's End. Battle group commanders grateful for orders, Inquisition-mandated warships, rogue trader, and lightly armed merchant vessels, all were brought into the fold of Battle Fleet Solar, for the hour was dire and every weapon would be needed. The Emperor-class battleship Word of Magnus, captained by Lady Admiral Kia Sarkoth, took position at the head of one of the ad hoc battle groups. She had carried the Crimson King from Terathelion to Sol, fighting her way through the raging sea of souls, and though there was damage left on her hull from where the claws of the Neverborn had tried to break her, she remained a queen of the void. By coincidence or the will of unseen hands, the rogue trader vessel Endless, belonging to Volokir Ekel of the Coils of the Hydra and responsible for transporting Lorgar Aurelian from Luna to Mars, was part of that selfsame battle group. Nigh on 1,000 ships were thus mustered, though they were but a fraction of the total number of vessels that had been within Sol at Light's End. Thousands more had perished in the opening of the Tier of Nightmares, or fled into the deep void with maximum propulsion and refused to answer all hails regardless of provenance, not an unreasonable course of action, given the madness that screamed over most Vox channels. And of course, there were the cargo ships that would be utterly useless to the fleet except to soak up the enemy fire, though it was only because they would have slowed the fleet too much that they were spared being conscripted to serve as precisely that. The commanders of the Imperial fleet met through distorted holograms, every minute of discussion bought at the cost of several tech priests burning out from purging the worst of the Tier of Nightmares interference. Most of these exchanges were dominated by the Lord High Admiral, as he explained the battle plan to the rest of the fleet's commanders. Battle raged on Terra, of a scale not seen since the Roboutian Heresy. The situation there was dire, but if the Xenos fleet reached orbit and unloaded the billions of life forms that crawled aboard it, then all hope of victory would be lost. Every ship in the Armada had seen the Auspex readings that showed the immense fleet that had somehow materialized between the Plutonian and Neptunian orbits. Details were scarce, but the gist of it was that these latter ships, as they had been identified from the oldest and most forbidden of records, had to be stopped, no matter the cost. Contact had been briefly established with Primarch Omegan, and he had confirmed that preventing the latter from drowning Terra with reinforcements was more important than providing orbital support. The latter ships were many, but it was their capital vessel that worried Imperial Command the most. It was monstrous in size, dwarfing even the legendary Gloriana-class warships that served as the flagships of the Legion's asteroids. The chief astropath of the Excelsior's crew, who had managed to retain her sanity after the opening of the Tier of Nightmares, had called it the Abominable Maw, and the name soon spread across the Imperial fleet. Putting a name on something, even something as enormous and terrifying as the latter's flagship, was the first step to defeating it. The Abominable Maw was responsible for the tens of thousands of Xenos fighters that had teleported all across Sol, adding to the pressure of the demonic hordes that had emerged from the Tier of Nightmares. The technology employed was beyond anything the Mechanicus was capable of, but there were records dating to the War of the Beast that mentioned similar feats being performed by the orcs, of all species. According to these records, the technology had been notably unstable, though the scale of the War of the Beast and the sheer disregard of the Greenskins for both the safety of their kindred and their own had still let it be a devastating advantage against the Imperium. It was unlikely that the latter version of mass teleportation was any safer than the orcs had been, considering the creatures seemed to be infused with the stuff of the warp at a genetic level. A plan was quickly hatched to destroy the Abominable Maw, with the hope that this would both remove the threat of the Xenos armies stationed aboard it and cripple whatever command structure the chaos-tainted aliens might be using. On the bridge of the 17th Legion strike cruiser Urizen's Fist, Captain Sor Pharos of the Watchers looked upon the arrayed might of Battlefleet Solar. In all his years as a Watcher, never had the captain witnessed such power gathered in one place. It was almost enough to make him forget how desperate their situation was, almost enough to make him think there couldn't possibly be anything capable of standing against such overwhelming force. Sor Pharos watched as one ship tried to break formation and flee, and was obliterated by combined fire from 9 nearby vessels. The Lord High Admiral would tolerate no cowardice from the host he had assembled. That the dead ship had been a civilian cargo hauler, with only the barest of armaments, was no excuse. If one was allowed to flee, then more would try, and the armada would break apart like sand. Morale across the entire battle fleet was shaky in the wake of the Emperors. Sor Pharos forced himself to finish the thought. The Emperor's death. If he, a captain of the Word-Bearers, couldn't find the strength to think those words, then how could he hope the rest of the Imperium would be able to survive? As commander of the Watchers, Sor Pharos had met with High Lords several times. They were all, to put it bluntly, monsters. Mundane men and women did not rise to such dizzying heights of power, where the fate of trillions of souls hung on every decision. Each and every one of them would have been a tyrant in the distant ages of old Earth, a leader that would have left behind a legacy of broken kingdoms and a rising empire. But within the crucible of the Imperium, they had become much more. Sor Pharos genuinely believed that the changes wrought by the transformation of children into legionaries paled in comparison to what the Adepta did to those who would one day head them. Of all the trillions of souls who toiled in the name of the Imperial Navy, Patroclus Agrippa was the one who had become High Lord. The one who had risen to that position of supreme power. Such things did not happen by accident, regardless of the unusual nature of Agrippa's own ascension. The ruthlessness bred by the ferocious competition was an intended feature of the system, for one could not sit among the 12 if one wasn't prepared to make great and terrible decisions, the kind of choices that would shatter the souls of more humane men and women. Decades, centuries even, of duty and intrigue, of responsibilities and consequences, all performed so close to the throne and its burning psychic light. Where did human nature end and the will of the Emperor begin? It was a thought dangerously close to the preaching of the ecclesiarchy, but unlike those priests, and oh, but how Sor Pharos wondered what they would make of these latest developments. The captain had never ascribed the power of the Emperor to any divinity on his part. The master of mankind was powerful, yes, immensely so. Even with his body crippled by the arch-traitor Guilliman, he had still guided humanity and the Imperium throughout the ages, reaching out from the Golden Throne to act with the vision of one who saw so much more than any of them could. As the fleet sailed through the warp-torn void, the Asteroot's vessels remained behind their Imperial Navy counterparts, in the safest position of the fleet, though the Tier of Nightmares made a mockery of the notion of safety. It rankled to be held back in such a manner, but they had their orders, and should they disobey, they would be destroyed as surely as that civilian craft had been, legionaries or not. The exotic designs of the latter ships made boarding actions unwise. There would be no way of telling what was vitally important from what was decorative. Instead, the Lord High Admiral had ordered all boarding forces to hold, for they would be deployed in full on the abominable Maw, tasked with destroying it no matter the cost. Sor Pharos understood the reasoning, and agreed with it. The Xenos flagship would be all but impossible to destroy by conventional means. Attacking it would be a landing, not a boarding, and there was no question that the casualties would be atrocious. But then, this entire war was made of atrocities. The fleets met in the void near the Uranian orbit, though the planet itself was on the other side of the tier of nightmares. The frozen world was invisible to Imperial instruments, but quick calculations showed that the planet would be very close to the tier, perhaps even inside it, depending on how wide the warp rift was and how much distance still meant. The first attempt to reach the orbital complexes surrounding Uranus returned only screams and yet more dead astropaths, but it was certain that the Uranian Void clans were facing some of the Angel War's greatest horrors. At last the Imperial fleet faced the latter armada, though the Xenos ships lacked the discipline and precision with which even the hastily assembled battle fleet Solar sailed. There was order of some kind in the latter host, that much was clear, but it wasn't an order born of any kind of human mind, and several Imperial Void tacticians had to be sedated after studying the latter formations for too long. The Imperial Armada opened fire, and for an instant the baleful radiance of the tier of nightmares was eclipsed by that of their guns on the oculus of hundreds of ships. When the glare faded and the reports came in, the entire vanguard of the latter fleet had vanished. Now the Imperials only needed to do that 20 more times, and the entire Xenos fleet would be wiped out. Unfortunately, their foe was not going to give them the chance. They were closing in the distance, sailing through the wreckage of their dead comrades, and soon their own, shorter-ranged weapons fired as well. There was a tense moment on every ship's bridge as the enemy volley approached. Scores of smaller vessels were obliterated, but the shields of others held, and that was confirmation enough. Whatever fell artillery the latters were using, it couldn't pass straight through Imperial Void shields. Given the madness that had seeped into the Sol system, even that much hadn't been guaranteed. The engagement broke down into smaller battles as battle groups split off the battle fleet. Slowly, over the course of an entire hour, Agrippa orchestrated the battle to draw most latter ships away from the abominable Maw, before giving the order to the ships he had held in reserve. Now was the time to launch the operation that, Emperor willing, it would take a long time for such sayings to fade out of use, if they ever did, would remove the latter threat without destroying battle fleet Solar in the bargain. During the mustering, several legions Asteroot's ships had joined battle fleet Solar. Their holds were all but bare of legionaries. All space marines who had the opportunity had joined the war on Terra, bringing their blades and bolters to the aid of the beleaguered throne world. But even without their deadliest cargo, the ships of the legions Asteroots were killers of the void, and there were still space marines who had remained in orbit, either due to being unable to join the fray on the surface or due to their commanders deciding that they would do the most good in the void. Those ships equipped with teleportation crucibles were explicitly forbidden from using them. The tech priests weren't certain what would happen to those foolish enough to pass through the warp to reach the latter capital ship, but doom was all but certain, and every warrior would be needed on the surface of the abominable Maw. Deploying forces on the moon-sized vessel would have to be done the old-fashioned way, with gunships and drop pods. Under the cover of thousands of fighters, the Imperial Armada let loose a deluge of transports, unloading every guardsman and armsman they could fit in whatever could get them down onto the abominable Maw. Many were destroyed before reaching the surface, shot down by point defenses or caught mid-descent by the nameless things that flew in the void around the engine in defiance of physics and reason. But the sheer number of attackers meant that thousands reached the surface, and found themselves stranded in hostile territory, surrounded by millions of latter Xenos that had yet to be teleported to Holy Terra. A thin but breathable atmosphere clung to the surface of the abominable Maw, though every soldier who had a gas mask wore it, and kept an eye on those who didn't. The battles fought on the latter moonship were as brutal and desperate as any the Imperium had ever fought. Thousands of Imperial forces perished with every minute, replaced by still more coming in from the void. After several minutes where the entire operation balanced on a knife's edge, the Imperials managed to seize and hold a small area, turning it into a makeshift landing zone for the gunships and transports. The drop pods still slammed wherever their machine spirits took them. That area was small, less than a dimple on the moonship's monstrous visage, but it drew the attention of the latters. Seemingly limitless hordes of the Xenos monstrosities converged on that point of invasion, led by their dread noble caste. The diversion, whose cost had been calculated by the Lord High Admiral and judged acceptable, was working. Now it fell to the Space Marines to make the butcher's bill worth it. The Watchers had lost 2 full squads merely trying to make landfall, and 12 more warriors had perished in the battles since. But they had reached the edge of the immense pit that seemed to be the center of the latter's teleportation engine, and rallied several more squads of Space Marines from other legions on the way there. There were warriors from most loyalist legions participating in this operation, and all of them would be needed. Every Space Marine in the Imperial fleet had been given the same order: disable the latter teleportation device. How they were supposed to do that had been left entirely in their hands. Right now, their plan could be summed up as, find something that looked important and hit it until it broke, though of course they had phrased it as, locate and engage targets of opportunity in order to disable enemy assets. This was exactly the sort of impossible missions deep in enemy territory for which the Legion's asteroutes had been made, and they would not fail. Sor Pharos had overall command by virtue of seniority in this theater, as well as the fact that most other officers were on Terra, but every squad would be acting independently, moving through the latter's nightmarish structures. Belagosa, his librarian, was at his side, never more than a sword's length away. Taking a psyker into the latter moonship was a risky gambit, and victory or defeat Belagosa's life would most likely be forfeit once the day was done. But the situation allowed for no half measure, and the librarian had known the price his duty would demand of him sooner or later. Right now, Belagosa's face was a mask of concentration as he struggled to defend his mind against all the horrors surrounding them. What Sor Pharos saw with his mundane senses was already bad enough. He couldn't imagine what the librarian's psychic perceptions were picking up from this abominable vessel. He could feel its gaze, like a weight on his soul, seeking to crush his resolve and turn him into yet another empty puppet for it to make dance. But the sons of Lorgar had ever been the slayers of pretender gods, and the horror the latters had brought into existence would be no different from all the other false idols they had cast down. This was it. The Auspex on the Shrine of Unity had associated the energy readings of the latter teleportation with the engines the Orcs had deployed during the War of the Beast, but the latters had done more than simply replicating the Greenskins' gutter genius. Like countless slaves to darkness before them, they had infused technology with the powers of the warp, melding machine, and daemon to create abomination. This entity, was the source of the teleportation the latters were used. And as the Space Marine commander looked at it, it looked back at him, its baleful attention tearing through the psychic protections woven by the librarian and slamming into Sor Pharos' soul. It is 1,000 voices and more, screaming at him in hateful unison. Some of the voices are alien, others are hauntingly familiar. These are the voices of the victims whose torment the creature devoured, latter and Emperor's children alike. This is the chorus of damnation. You are nothing, it sings. You are no one. I will not yield, he thinks. Your master is dead, it whispers. Your Imperium burns. I will not yield, he shouts. The dream of Lorgar is dust, it growls. You fight in defense of a corpse. I will not yield, he roars, and something inside him breaks forever. In that moment, Sor Pharos succumbed to, or perhaps embraced, the flaw that had haunted his legion for thousands of years. His soul ignited with cold, depthless hate at the evil he beheld. Remorse and regret were burned away, and the captain of the Watchers became an iconoclast marine. With the absolute focus and clarity that came with the word-bearer's peculiar breed of genetic madness, Sor Pharos led his forces deeper down the pit and closer to the abomination. For all its power, the creature was still partially of the Materium, having been bred by the latters to serve as a conduit between the Immaterium and their corrupted engines. The mind rebelled at the mere thought of the experiments that must have been necessary to gene-craft that particular Xenos horror, and the calamities the failures must have caused. As the Space Marines drew nearer to the bottom of the pit, resistance against their advance increased. Most of the latter's forces were occupied on the surface, but the sheer number of Xenos life forms on the abominable maw meant that thousands yet remained to bar the legionaries' path. Scores of Space Marines laid down their lives in battle against the monstrosities haunting the pit, not all of which were latters in nature. The prolonged torment of thousands of Emperor's children in the cells of the pit, combined with the eldritch energies rampaging across the megastructure, had given life to nightmares. Drawn from the visions of the reminiscence and the images of the pain of Fulgrim's sons, these creatures harassed the Imperial force every step of the way, taking the shape of twisted space marines and reptilian horrors that even the genecraft of the latters couldn't have brought into existence. Of all the space marines who had gathered at the top of the pit, less than 30 made it to its depths. By that point, all but Sor Pharos were reeling from the psychic weight of the abomination, barely able to hold on to their sanity. Many had died in battle due to being only able to fight on instinct, their minds too occupied by the struggle to keep the influence of the creature out. Some too had died at the hands of their brothers, given the Emperor's peace swiftly when they succumbed to the pressure. But at last, the survivors had reached their destination. Now all that remained was for them to kill a god. It had been born in the dark, and had never had a name until a soul aboard one of the ships fighting near it had called it the Abominable Maw. Even the latter priests who had attended it, cultivated it, had never named it. They had not dared to, for to name a thing was to give oneself power over it, and to do so with that entity would have been sacrilegious. Close to it, reality bubbled and sizzled. Its singular eye glared at the legionaries, seeing much more than just their physical appearance. It saw their thoughts, their souls, and their past, and it attacked all three. Thoughts frayed, emotions wholly alien to Astaroth's hearts flared and guttered out, and might-be versions of the warriors flickered in and out of existence, lashing out at their actual selves with their perfect faces twisted in hideous smiles. The weapon had been brought out of the vaults of the single 14th Legion vessel in the Imperial fleet, and carried down to the Abominable Maw by the one son of Mort Arian who wasn't fighting on the surface of Terra. That warrior was dead now, having been cut down by a Neverborn with claws shaped out of the horror of a son of Fulgrim in the moment before he had broken and become a tithed one. But every legionary in the task force had been briefed on the weapon's use, which was deceptively simple. As Sor Pharos pressed it against the pulsating flesh of the thing at the bottom of the pit, Belagosa spent the last of his strength protecting his captain. He heard the librarian's scream as his skull ignited with purple fire, but didn't turn back, or react to it in any way. Brotherhood, that pillar of the soul of a space marine, was a distant and faded thing in the iconoclast now. Sor Pharos was no expert, but he was fairly certain possession of such a weapon would have drawn the Inquisition's ire even in the hands of a space marine. But the Death Guard had ever been the legion most distant from the rest of the Imperium, waging their wars far from sight and against foes their cousins could scarcely imagine. It was an open secret that they made use of weapons that were forbidden across the rest of the Imperium, and few Inquisitors were foolish enough to challenge the methods of the Lord of Death's sons. Employing such a weapon in the Sol system would be another matter entirely, no doubt, if not for the unique circumstances of the Angel War. The Death Guard legionary had called it a woeful clarion. Only 17 had ever existed, and of those only 3 were left, the rest spent in the Death Guard's wars of extermination. In human hands, it could only be used once, though the sons of Mort Arian suspected that their original makers had been able to use them at will before their extinction. Outwardly, it was a sphere of adamantium, 40 centimeters wide and inscribed with warding sigils woven of silver. The carrion itself was contained inside the sphere, which protected the weapon's surroundings rather than the weapon itself. Sor Pharos had no idea what the woeful carrion actually looked like. All he knew was that the Death Guard had promised it would kill the creature if activated when in close proximity, that the activation rune wasn't the obvious red button but the small Barbaru's inscription on the other side. And that it was very unlikely any of the Space Marines would survive the weapon's activation. Sor Pharos didn't hesitate. No true Space Marine would have, but an iconoclast simply couldn't. The woeful clarion activated, and the Abominable Maw screamed. A death that had waited for millions of years was released from the cage in which it had been bound. It poured into the largest life form nearby, and for all its eldritch nature the thing in the pit was still, at its core, built upon the latter genetic code that a clone of Fabius Bile had resurrected thousands of years ago. Corrupted and steeped in the power of chaos as it was still a living thing, and that meant the woeful clarion could kill it. The unsealed death sank into the Abominable Maw, draining the clarion completely, leaving the surviving Space Marines miraculously spared. It screamed as it died, sensing its doom with complete and utter incomprehension, and from that, the Space Marines were not spared. Sor Pharos saw Belagosa, the only librarian who had made it this far, simply come apart, his own psychic power unmaking his existence as he heard the monster's scream. All Sor Pharos thought at the sight was that he wouldn't have to use a bold shell to kill the Psyker himself. Shielded by his hatred, SOR Pharos alone of the Space Marines survived the death scream of the entity. But even the iconoclast didn't escape unscathed, his very soul scoured by the unleashed psychic energy. What made it out of the pit might have SOR Pharos' body and even most of his soul, but his mind was forever marked, the patterns of hate and ruthlessness permanently seared into him. With the death of its controlling intelligence, the infernal engine began to overload. The energies it drew from the Empyrean began to pour forth uncontrolled, while the dying spasms of the entity sent conflicting orders across the demonic machine. Arcs of raw power the size of continents leapt from the abominable maw, drawn to the lesser teleport beacons aboard the ladder ships that had enabled the fleet's mass teleportation from the hidden ladder empire to the Sol system. On the desolate surface of the moonship, SOR Pharos found a gunship belonging to the 20th Legion. Pushing aside the body of its pilot, he turned the engines on and left, sending word of his return and the events that had unfolded ahead. Meanwhile, the entire Imperial Armada was in retreat, putting as much distance as it could between its vessels and the rampaging energies of the abominable maw. Almost as soon as the gunship landed in the bay of the Urizen's Fist, the abominable maw detonated. Imperial terminology lacks the words to describe what happened next, at least not without using terms and concepts whose knowledge is forbidden by the Inquisition's less-known divisions. A moment of time was simply lost, cut out of the flow of the universe. 1 second the latter fleet was there, the next it wasn't, and the corpse of the abominable maw floated in the void, falling into smaller pieces as its megastructure began to give way. Well, what do we have here? A mortal soul, burned with the kindled spark of immortal rage? Slowly, over the course of several hours, Agrippa reassembled the battle fleet. There weren't as many executions this time, though a few of the conscripted civilian ships had to be destroyed when they thought to use the confusion to escape into the deep void. The latter threat to Holy Terra had been dealt with, though tech priests and psychers alike warned that not all the Xenos had perished in the uncontrolled teleportation flare. Entire flotillas worth of alien vessels had been displaced to unknown positions, and given the potency of the energies unleashed they could be anywhere in the entire galaxy. The underworld is mine. It was given to me, by the one who holds authority over it through right of conquest. You shall not reclaim my kingdom from me. This, however, would be a problem for another day, one the Lord High Admiral would face gladly, since it meant the Imperium had survived the Angel War. For now, there remained another threat that only Battlefleet Solar could stop. On the far end of the Sol system, the planetoid men had called Pluto for tens of thousands of years had become the lair of a daemon of unimaginable power, whose corrupting influence was spreading farther into Sol with every passing moment. Agrippa wasn't blind to the risks of bringing so mighty a fleet anywhere near an entity that had demonstrated its capacity for warping minds and souls. But the alternative was doing nothing as its influence grew and grew, and that was unacceptable. The Lord High Admiral called another conclave, this time to ask for options. None presented were satisfactory, until SOR Pharos, who had remained silent as the grave throughout the proceedings, spoke. If Pluto is the seat of this threat, then Pluto must be destroyed. SOR Pharos, addressing the leadership of Battlefleet Solar during the Angel War. War and conquest, oppression, and genocide. Your empire feeds us with every choice it makes. The iconoclast's words were followed by great outcry. His proposition was heresy, Sol was the system of humanity's birth, every stone within it sacred. Pluto's population was already lost, of that there was no question, but the planetoid could be reclaimed in time, just as countless worlds had been purged and sanctified anew across the Imperium after being subjected to demonic taint. More practical objections were also raised. The gravitic ballet of any solar system was a complicated mess, as every object pulled at the others to establish cycles that might take centuries or millennia to complete. Destroying Pluto would impact these cycles in ways that no one could predict, not when the laws of physics in Sol were already being made the plaything of the ruinous powers. Once, humanity had possessed the means to correct such changes, but that technology had been lost long ago, which was probably for the best, given the few surviving records that spoke of how it had been used in times of war. In the end, pragmatism won out. Whatever impact destroying Pluto would take years to manifest at the very least, while letting the corruption linger would doom all of Sol, and with it, all of the Imperium, in weeks. And in the wake of the Emperor's death, the heresy inherent in destroying Pluto felt like a minor concern, easily ignored. With the decision made, next came the choice of method. The Imperium had many ways of destroying worlds, and the armories of Battlefleet Solar and its auxiliaries held all but a few of the more esoteric ones. This time, it was Agrippa who cut the discussion short. They didn't know what the demonic entity on Pluto was capable of, so they would use everything at their disposal and crack Pluto apart like an egg with the full might of Battlefleet Solar, from as far away as possible. By that point, time meant less on Pluto than it did across the rest of the warp-torn system. The planet laid at one end of the tier of nightmares, serving as one of its anchors as it bled the Sea of Souls into the Materium. Pluto had become a daemon world, suborned to Ziraea's will. The people of Pluto who hadn't been sacrificed or torn apart in frenzied celebration had been transformed by their proximity to Ziraea, their flesh warped until it resembled the greater daemon's memories of the corrupt Eldars whose vices had brought it into existence. The same transformation was affecting the unfortunate souls crewing the ships caught in the Song of the Deep, though distance from their overlord slowed the process to an agonizing crawl, and many of them were also fused to the metal of their ships, becoming living components of the vessel's shifting forms. Ziraea knew the plan of the Imperials to kill it. It could sense their desperate hope, their fear, and their anger, rippling through the raging sea of souls, and it was old and cunning enough to understand them. Its song shifted, burning new orders into the blasted minds of its thralls aboard the ships it had claimed. Other things heeded its command too, old and nameless things that had emerged from the tier of nightmares, drawn by the Song of the Deep. Things of bone and sinew that stretched for kilometers, things born of ancient cruelties, the primordial reflections of a species' first steps toward absolute decadence. No two of them were identical, or even remotely similar, for each was the incarnation the sins of a different Eldar world. In the eyes of the Imperium, all of them were classified as daemon ships, and they joined the horde of ships Ziraea gathered in its defense. More continued to appear, a procession of fresh horrors added to the madness of the Angel War. Agrippa's chief astropath, the one who had named the abominable Maw, started screeching about the voices each of these new arrivals brought to the chorus of Ziraea's song. She took a bolt shell to the back of the skull before she could threaten the Excelsior's crewer, but her torment did not end with her death. By that point, every ship in the Imperial fleet had raised its Geller field back up, and preachers were on every deck leading the crews in prayer even as they worked. News of the Emperor's death had spread even there. Every soul in Sol had felt the passing of the Master of Mankind in some deep, unfathomable way, but so had the tales of living saints rising on holy terror to fight against the abominations. Even aboard the ships, a few living saints had awakened, and the desperate crews clung to that knowledge like drowning men to a piece of wood, not that most of them had ever seen a tree, or a sea made of liquid. Even then, the closer the battle fleet got to Pluto, the worse things got. The Song of the Deep would not easily be denied, and while the Imperials were still far from the range at which it could simply break their wills, it was still an insidious and corrupting whisper. Every time there was so much as a flicker in the Geller fields, someone would hear the song. The lucky ones went met immediately and were put down after going on a rampage. The others struggled for hours against the canker hidden in their souls without even realizing it, until they lost and the corruption burst out into the open, transforming their body in a sudden frenzy of mutation that they only rarely survived. Those who did survive the transformation, however, became great threats to the ships on which they had been stationed. Confronting these altered souls was the only way in which the Imperials witnessed the appearance of Ziraea's thralls. Their skin was silver and scaled like that of fish, and their bones could be seen through it, glowing with eldritch light. Their eyes were too big, and their skull warped so that they seemed to be wearing a spiked crown of bone, cracked and leaking a clear liquid that resembled the tears of the dead. They moved with supernatural strength, and laughed with mouths that were far too wide and were filled with row after row of perfectly human teeth. Several ships were lost to sabotage, or detonated their engines when the mutants succeeded in bringing down the Geller field and exposed the entire crew to the Song of the Deep. One vessel, the Reflection's Price, had to be destroyed by combined fire of the 9 closest warships after its engine sears failed to overload the reactor in time, and the very metal of the ship began to shift as a result of the corruption of the souls within, drawing tendrils of warp energy from the tier of nightmares. The Reflection's Price didn't die well, nor gracefully. Even as enough firepower to turn a hive city to dust slammed into its flanks, more warp energy continued to pour into it. It detonated with impossible strength, annihilating the ships that had been firing on it. These ships then detonated in turn, punching a hole in the Imperial formation. The Geller fields of a dozen other ships were breached as the warp fed on the souls of the dead. It was then that the thrall ships of Zirea reached the battle fleet, and the second major void engagement of the Angel War began. They were not going to win this. The realization didn't disturb Sor Pharos, because nothing could disturb him now. He was past such things, though he didn't know how much of it was due to having become an iconoclast and how much was the result of psychic damage from being on the abominable maw when it had died. He didn't know enough about what his legion saw as a genetic defect to guess. Generally, word-bearers who weren't part of the apothecarian were too uncomfortable about the iconoclasts to study them. This didn't disturb him, either. The battle was what mattered, and they weren't going to win it. Agrippa was doing his best, that much was clear even to Sor Pharos, whose knowledge of void warfare, while only middling by the standards of the legion's void masters, was still enough to comprehend the broad strokes of the engagement. Between the hole in their formation that the fiery death of the Reflections Price had opened, the daemon ships, the song's malign influence and the general breakdown in communication that came with the void being saturated with warp energy, Battlefleet Solar was being hammered. It wasn't a rout, because the enemy only slightly outnumbered them and none of the corrupted Imperial ships had been anywhere near the equal of the Excelsis crew or the Word of Magnus. But, slowly but surely, they were being ground down, one squadron at a time. Sor Pharos considered all of this, while around him the bridge of the Urizen's Fist was a storm of activity as crew members called out to one another, the shipmaster gave orders, and the battleship shook with the thunder her guns and the impact of the foes on her void shields. "You are a hollow creature, Sor Pharos. Your father would weep if he saw what you have become." He didn't answer the voice, nor did he let any sign of hearing it show in his composure. His crew was already scared enough of his presence. There were stories among the word-bearers' serfs of what the iconoclasts were capable of in the pursuit of their objectives, most of them true, and knowing that he could hear what he was fairly certain was the voice of the daemon of Pluto wouldn't have helped. Sor Pharos had first heard the voice as he made it back aboard the Urizen's Fist. He had considered killing himself before it could use him against the Imperium, but had decided against it. The link that had formed during the destruction of the abominable maw didn't seem to enable it to do anything more than speak to him, though that was probably because of the damage to his soul. He had calculated the odds that the daemon might let slip something of use, balanced them against the damage he might cause if he were corrupted and the odds of that happening, and come to the conclusion that, given the circumstances of the Angel War, this was an acceptable risk. The daemon called itself Zirea, the Song of the Deep, Greater Daemon of Slaanesh, along with a plethora of self-aggrandizing titles. It was powerful, that much couldn't be denied, not when it had remade an entire world and enslaved billions to its malevolent will. But power was no mark of worthiness, this all word-bearers had known since Aurelian had cast down an entire false faith out of sheer outrage at its corruption. Sor Pharos felt no awe towards Zirea, only hatred for its crimes against humanity, and he could tell that it enraged the daemon. The Song of the Deep wasn't used to being disdained like this. Your fleet burns. Your hope falters. In life or death, all will join my chorus. The iconoclast, he wasn't a captain anymore, and wouldn't have been even if any of the other watchers had survived. There were regulations against any of those who embraced Lorgar's fury holding command, kept his gaze on the battle. He watched it all with cold eyes, absorbing the data and letting his subconscious parse it all in search of something. There. Auspex, he called out. Quadrant 6-4. What is that? The officer flinched at his voice, before magnifying the image. There was nothing there that machine or man could see, but Sor Pharos' mind had detected something, a pattern amidst the static that. The mortal gasped in awe, a sound echoed by the rest of the bridge crew as what had drawn the attention of the last watcher suddenly became visible to all. Where before there had been only the blur of static and impossible warp-spawned Auspex returns, now there was a ship, appearing seemingly out of nothingness high above the engagement on the solar plane. The ship was huge, almost 20 kilometers in length, and of a pattern from which only a handful of vessels had ever been built, and fewer still remained. Sor Pharos recognized the class if not the ship herself. For a moment, he wondered if perhaps this might be the pride of the Emperor, returned from her disappearance at Zeno's hands to save Sol as she had once before. There would be a symmetry to that, he thought, that might be enough to twist the hand of fate. Then the first Vox transmission came through. Battlefleet Solar, this is the Alpha Legion flagship Beta. For the Emperor, we stand with you. The arrival of the Beta turned the tide of the Void battle. The ancient flagship of the Alpha Legion, shrouded in mystery long before Guilliman rebelled against the Emperor, was a ship with few equals left in the galaxy. Since the heresy, she had fought wars most of the Imperium had never known needed to be fought, and over the ages her masters had spent enough resources in maintaining her to bankrupt a sector. In the years before Light's End, Omegan had pulled the Beta from her duties and recalled her to Sol as part of the preparations for the Emperor's ascension. She hadn't been included in the Damocles Protocol, but her shipmaster had received the transmission of the Primarch from the Tower of Hegemon. The Gloriana-class battleship had been positioned deep in the void, hidden within one of the countless space stations across Sol, which had been taken over by the Alpha Legion a few centuries prior and turned into what amounted to a hive-sized hangar capable of concealing her. Despite the various calamities of the Angel War, the shipmaster had waited. A veteran of many void battles, he was all too aware of the importance of timing. The position of the Beta prevented her from joining the fray against the latter fleet, but she had been uniquely placed to intervene in the fight against Ziraya's thrall ships. The Beta had run through the void using the bare minimum of power, hiding her presence through devices that the Alpha Legion had received from their Eldar allies at the dawn of the unremembered war. A single ship, even one as powerful as a Gloriana class, could hardly turn the tide alone. The Beta had enough mortal crew to operate at full capacity, but only a minimal Astaroot's presence, preventing her from performing boarding actions, not that the nature of the enemy fleet lent itself to that avenue of attack. But her appearance allowed Agrippa to solidify his control of the battle fleet, as shaking morale was reinforced by the sight of a legend of the Imperium's distant past returned to aid them in their hour of need. The Beta engaged the Daemon ships, taking some pressure off the battle fleet, which the Lord High Admiral used to launch a counter-attack. By the time the last of the Thrall ships and infernal vessels had been dealt with, only half of the host that had first assembled in defense of Sol remained. The void was littered with the husks of dead ships, a cosmic graveyard haunted by mindless daemons spawned by the crew's final moments and given actuality by the energies of the Tier of Nightmares. Every ship remaining had suffered some damage, with more than a few needing to be abandoned before the fleet could continue its advance toward Pluto. You do not hesitate, do you? They were your brethren once, before they heard my voice in their heart of hearts. Do you truly think them so lost? Is that so comforting a lie to tell yourselves as you slaughter them? Because it is a lie, Sor Pharos. No matter what I do to them, no matter how I bless or curse them, they are still your kin. No truth, no matter how great or small, can rewrite every part of a soul. On the bridge of the Urizen's fist, which was preparing to add her own fire to the apocalypse coming for Pluto, Sor Pharos spoke back to Ziraya for the first and only time. He said only 2 words. Be silent. In the past, the Imperium had attempted to perform exterminatus on daemon worlds outside the Eye of Terror on several occasions. Most of the time, such attempts had gone horribly wrong, as the methods by which humanity may murder a world relied upon the laws of the Materium holding dominion. The Neverborn ruling such worlds had bent their will to preserving their kingdoms, turning aside the Imperial weapons or preventing them from detonating. But no exterminatus fleet had ever possessed the raw firepower of Battlefleet Solar. Agrippa was gambling that the sheer amount of ordnance would be too much for Ziraya to defend against, and that if the bombardment failed, the battle fleet would be far enough to avoid the greater Daemon's wrath while they came up with another plan. The gamble paid off. The fury of 100 Imperial warships slammed into the Daemon world, and it cracked and fell apart. The molten core of the dwarf planet erupted, and the 6-mouthed form of Ziraya, which dwelled in the temple its cultists had made for it still, was bathed in lava. The mutated cultists of the Song of the Deep perished, granted release from their warped existences, though their souls wouldn't escape Slaanesh so easily. As Pluto died, pieces of the broken planet slammed into the orbital stations and civilian ships that remained in anchor around the planet, and the moons of Pluto began to drift away. 2 of them, Nyx and Styx, were dragged into the Tier of Nightmares, which, despite the destruction of its anchor, persisted in blighting Sol, and vanished, swallowed like pebbles in the mouth of a giant. Hydra, which had served as an astropathic relay station for millennia before the Song of the Deep remade it into an amplifier for Ziraya's influence, appeared to imperial auspexes to simply vanish, imploding on itself in a kaleidoscope of nightmarish colors and shapes. At Agrippa's command, battle groups aimed their weapons at Charon and Kerberos, the remaining moons, and destroyed them. All that remained of Pluto and its satellites was a cloud of debris, full of rock, ice, a much smaller proportion of metal from the destroyed orbital stations and ships, and an even smaller proportion of dead flesh from Ziraya's thralls. As the song faded and Ziraya's essence was hurled back into the Sea of Souls, its first and only incarnation destroyed, the daemon that could have been a god, had the doom of the Eldar occurred down but a slightly different course, spoke one last time to Sor Pharos. Ah, Sor Pharos. You poor, broken, deluded fool. You have killed me, and in doing so, you have doomed yourselves. You have cast me back into the Sea of Souls, to join these lesser creatures that think themselves my brethren. 6 sacrifices, 6 lords laid low. Even the exile of the renegade was foreseen by our guiding hand, and a replacement brought forth to fill the part. Our departure has torn open the gate that he might pass. The power bestowed upon us is free, and seized. Now, he comes. Our Lord and Master, the true champion of Slaanesh. The upstart godling who hid his glory until light's end. He comes. He is here. And in that moment, Sor Pharos realized the trap he and the entire Imperium had walked into. But it was too late to stop it, too late to walk away, too late to make another choice. The overarching plan of the Angel War had reached its final phase, and its architect was coming to Terra. And this, the iconoclast discovered with some surprise, did disturb him. This is the tale of the angel, as it is spoken among the immortal children of heaven and hell. This is the doom of Sanguinius, who was most resplendent of the lords of order, yet from his very inception, was haunted by twin curses, of monstrous wrath and hunger. Once broken by love, to cast his rage out into the blackness, and thus create the specter of black fury, forever howling at being denied the doom of blood. Twice broken by despair, to abandon reason and retreat into phantasm, and ascend to eternity through the blood of the brother most beloved, before being brought down at the end of the Dark Master's dreams. Thrice broken by fury, to lose his dominion and stature among the lords of chaos, and pour his will into the herald crafted by desperate and loyal sons, while his mind watches the future unfold with unclouded eyes. He fell as his sons rose, a legion of heirs of blood and angelic grace. And he will rise as his sire falls, the sole monarch of a gilded kingdom. Excerpt from The Angel's Fall, believed to be the last work of the Remembrancer Alexander Pontiff the Mad, assigned to the 9th Legion before the Battle of Sinus Prime. Translated from High Gothic, classified as a black-level moral threat by the Holy Ordos, with the sole copy being secured on Enceladus. The Terran Crucible. Part 5, The Battle of Lupercal's Gate. At the climax of the Roboutian Heresy, Horus, first War Master of the Imperium, faced Sanguinius at the Eternity Gate, and fell at the fangs of the traitor Primarch. And it was there too that his greatest sons, the Mournival, defeated the abominable angel after his rebirth as a daemon Primarch. In the times of ending, the gate bears a different name, and now, it seems that it is there that the end of the Angel War will be decided, along with the fate of Terra, and with it that of the Imperium. The host of Slaanesh marched on, and none could stand against it. For all who beheld the golden figure of Sanguinius at the head of the Chaos Army was immediately caught in the glamour, and joined the ranks of the daemon Primarch as enthralled slaves. From the Imperial Palace, Omegon issued withdrawal orders to all Imperial forces on the path that led from the place of Sanguinius' manifestation to Lupercal's Gate, going as far as sending parties to carry his word to those without functioning Vox equipment. Warriors of loyal legions were scattered across the traumatized Imperial forces to give them the strength not to break, in spite of all that they had seen. Thousands of Imperial soldiers and tens of thousands of civilians were evacuated in this way behind Lupercal's Gate, massed into the buildings of the inner palace, before Omegon gave the order to close the gate. Librarians and priests worked desperately to reinforce the ancient wards set in the walls, for with the Emperor dead, they were the Imperials' best chance of resisting the glamour. The fact that the inner palace and the gate's immediate surroundings had been spared the devastation of the Angel War seemed to indicate that the wards were still active and powerful, but it had been millennia since they had last needed to contend with the might of a daemon Primarch. Lupercal's Gate. When Guilliman rebelled against the Emperor and the two battles of Istvan showed the might of the arch-traitor, Perturabo, who had been named Praetorian of Terra after Horus' ascension to the rank of War Master, was given full authority to remake the throne world into a stronghold the traitor legions would be unable to breach. The Lord of Iron used all resources at his disposal, and remade the imperial palace entirely, overriding the objections of bureaucrats and historians alike as he either adapted existing structures into his designs or removed them. Priceless architectural artworks were dismantled by 4th Legion construction crew, while logisticians managed the disturbances this caused. To this day, there are legends among the Iron Warriors that once their Primarch had finished drawing the plans for the Imperial Palace's remaking, he wept for an entire night at the knowledge of the beauty he and his sons would destroy. Before the heresy, the Lion's Gate connected the outer and inner sections of the palace, and was located near an immense spaceport that reached all the way to Terra's lower orbit. Perturabo realized the weakness this presented. If the traitors could take that spaceport, they would be able to unload in days forces that would otherwise take weeks to bring down from orbit. In response, Perturabo turned the spaceport into a trap that, in the early days of the siege, resulted in the death of thousands of traitor marines as powerful explosive charges methodically spread throughout the megastructure detonated. Millions of auxiliary troops and loyal imperial citizens perished in the coldly pragmatic move, which forced the traitor forces to advance on the palace from elsewhere on the planet. At the same time as those preparations were made, the Lion's Gate was renamed the Eternity Gate. The betrayal of the Dark Angels had made the previous name unpalatable, not to mention dangerous, for the dark powers of the warp could draw power from even the most symbolic connection, and the First Legion had drank deep of their poison lore. The original Eternity Gate had been the final redoubt blocking the path to the Imperial Sanctum, where the Golden Throne resided, but the construction of the Cavia Ferrum had made it redundant, its non-Euclidean geometries preventing any mere army from reaching the throne. It was at the Eternity Gate that Horus was slain by Sanguinius and avenged by his sons. Later in the siege, the gate fell, allowing the traitors to make their final push into the Imperial Palace, eventually leading to the fateful confrontations between Lionel Johnson and Magnus, Rogaldorn and Perturabo, and Guilliman, and the Emperor. The entrance to the Cavia Ferrum they used for this still exists to this day. The Eternity Gate was renamed Lupercal's Gate in homage to the dead War Master. Today, the gate is defended by hundreds of gun emplacements, as well as anti-ship weaponry and a restored Aegis shield generator that makes it all but impossible to attack from orbit. The gate itself, as well as the wall erected between the inner and outer palaces, stretch over 2 kilometers above ground. Millions pass through it every day, either on imperial business or in pilgrimage, hoping to catch a glimpse of the wonders that, despite the horrors of the heresy, still remain within the inner palace. The flow of pilgrims to Holy Terra had transformed the outer palace into a slum inhabited by billions of people from all over the galaxy, or their descendants. These unwashed masses had eked out a miserable existence, subsisting on handouts from the administratum and the ecclesiarchy, as well as being a source of cheap labor, while being ruthlessly preyed upon by all sorts of criminals. The slums were vast, and only a fraction of their population had made it to the relative safety of the inner palace. The arcane protections of the inner palace hadn't extended this far, and most of the slum's residents had perished in the Angel War, becoming playthings for daemons. Only lesser Neverborn had dared to manifest there, for the greater abominations were immediately targeted by the gun emplacements on the walls, regardless of the collateral damage. Even so, the outer palace had become a ruined wasteland, and Sanguinius' arrival sealed the damnation of those who had dwelled there. Despite the misery of their lives, or perhaps because of it, the folks of the slums had held great faith in the God Emperor, and they had felt the coming of Light's End most keenly. Combined with the demonic incursions, the survivors were drowning in despair and horror, easy prey for the glamour's lies. Millions of them were awestruck by the approach of the angel, seeing him as a messianic figure come to deliver them from evil in their hour of direst need. Weeping and singing his praises, they joined the Slaaneshi host on its march toward Lupercal's Gate, where their new god would be crowned emperor and lead them to paradise. We see the Cavia Ferrum, built to guard our father from the arch-traitor. It was damaged during the siege, but the custodes rebuilt and expanded it over the years. Before it stands the Eternity Gate. It was breached once, and the Imperium bleeds from that wound still. It must not be breached again. We see the Phyrans Polymath, whose name became legend before being forgotten. We hear an excited conversation started around a cup of wine that continues deep into the night, between a bright young man and a mysterious stranger. They discuss concepts that won't be understood by the rest of humanity for centuries. When dawn comes, the stranger is gone, and the polymath will never see him again. But the seeds are planted. Did the stranger know what would grow from them, or did he simply seek to speak with one who could understand him, even partially? Solitude is a poison, brother, as we both know. 30,000 years later, Perturabo finds the scraps of the Phyransians' work, and inspiration blooms in his heart. He extrapolates on the concepts within, and builds a labyrinth that spreads beyond conventional dimensions. Our father looks on, like a parent watching a child build elaborate sand castles while they work on rebuilding the greatest castle the galaxy has ever known. He is proud, we think. The labyrinth stands. Only the sons of the Emperor know its secrets, not because they are kept, but because only we can understand Perturabo's creation. Even the custodes struggle to find their way through it, despite millennia of study. Something about the way their minds, and ours, are wired. It will not be enough. Sanguinius will see through it. He always saw more than any of us suspected, and now his sight is fixed upon a most awful ending. This monster must be kept out of the labyrinth. The last section between the outer palace and Lupercal's gate was in much better state than the slums. Great roads led to the various entrances leading to the inner palace, and the sheer weight of numbers of Sanguinius' host forced it to separate, hundreds of thousands of cultists and daemons flowing down lesser avenues leading to the walls. Sanguinius remained at the head of the main thrust of his forces, followed by the most powerful of his servants. Each of the daemon primarch's honor guard could have been a chaos lord of Slaanesh in their own right. One was Militia, the heretic Canonis of the Ebon Chalice. Though she had been struck down at the ecclesiarchal palace, she had survived, her body flooded by the warp energy that rained down from the tier of nightmares. There too was Ishidar Asuros, first and mightiest of the violators. There were others, veterans of the sanguinary guard, tithed ones, latter nobles, leaders of hidden cults who had been transfigured by the coming of Light's End, and newly marked mortal champions of Slaanesh, who had caught the eye of the Dark Prince in the midst of the Angel War. In their souls burned the power of chaos, yet they were all subservient to the great angel among them. The glamour clashed against the walls like a psychic wave, but though all felt it crawling over their souls and shivered in dread, their wills yet remained their own. Appearing unperturbed, Sanguinius raised his left hand, and the millions that followed him stopped their advance at once. They remained standing in eerie silence while Sanguinius took flight, even as the defenders opened fire on the immobile horde, only to find most of their shots blocked. In the Angel War, the pain engines of the ladders had fed deep on the suffering of the Throne World's people. They had extracted their pain and made it into energy, which they now released. Great domes of crackling purple light formed among the Slaaneshi host, and the fire from the wall's guns crashed against them harmlessly. They didn't cover all of the attacking host, but what they did cover was more than enough to threaten Lupercal's gate. Through the glamour, these constructs of agony appeared as moving temples to the angel, atop which shining priests conducted holy rituals that granted protection to those around them. As the reserves of torment dwindled, bespelled thralls willingly offered themselves up as sacrifices, believing that their mortal bodies would burn as kindling while their spirits were transfigured into shining new angels to protect their comrades. Such was the strength of the glamour that even the agonies of the latter's pain priests were perceived as an ecstatic experience, the transcendence of mortality and ascension to the divine. Only once their broken bodies breathed their last and they slipped into death were these unfortunate confronted with the truth, as demonic entities devoured them and glutted themselves on their souls. The skies were already full of the angels' flying servants, ladder stalkers, screeching daemons, and the six-winged form of Diomedes, herald of the end, whose screams were loudest of all. They parted to let their master pass as he rose higher and higher. Scores of cannons tried to target him, but their machine spirits failed to lock onto him, their auspexes unable to deal with his unnatural existence and awesome power. At the top of Lupercal's gate, on a platform from which the entire Slaaneshi host could be seen, stood four figures, three of them clad in ceramite, the last one in its rarer cousin, auramite. There, Sanguinius met with Omegon, Lord of the Hydra, Galahoth, Captain General of the Custodes, and Asim Ravahi and Nathaniel Duma, two of Magnus' chosen who had remained at the side of the 20th Primarch during the Angel War, assisting him in orchestrating the defense of the throne world. The 2,000 Sons legionaries had been wounded in previous engagements, Asim when the word of Magnus had been boarded by Enkari in its Keeper of Secrets aspect, and Nathaniel when he had faced the Queen of the Dark Mechanicum in the Hades. Even injured, they had served as psychic relays through the Angel War, sending and receiving messages across Terra where lesser psychers would have been driven to madness. "Brother," said Sanguinius as he landed on the wall, though his feet remained a few centimeters above it, as if the angel were standing on an invisible platform. "It has been too long." Even as Omegan faced the Daemon Primarch, part of him noted that the infernal screaming of the Flying Tithed One had finally stopped. It would have been a relief, if not for the fact that Sanguinius' proximity was 100 times worse than the scream had been. "We have never met before this day," answered Omegan. Which was true. While Omegan had observed Sanguinius from afar, the 9th and 20th legions had rarely interacted before the heresy. Even at Olaner, it had been Alpharius who had represented the Hydra, just as it had been Alpharius who had witnessed the horror of Sanguinius' corruption on Istvan V. "And you are not my brother?" Sanguinius laughed. "Are we not? Do you truly believe the stories Magnus tells himself to escape the temptations of true power? We are not who we once were, that is true, but our core still descends from the works of our sire, same as Magnus, same as you. No matter how changed we all are, and we would say that we are all much changed from how he envisioned us, wouldn't you agree? And what would you know of what he intended? You, who betrayed him out of cowardice." Sanguinius' eyes flared briefly with anger at the accusation, and for the briefest of instants, Omegan thought he caught a glimpse of the monster beyond the glamour. But the instant passed, and the aspect of the angel reasserted itself. "We know much, for we see all that is and all that will be. Our father is dead and Gilliman rises. But our brother is not the only threat that dawns with this new millennium, as you well know, brother. The fall of the Imperium is inevitable. But with us at its head, Imperium Secundus can rise from the ashes of the past, to reach heights undreamed of." "Heresy," growled Galahoth. "Is it? The Imperium must survive, Captain General. Humanity cannot survive without it, and the Imperium cannot survive without an emperor. You know this to be true." Galahoth laughed. It was a cold, humorless, and scornful sound. "I am one of his, betrayer, now and forever. While you and your kind wallowed in your corruption, I learned his words, shared into the purity of his vision. The shame of letting his death come to pass will haunt me until my final day, but do not think he made me so frail to be broken by it. You? You could never succeed him. How unfortunate. You would have served us well." Without warning, moving so fast not even the preternatural reflexes of Custodes and Primarch could catch it, the Daemon Primarch moved. By the time Galahoth had raised his spear, the blade Encarmine had plunged into his chest, cutting through Oramite as if it were paper and bursting out of the Captain General's back. No blood spilled from the wound, for the blade drank greedily of Galaoth's life. With a cry of outrage and fury, the three other Imperials atop the wall charged the angel. Omegan brandished the pale spear in both hands, while Asim and Nathaniel struck with powerful spells of banishment, knowing they couldn't hope to expel the Daemon Primarch from Holy Terra, but hoping to at least weaken his presence in the Materium. With a peal of melodic laughter, Sanguinius spread out his wings and unleashed a wave of infernal power that buckled the wards of Lupercal's gate, sending tremors all across the wall. Closest to him, Galahoth was obliterated, his body dissolved into component particles and his soul swallowed whole by the blade Encarmine, to join the countless shades of the angel's victims. The two chosen of Magnus resisted longer, the power of the rubric of Ahriman protecting them, then they too were gone, though their souls escaped the clutches of the Daemon Primarch. As if they had been waiting for that signal, the Slaaneshi hordes suddenly charged, filling the tormented air with more screams of devotion to the angel. The guns of Lupercal's gate redoubled their fire, even as the Chaos Artillery finally returned fire. Omegan alone still stood atop the wall against Sanguinius, his Primarch soul making him proof against such sorcery. In his hands, the pale spear gleamed with a predatory light as it reacted to the Daemon Primarch's power. And for the first time in 10,000 years, two Primarches dueled atop the walls of the Imperial Palace. But for all of Omegan's strength, all of the experience he had accumulated in the millennia he had spent directing and defending the Imperium from the shadows, the Lord of the Hydra was no match for the angel in the fullness of his power. Every blow of the pale spear was turned aside, every feint was seen through, every concealed weapon was anticipated. Not since he had battled Itaos Raukirs, during the desperate odyssey that had begun at Kelth and had ended with delivering all Yoniu's person to Terra, had Omegan felt so outmatched. Back then, he had triumphed over the Daemon King through guile, subterfuge, and far more luck than he had ever been comfortable with. Omegan's spiritual nature had been opposite to that of Itaos Raukirs, and the strength of his conviction had been enough to overcome the gap in power between the two of them so that he had at least a chance of victory. No such advantage existed here. Sanguinius was the angel, the lord of hosts and champion of Slaanesh, while Omegan was master of a web of plots and schemes that had come undone with Light's End. Though he had suppressed it in order to fight the angel war, the Lord of the Hydra was still tormented by his guilt over his father's death and his failure to understand his wishes. That guilt poisoned his soul, and when faced with Sanguinius' radiance, that was enough to bring him down. His armor breached and his flesh pierced by half a dozen wounds, Omegan fell to his hands and knees, the butt of the pale spear impacting the cracked floor as he laid upon it for support. Check the illustration by Nemeris, Lupercal's Gate. Sanguinius looked down at Omegan, his eyes full of condescending compassion. You have played your games in the shadow far too long, brother. You have forgotten what it means to conquer. But we can teach you. There is potential in you that you have never let yourself fulfill and that we will help you unleash. The angel extended his left hand toward Omegan. Come now, brother. Join us. Omegan saw that Sanguinius' offer was sincere. The angel was beyond such petty tricks as deceit, or at least considered himself so. The last Primarch had no idea if the daemon truly thought he would submit to his will and turn to chaos. The very thought was absurd, obscene, but Sanguinius' ego was a metaphysical force that held the entirety of soul in its grasp. Could it be that he was unable to even imagine the possibility of someone rejecting him? No, surely not. Galahoth had done so mere moments ago, after all. A terrible thought formed in Omegan's mind. Even before his fall, Sanguinius had been a seer of immense power, and the fact he had foreseen Light's End and planned the Angel War was a testament to how that ability had grown since then. Could it be that the Daemon Primarch had foreseen that, somehow, Omegan would turn? He knew better than most that Primarches weren't immune to corruption. Those adherents of the Imperial Creed who knew of the heresy had claimed that the 9 fallen Primarches had been flawed in some way, while those who had remained loyal had been true to the Emperor's vision, but Omegan knew the truth. The Dark Gods had bent all of their power to corrupt his fallen brothers, and he also knew that they had attempted to turn those who hadn't fallen. Horus himself had faced their whispers in the Interix. It was the circumstances of their lives that had made the difference between those who had turned and those who had stayed loyal, not any inherent holiness. In this, the Primarches were not so different from the rest of humanity. Did Sanguinius know of a way to break him? Had he glimpsed in the possible futures a method that could shatter him, bring him into ruin's embrace? Remake him as the 9 traitor Primarches had been remade? The thought couldn't be ignored, and with it came a terror greater than any he had ever known. Failure and death were nothing compared to that possibility. We will give you such glory, continued Sanguinius. In our name, you shall have victory over all of our foes. At those words, a memory stirred within Omegan's mind. With the perfect clarity of eidetic recall, he saw again that burning city, and the black-eyed figure who had stood in judgment of his actions. The words of his long-dead brother echoed in his head. You are better than this. The fear faded from Omegan's mind. It seemed that Sanguinius, for all his vaunted sight, did not know him at all. Glory is a lie, he replied, pushing himself to his feet. He drew strength from the mantra, repeated time and again in the ages of the long war, and finished it, and victory is not enough. Sanguinius blinked. We are your king, he said slowly. We are the new master of mankind. The Daemon Primarch's aura flared, basking him in glorious divine light. But the moment had passed. Whatever hold the glamour had managed to grasp on Omegan had been broken. The Lord of the Hydra stood, bleeding but unbroken, his soul blazing with defiance. Mankind deserves better than you, shouted Omegan, and the duel started again. But mere conviction would not be enough, and Omegan had known that this wasn't a battle he could win. He didn't cry out as the blade and carmine cut off his right arm at the shoulder. He refused to give his opponent the satisfaction. The pale spear slipped from the fingers of his severed limb and fell all the way down Lupercal's gate, smashing point first in front of the gate with the strength of a meteor. "All your hopes and dreams are ashes," said Sanguinius. "Your great plan has failed. We will break what remains of your defiance, brother, this we promise to you." "How low you have fallen, angel." The Primarch spoke the name like the curse it had become. "Not as low as you will," sneered Sanguinius, rising the blade and carmine for the final blow. "Such torment we will visit upon your soul, until you beg to be allowed to kneel at our feet." "Never," said Omegan, and he knew it to be true. The herald of the end flew above Lupercal's gate, watching with burning eyes as Sanguinius stalked toward Omegan. Below, the hordes of the youngest god were charging the walls. They would either succeed, or they would die, and their souls would fuel the angel's power even further. In either case, the gate would be broken, as it had been before, when last Sanguinius had come. This was the end foretold. This was the victory of Slaanesh, about to be written in the blood of the last Primarch. At the vanguard of the Slaaneshi throng were the other tithed ones, who had been the herald's brothers before he had been the herald. They were screaming as they ran, on 2 or 4 legs, like rabid animals. Atop the walls, the Imperials raised their guns, knowing they were doomed. Taller figures in ceramite armor of gray, white, green and midnight blue stood at the front of the line, faces resolute in the face of oncoming death. His grip tightened, and his living spear whined as his gauntleted hands crushed its haft. It had drunk deep already from the blood of the innocent this day, as the herald hunted in Terra's burning skies. Sanguinius raised his sword, and the herald read the shape of the blow before it fell. The Daemon Primarch was going for a strike that would cleave the wounded Omegan in two so that he would to bleed out and die in agony, his Primarch physiology keeping him on the verge of death far longer than even a space marine would be. Not a clean kill, for no other reason than because Sanguinius would enjoy the new experience of killing a Primarch slowly. Since the herald had been remade, a part of him had been screaming without cease. When the Knights in Silver had tried and failed to stop the angel, it had regained a semblance of awareness. Now, as he saw Sanguinius about to commit fratricide yet again, the scream turned from horror to fury, from agony to defiance. The herald of the end opened his maw. And Diomedes screamed as he plunged down upon the false angel, slamming into the Daemon Primarch and hurling him off the platform just as the blade and carmine plunged into Omegan's chest, turning a lethal wound into a crippling one that a Primarch could survive, if not ever truly recover from. Sanguinius howled in shock and outrage at the indignity as both Tithed One and Daemon Primarch fell. The monster in Diomedes' head screamed at him, telling him he was going to get them both killed, that he was defying one that stood as high above him as a man stood above ants. Diomedes knew it was right. He didn't care. It hurt. Oh, Emperor, it hurt. He could feel his body, his soul, fall apart as the enraged false angel called upon his mastery of the vile energies that had been mixed with Diomedes' essence. Cracks spread across his armor, each one a searing agony that promised him the obliteration of his flesh and foreshadowed the eternal torment that awaited his soul. But Diomedes of Chemos was no stranger to pain, and he had endured death 100 times and more already in the torture pit of the Laterus. And so the first of the Tithed Ones fought on, to reclaim that which had been stolen from him even as he died yet again. And though his body shattered and burned, though his soul was flayed and ripped asunder, he kept fighting, for he was a son of Fulgrim, and the Phoenician's stubborn resilience was part of him. This wasn't about vengeance. This was about doing what was right, about reclaiming who he was from the darkness. What was pain compared to the knowledge of his heresy? And then there was a roar like thunder, and a dark light that washed over him and into him. One was a fragment of a greater whole, forever sundered, the other was a thing of cold and ancient hate, yet pure of making and purpose. Together they plunged into him, and the pain was almost more than he could bear. But then it stopped, and from the first there was a voice. "You are worthy," it said, and remade him. "This one is mine. You cannot have him. All you do is take. All you have, you stole. You do not create. You do not build. You do not grow. You only corrupt and enslave. This is how it has ever been, since the dawning of darkness. This is what you are, behind the masks you forge from the nightmares of your slaves. But this one, I have taken back. This one, I have reclaimed. This one soul, I have saved from you. Are you afraid? You should be. He is the first. He will not be the last. The living weapon in his hands, the spear he had taken from his jailers during his short-lived escape and which had been remade alongside him after his fall, screamed. It twisted in his grip as it burned, hardened flesh peeling from it to reveal a long spear of purest black. Somehow, this spear was taller than the one it had emerged from, like some grotesque cocoon, taking its place in reality and sending its spirit shrieking into oblivion. It was hot, almost painfully so, and thrumming with power. That power was different from anything Diomedes had experienced before. It wasn't the motive force of the Mechanic-Use, nor the wild energy of the warp. It was something else, something old and vast. He could feel a presence at the edge of his mind, looming over him, where before the false angel's will had crushed his own. It wasn't friendly, and it never would be. But it despised the minions of chaos as much as Diomedes did, and that made it an ally, at least for now. With a kick in Sanguinius' chest that felt more satisfying than 100 victories in the dueling cages of the pride of the emperor, Diomedes separated himself from the falling daemon Primarch, and soared above the battlefield. Sanguinius crashed at the foot of Lupercal's gate, while on wings of lightning and fire, Diomedes the Reclaimed descended upon the Slaaneshi horde. Beams of black light leapt from the spear in his hands, piercing through the latter's force fields and turning corrupted flesh to dust. Power that had so worried the emperor he had ordered it imprisoned in the dark cells was unleashed, and woe befell the minions of ruin that stood in its path. The sight of Diomedes the Reclaimed and the might of the weapon from the black cells, combined with the sight of their angel sent crashing to the ground, made the hosts of Slaanesh stumble and hesitate for a moment. Then the hold of the glamour reasserted itself, and they resumed their charge, driven to come to the aid of their fallen liege. Meanwhile, at the base of Lupercal's gate, on the very point where he had slain Horus 10,000 years ago, Sanguinius burned. Diomedes' ambush had put him in contact with the ground of Terra for the first time since his arrival, and the world rejected his corrupt touch. The daemon Primarch roared in fury as he stood, the glamour translating it into a shout of defiance after being treacherously cast down by his renegade herald. Behind the walls, a choice was made. The fall of the angel and the turning of Diomedes had provided an opportunity that would not be repeated. The confrontation atop the gate had deprived the Imperials of their leaders, but neither Omegan nor Galahoth were fools, and they had ensured the continuity of the line of command before risking facing the angel. With their removal from the board, for even a Primarch would take time to recover from the loss of an arm to such a dreadful weapon as the blade and carmine, joint command had passed to Trajan Valorous, who was now the 19th Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes, and Diridaden Nemo, a veteran commander of the Sons of Horus. Lupercal's gate opened, and the champions of the Imperium sallied forth to meet the horde of the youngest god in battle. Nemo charged. Behind him were the warriors of the legions who had rallied to defend Lupercal's gate, before him were the hordes of the Dark Prince in all their horror. Along with them were custodes come from the Tower of Hegemon, who had brought with them land raiders and dreadnoughts. Such a force could conquer worlds, but it was no conventional army they faced now. Lupercal's gate was vast, and even if it wasn't fully open, more than 2 scores of space marines could run through it side by side already. It was more than enough for them to avoid coming near the thing that stood closest to the gate, the one monster Nemo wanted to face more than he had ever wanted anything in his life, and the one he couldn't possibly hope to defeat. Coward, he heard a voice scream in his head. You would turn your back on a chance to avenge Horus? But was that voice his own, or that of the monster? That was the question. His own thoughts couldn't be trusted. Long had the warriors of the 16th Legion sought to avenge the death of their Primarch. Sanguinius' first defeat, on these very grounds, was not nearly enough of a price to pay for that infamous act of fratricide. The enmity held by the Sons of Horus for the Blood Angels was matched only by their hatred for the so-called Black Legion. For 10,000 years, they had hunted down the champions of the 9th Legion and put them down like the rabid dogs they were, but always, Sanguinius himself had eluded them. Like the rest of the galaxy, they had thought him lost to madness, though they had not once thought this excused his crime. Now the angel was here, and Nemo longed to strike him down as the legion's heroes of old had. But he knew his limits, and he forced himself to ignore that urge. His duty in this battle laid elsewhere. He turned to the champions at his side, the mage who had fought alongside the wolves of old, and the sister whose eyes burned with such painful light. "We will take care of that rabble," he said. "You go kill the angel." They nodded silently, and parted from his side, going to face their destiny. Above them, the winged figure who had cast down Sanguinius before tearing his army apart flew back, and plunged upon the Daemon Primarch. His black spear met the blade and carmine, and held fast for a few seconds until Sanguinius managed to overpower and push him back, only to have to defend himself from a combined attack from Ahriman and Ephriel. The commander of the Sons of Horus was forced to turn his eyes away from the mythical confrontation, for he had his own part in this battle to play. The horde of chaos was spread before him millions strong, a host of daemons, cultists, mutants, traitors, and Xenos such as he had never seen before. Nemo laughed as, outnumbered 1,000 to 1, the Imperials charged into the horde. "Lupercal!" he roared, and began to kill the enemies of humanity. Past the walls of the inner palace, deep in the labyrinth of the Cavia Ferrum, in the Imperialist sanctum, Lorgar and Magnus struggled together still. The might of the Golden Throne, the echoes of 10,000 years of sacrificed psychers, the pain of the Tear of Nightmares and the pulsating power of the Astronomicon, this was the torment that had brought the crippled Emperor to suicide. The closer Sanguinius had gotten, the worse the pain of the Crimson King had become. But Magnus, for all the awesome power he shouldered, could do nothing to stop the Daemon Primarch. To redirect the power of the Golden Throne, even for an instant, would see Terra cracked apart and obliterated. The worst of it was that it may yet come to that, if all other hopes failed. But Magnus wasn't certain that he had the strength to destroy humanity's birth world to deny it to chaos. And so the two brothers held on, and hoped that their comrades could triumph without them. Then a voice neither Primarchs had ever heard before said, "Lord Aurelian." Without taking his hands off his brother, Lorgar turned his head to see a woman bearing the emblem of the Inquisition stand behind him. He hadn't heard her approach, and even the cacophony of the Golden Throne's suffering engines wasn't enough to explain that. "Who are you?" he asked, though he was certain he already knew the answer. "I am Morgana," she replied. "Daughter of Luther, and one of the Ordo's first members. I have come here to relieve you of your task, Lord Aurelian, so that you may take up the one only you and what you carry can see through." Lorgar stared at her, with eyes that saw much deeper than flesh. He saw that she spoke true, and saw the ancient spell anchored to her soul, and recognized it, for he had seen its other side when he had faced his fallen brother in the webway. He saw too, the shadow that walked at her side, and felt something like recognition from the sword that was promised. He nodded silently, and she moved to his side, placing herself between Lorgar and Magnus and resting her forehead against that of the seated Crimson King. At once, Lorgar felt the pressure on his brother diminish, and at once, Morgana began to tremble at the terrible effort and pain she was feeling. "You know where your duty lies, Lord Aurelian," said Morgana through gritted teeth. And this, too, was true. Reluctantly, the Urizen removed his hands from his brother's head, and turned toward the exit of the throne room. There was, after all, one other way he could alleviate his brother's burdens. The monster stood before Ephriel, bright and terrible in his awful glory. In her head, the whispers of her dead sisters had become a chorus of howls, the proximity of the Daemon Primarch enraging the tattered spirits of Parnas martyrs. But even in their rage, they still gave her the knowledge she needed. They told her how Sanguinius' fall had diminished his power, how the heroic act of the transfigured tithed one had broken his image of invincibility, and in so doing made it so that he wasn't. Such was the way of the warp, where metaphors became truth and belief shaped reality. And yet, Ephriel held no illusion that, symbolically weakened or not, Sanguinius was still far more powerful than her. The combined attack of Ozek and her, striking while the Daemon Primarch had been occupied with the one her dead sisters told her was called Diomedes, had been turned aside with a swiftness that none of them could equal. The three of them now stood in a loose circle around their foe, moving with the instinctive coordination of soldiers who had bled and killed on 1,000 battlefields before. Sanguinius seemed supremely unconcerned with the three champions surrounding him. His gaze was fixed upon Ephriel, and he was smiling. By all rights, it should have been a beautiful sight, yet all the Daemonifuge felt at the sight was revulsion. "Dearest Ephriel," said Sanguinius, almost purring her name. "We have been waiting to meet you for a long time." "Sanguinius," she spat back. "Abomination. If you know of me, then you know that the hour of your doom has come at last." The monster chuckled. "Ah, Ephriel. You misunderstand us. Everything in your existence has led to this moment, to us." Ephriel forced herself to laugh in derision. "Again with this, false angel? Twice already your feeble attempts at persuasion have been rejected. Thrice, if one counts the purification of your own herald. Are you so deluded as to expect this to go any different?" Sanguinius laughed, and gestured with his free hand at their surroundings. "Look upon us, Ephriel's turn. We are triumphant. Our father lies dead, and the gates of his palace are open before us. What purpose does your defiance serve at this late hour? None, if your triumph were absolute. Which means that you can yet be vanquished, false angel." "Sophistry," said Sanguinius softly, "is the refuge of the foolish and the desperate. We expected better of you, thrice-born. As did the Emperor from you, Daemon." That struck a nerve, she saw, as a flicker of annoyance was briefly visible on the monster's face. It was quickly smothered, however, replaced by the same mask of radiant arrogance and false benevolence. "Think, Ephriel. Put aside the tales that your masters put into your head since childhood and think. After all you have seen, all you have lived, surely that is within your power. Do you really believe that what you are is the result of our father's plans? Think on how you gained your power. Think of the place where you were unmade and reborn for the first time." Despite her better judgment, Ephriel couldn't stop herself from remembering. She remembered the screaming cage, that nightmarish construct of living flesh crafted from the bodies of the Sisters of the Blessed Inquiry. "It was not our dear, dead father's hand that shaped your destiny," continued Sanguinius, "but ours. We brought low the Blessed Inquiry, before they uncovered our secrets. We sent Astroth to forge them into the instrument of your transformation." Ephriel bristled at the name, as did her dead sisters. The Keeper of Secrets had been the first greater daemon she had killed, sending it shrieking back to its master as punishment for all the horrors it had visited upon Parnas. He fulfilled his duty admirably, even if he didn't realize his true purpose and you cut him down, taking your first step on the path that led you here, to us. She thought back on the death of the Blessed Inquiry, on her transformation. Could Sanguinius have orchestrated all of this? Yes. He could have. The Angel War had proven the reach of the Daemon Primarch's foresight beyond any doubt. But the rest of his claim was nonsense. "The daemons of Slaanesh have tried to kill me ever since I became the Daemonifuge," protested Ephriel. The angel's words were madness. They had to be. She was not a puppet of the dark gods. She wasn't. "You had to be tested, of course," said Sanguinius with a wave of his free hand. "And there were many among the Dark Prince's court who were jealous of your destiny. The foul creatures you call your sons attacked me," she spat. "We gave up on my sons long ago, Ephriel. They failed us, save for a few we salvaged, and we washed our hands of them millennia before your first birth. Those who came for you on Parnas acted on their own, seeing only the shadow of your fate instead of its full glory, as we do." Was it? Was she? God Emperor, it couldn't be. "But the God Emperor is dead," whispered a treacherous voice that was entirely her own. "He is dead and gone, and his light is dying. You are a devourer of souls, something only a few of our failed sons have managed to become despite all the centuries we waited for them to make something better of themselves. That is why you are the bane of our Dark Prince's lesser servants, Ephriel. With each of them you destroyed, your own power has grown, until you were ready to be our queen, bright and terrible. It is your destiny to stand with us as we remake the Imperium, to be feared as we are loved." The black staff came down hard upon the ground, cutting through the angel's speech. "Liar," proclaimed the silent voice of Ozek Ahriman, broadcast so that all could hear it. That single word, and the psychic weight behind it, cut through the fog that had crept over Ephriel's mind, so slowly she hadn't even noticed it. Its roots laid in the doubts she had always harbored after her transformation, the fear that the inquisitors who named her a witch were right, that she was a monster the Whiteseers of the Black Library only allowed in their domain as a ruse to contain her until she could be either used in the war against chaos or safely destroyed. Sanguinius had taken those doubts and tried to use them to bend her mind. Anger ignited inside her at the thought of that utter violation. She didn't know what hands had shaped her destiny. But so what? Untold trillions of humans lived their lives without that knowledge. Why should she be different? The demonofuge and the false angel turned toward the former chief librarian, the former in gratitude, the second in contempt. "Thank you, Ozek," said Ephriel, before returning her attention to the daemon Primarch. She brandished her sword, the blade that she had taken with her in exile, the blade that had held Sarthoriel back and slain Kiris, and pointed it at the Angel of Chaos. "I am Ephriel's turn," she proclaimed, all doubt gone from her thoughts. "I am the thrice-born, the demonofuge. I have seen the true face of the god you serve, and I tell you this, O fallen prince of angels, no one who knows what I know could ever willingly join such abomination. The slaves behind you only follow you because you broke their minds and warped their souls with your foul power. Whether they wear rags or golden armor, not one of them would follow you if it were their true choice. All of them are ours. They looked upon our glory, and recognized that only through our service can their little lives have meaning. You lie, to yourself and others. It is all your kind ever does." Sanguinius shook his head in a mockery of sadness. "Must all of you be so blind? Is this to be our last trial, then? A final test of our readiness to succeed our sire, that we can do what is necessary and strike down those who should be at our side?" Diomedes, who hadn't spoken, either out loud or telepathically, since his rebirth, banged his spear against his armored chest, a wordless proclamation of defiance to the creature responsible for all his pain. "Very well. So be it." And so it began. With doom looming high in her thoughts, the demonofuge threw herself at the false angel, ready to end this once and for all. Ephriel and Diomedes engaged the daemon Primarch in melee, while Ahriman stayed back, pitching his Corvidi abilities against Sanguinius' foresight and giving his two allies the help they needed to keep up with the angel, if only barely. The son of Magnus whispered in their minds, showing them glimpses of the immediate future that allowed them to match the arch-champion of Slaanisha's might. Their weapons were infused with great powers which, while greatly different in nature and origin, could resist the demonic strength of the blade Encarmine and its wielder when they clashed. They fought with breathtaking grace and skill, never more than a hair's breadth from disaster. And still, it wasn't enough. Sanguinius was far more powerful now than he had been when the Mournival had struck him down on those same grounds. He was also in full possession of his reason, twisted and corrupted though his mind might be. The three heroes had yet to land a single blow, and for all their strength and courage, they were slowly tiring, while Sanguinius was as fresh as when he had emerged from the shell of the Sanguineur, his incarnation sustained by the Dark Prince's own power, coming from the tier of nightmares above. He laughed as he fought, mocking and taunting his opponents with vivid descriptions of what he would do to the galaxy once he claimed the Golden Throne. His words burned the air around the combatants, making it shimmer with images of that monstrous future, showing the horror of Imperium Secundus in terrible details. They saw the ecclesiarchy rebuilt around the worship of the angel, the Aquila taken down on a million worlds and replaced by the icon of the winged blood drop. They saw blood sacrifices take place in ruinous cathedrals, people willingly walking to the altar to give their lives for the angel to devour from his throne. They saw the tomb of Mort Arian on Barbarus desecrated, and the corpse of the Death Lord brought before the Golden Throne, to be returned to a twisted parody of life by the angel's blood before the resulting revenant was unleashed upon Sanguinius' remaining foes. They saw the orcs wiped out from the galaxy, and the hive mind of the Tyranids shattered into a million pieces that devoured each other until nothing remained but corpses. They saw Gilliman's power broken, the arch-traitor made to kneel before Sanguinius along with all his hosts. They saw each of the other traitor primarches made to serve, save for Dorn, whose rage was harnessed to power the greatest war machine of Imperium Secundus. They saw the craft worlds of the Eldar fall one by one, their infinity circuits cracked open so that the youngest god could gorge itself upon the souls of the children of Isha. There were details missing, and things that didn't make sense except in the warped reality the angel would create with the power of the Golden Throne enhancing his infernal power. But if Sanguinius had thought to break or tempt his foes with these visions of his awful dream, he was greatly mistaken. The three drew strength from their horror, hardening their resolve not to let that future pass. And they fought, on, until something changed. The creature that thought of itself as Zesith had forgotten many things. The eternity it had spent in the Silver Palace as a plaything for the never-born children of the goddess had taken its toll on its mind, and resurrection hadn't healed the damage fully. Its memories the time before were fragmented, little more than flashes of the beautiful coral cities and underwater temples they had built together after their masters had vanished. Perhaps because it had forgotten so much of its first life, Zesith remembered everything after its resurrection with perfect clarity. It remembered opening its eyes for the first time, and the odd look on the priests' faces as they took in its white scales, the symbol of its nobility among the resurrected latter race. It remembered its life and the empire they had built, honored, and worshipped as the embodiment of the goddess' love for its people, a love so great that she had orchestrated their resurrection and delivered unto them the means of vengeance. Then Zesith saw him. It knew him. It recognized him, though they had both changed almost beyond recognition. He didn't wear the same purple and gold armor, instead wearing patchwork gear and a sword that burned Zesith's eyes when it looked at its blade. His face was set in an expression wholly unlike the arrogant visage he had shown back then, but Zesith recognized him all the same. When the time before had ended, it had been him who had killed Zesith. Zesith slithered toward him, the cloak of flayed skin that covered its lower body making sounds pleasing to its ears as it stroked the ground. It raised a pair of hooked living blades held in its first set of hands, while the second, a gift of the goddess for its deeds in the breaking of the old foe, danced in patterns that imitated the dance of her divine courtesans. Twin streaks of purple fire erupted from its six-fingered hands, but he blocked them with his pale sword, the eldritch flames sputtering impotently against the blade. Then he was on Zesith. The latter noble struck with its two blades, hissing a curse in the language of its people. The mix of Low Gothic, stolen Eldar dialect, and Daemon speech caused the thralls manning the nearby artillery to recoil in pain, clutching bleeding ears. But he was unaffected, and parried each of Zesith's strikes perfectly. With every failed attack, Zesith grew more furious. It wanted him dead. It wanted revenge, revenge for the destruction of Latter, revenge for its first death, revenge for all the wondrous horrors that had been visited upon it before being blessed with rebirth. But it couldn't win, couldn't even manage to land a single blow. His patchwork armor wouldn't have done anything to protect him from its living blades, but he was just too fast, too agile. And then, he went on the offensive, for the first time since they had begun their clash. His blade went straight through Zesith's guard and plunged into its throat, severing its spinal column and bursting out of its neck before being drawn out in one smooth motion that sent its head rolling away, its body twitching in violent spasms that he still avoided, already moving toward his next target. And for the second, and final time, Zesith died. But this time, its fractured soul did not slip into the waiting maw of Slaanesh, but instead found the cold tranquility that was promised to the champions and victims of Vendita alike. From behind the Slaaneshi host came a great war cry. There stood Lucius the Reborn and his army of the lost and abandoned children of Terra, who had chosen to risk everything to join the final battle for their world. They struck the rear guard of the Slaaneshi horde with complete abandon, falling upon the latter's living artillery and silencing it. Workers and gangers swarmed towering constructs of scaled flesh and cut them apart with sharpened metal bars and burned them with improvised flamethrowers, screaming their defiance at the monsters who defiled their home. In Lucius' hand was the Vendita-blessed sword he had received from the Chosen of Magnus, and the slaves to ruin recoiled before its pale radiance. At his side were the companions who had followed him across war-torn Terra, Khalid Harut, the last herald of Prospero, haloed in the ghostly shapes of the wrathful dead, Meherza Jahangir, whose telepathic abilities had done as much to keep their patchwork army together as the sight of his augmented body's martial prowess, and Salvar Lermontov, a man, just a man, with no particular gift or destiny, who had made the choice of dedicating everything he was to helping those who needed it. As they cut a path deeper through the Slaaneshi host, Lucius found himself targeted by the Tithed Ones, who turned from the front line to hunt him down. Tattered fragments of their former identities drove the ruined emperor's children to find the hero of their legion, their fractured souls seeking an end to their torment. Terrible was the Reborn's fury at the sight of what had been done to his brother's descendants, and he delivered unto them the release they craved with all that was left of their minds, the dead of Terra whispering their names into his ear as he fought. And still he advanced, plunging through enemy ranks like a spear of righteous lightning. He was drawn to the base of Lupercal's gate, not by destiny, but by duty, for there was the one responsible for Terra's woes. The soul of the world screamed at him of the great defiler's sins, the one who, in another age, he had failed to prevent from killing the War Master. Perhaps Sanguinius sensed Lucius' approach, or perhaps the dark power that had damned him looked after him. The closer the Reborn got to the battle against the Angel, the more daemons and cultists hurled themselves at him, stopping him with the sheer weight of their bodies, until, together, the two chosen of Magnus at the Child of the Emperor's side seized him in a kinetic grasp, and tossed him above the grinding melee like a cannonball. It wasn't the most dignified method of transport, but it worked. Lucius rolled and rose to his feet, the violent battle briefly pausing as the combatants took in this new arrival. All knew him, though only Ahriman had ever met him before, when Lucius had saved his life during the siege at the cost of his own. It was Sanguinius who spoke first, his words dripping with condescension. "We know you, Lucius. Once your soul shone so bright, even in ignorance. You could have been our comrade, our champion, carrying our banner. But that time has passed. Now you are nothing but the ghost of a dead legion, clinging to a mantle that will crush you under its weight. Do you have any idea of what you have become?" "I am your enemy, now and forever," said Lucius, untroubled by the words of the false angel. "Until the last battle, until the final dawn, until it is done." "The end has already come and gone, fool," sneered Sanguinius. "Your legion is broken. Their home world lies in ruins, and your brothers are now ours. It was we guided dear old Fabius' hands as he did the work. Then we whispered into their ears, and made sure they were ready to strike when another face of our friend launched his attack on Chemos. Alone or with a legion, I am a son of Fulgrim," growled the Reborn. "A defender of Terra. Know this, false angel, this world will never bow to you. Will it not? Do you think it will have a choice? None but us remain to succeed our father. Conrad, Mortarion, and Horus are dead," Sanguinius listed off. "Perturabo sleeps in his tomb, trapped in a half-death worse than any torment we can conceive of. Lorgar is an idealistic fool who refused to accept the truth after it stared him in the face for 10,000 years. Magnus rejected the power that would have made him invincible because he feared his own shadow." Sanguinius briefly frowned. "Omegan just rejected his only chance at relevance in this galaxy's tale. Angren fights a war that cannot be won on the edge of the circle of stars. And Fulgrim? Well, he languishes in darkness, far from here. He will not come to save the day at the last minute this time." Sanguinius had thought to break Lucius with despair, but his words had the opposite effect. For, with his taunt, the Angel of Slaanesh had inadvertently revealed something all Emperor's children had hoped for, but never known for certain, that their gene-sire, lost millennia ago in the darkness of Comarec during that dark city's burning, yet lived. "Enough," snapped Sanguinius. "You have all made it clear that you won't learn until we make you. Very well then. The latters could use a lesson in how to properly break someone." With the assistance of Lucius, the Imperial champions resumed their battle against Sanguinius, Lucius matching his legendary skill against the might of the Daemon Primarch. Meanwhile, caught between the defenders of Lupercal's gate and the Salvator Mentoff's reinforcements, the Slaaneshi host was thrown into disarray, unable to focus on either of the two threats. As Sanguinius batted aside the attacks of the three melee combatants, Ahriman caught sight of the pale spear, embedded point first into the ground where it had fallen from atop Lupercal's gate. Though he had never seen it in action before, he recognized the weapon from when he had met Omegan at Magnus' side on Mars. For the first time since Light's End, Ahriman's second sight briefly cleared from the smoke of the burning future, and he saw what he must do. A plan coalesced in his mind, and he kept watching the confrontation, still assisting his comrades with his foresight, until the tiniest of openings presented itself. The moment it came, Ahriman pulled the pale spear free with a burst of telekinetic power, launching his wounded body forward in the same instant. The weapon of Omegan reached his right hand, his left still holding the black staff, and he plunged it into the back of Sanguinius while he was distracted with the other champions. The pale spear struck true, piercing through the armor of the Daemon Primarch and spilling his blood for the first time since his arrival upon Holy Terra. Sanguinius' reaction was terrible. The mask of amusement he had worn thus far vanished, replaced by a visage of divine fury, and he drew upon the great power he had been bestowed by Slaanesh. Too fast for any of the combatants to react, a wave of raw psychic power burst out of him, hurling Ephriel, Diomedes and Lucius hurling through the air. Only Ahriman remained standing, anchoring himself into the ground with the black staff. Sanguinius whirled around, tearing the pale spear free from his incarnated flesh, and loomed over the former chief librarian. "Enough," snarled the Daemon Primarch. "We will not tolerate your insolence any longer, nephew." With a single blow, Sanguinius shattered the pale spear. The power of the blade and carmine blazed as it cut through the haft of Omegan's antediluvian weapon, overpowering the ancient mechanisms and turning it into a storm of razor-sharp shards that erupted around them before falling still on the ground, each fragment glowing with the power the pale spear had accumulated over the ages Omegan had wielded it against the enemies of humanity. Ahriman raised his black staff to block the next blow, only for the ancient weapon to be cut in two by Sanguinius' infernal sword. The destruction of the psychic focus unleashed a wave of energy that threw Ahriman backward, but that the angel weathered with a beat of his great wings, before striding toward the chief librarian as he returned to his feet. "Do you really think your petty tricks can defeat us, little warlock?" raged Sanguinius. "We are the Angel of Chaos. We are the Dark Prince's chosen champion, the true emperor of mankind." With that blasphemous declaration, Sanguinius plunged the blade and carmine into Ahriman's chest. The sword cut through armor like paper and burst out of the Space Marine's back. As it had with Galahoth, the weapon drank deep of Ahriman's blood, but as it sought to consume his soul, the rubric with which he was so deeply tied held fast. As his spirit was tugged between the two opposite forces, the pain of Ahriman's body paled to insignificance next to that of his soul. With his vocal cords ruined, Ahriman didn't give Sanguinius the satisfaction of screaming. Instead, he glared back at his killer, drawing upon all the secrets he had gleaned in the years of his exile, all the hidden truths and mysteries that were as much part of his power as the raw strength of his soul fire, and released one last working of the art. "You are no angel," pulsed Ahriman, and the dark gods themselves heard him. "May they all see you for what you really are." The former first captain of the Thousand Sons poured all of his remaining power in that final curse. His body turned to dust inside his armor as the last of his life force was drained away by his last great working. The rubric in his soul flared, blazing brighter than the sun for a brief moment, and it sundered the glamour that surrounded Sanguinius, revealing the angel's true appearance for all to behold. In the throne room, Magnus the Red wept. For even now, after becoming the guiding hand of the Astronomicon, after fusing with the echoes of every psyker who had been sacrificed to its flames, after watching the galaxy burn through the eyes of chaos while his body laid silent in the pyramid of Fatep, after all of this, it still hurt to see his son die. Sanguinius screamed. The glamour that Slaanesh had fashioned for him after his second fall, and that he had turned, first into a shroud of deceit masking his intent, then into an instrument of subjugation, was ripped to shreds by the blade of uncompromising, unforgiving truth. Ahriman had understood the glamour in a way no other psyker in the galaxy ever had, and had learned how to destroy it at the gates of the Black Library, when he had stripped the Chaos Lord Raphan the kinslayer of it at the end of his long errance. Now, by using the connection Sanguinius had forged between them by plunging the blade and carmine into his chest and sacrificing his life as fuel for the spell, Ahriman had repeated that feat, 100 times greater and more. Sanguinius' face was gaunt, cadaveric even, and framed by white, lanky hair matted in gore. His eyes were twin pits of unlight, reflective of the monstrous thirst that consumed his legion of vampires and revenants, his mouth a maw of vampiric fangs within which writhed a too long forked tongue. His armor was covered in the dried blood of his victims, only a few glimmers of gold visible underneath, each reflecting images of a different burning world, lost to the madness of the Ninth Legion and the mad cultists of Slaanesh across the galaxy. In his hand, the blade and carmine too was revealed for the avatar of inhuman hunger it really was, all beauty stripped away to reveal the daemon weapon's cruel form. It was hell forged into the shape of a sword, a prison for the uncounted thousands of souls Sanguinius had slain in person, where they suffered endless torments to fuel the false angel's power. Only Sanguinius' wings remained unchanged, the contrast between the pure white feathers and the rest of the Daemon Primarch's infernal appearance only increasing his hideousness. This was the monster Sanguinius had always run from before his fall, the one he had denied existed within him, the one he had refused to confront and conquer, driven by a fear born in his childhood. This was the beast that had ordered the burning of Anactor, slaughtering an entire world's people for their leader's crime of insulting him. This was the greatest abomination of lost Baal, a monster devoid of any of humanity's nobler qualities, and the incarnation of every selfish and cruel evil that dwelled within mortal hearts. The shattering of sanguineous glamour also removed the veil from the eyes of his thralls, but it didn't save them. In the hours since they had fallen under the daemon Primarchus' spell, the touch of Slaanesh had spread among them, warping their bodies and brains. Feathered wings in the image of the angel were but one of the mutations that had tainted sanguineous stolen armies. There were many, many more, each more anathema to the holiness of humanity's form than the last. Skins shifted to colors that made the eye bleed, limbs turned into animalistic counterparts or split into more, bones became malleable or vanished entirely, leaving behind bodies moved by will and sorcery. Sensory organs were grotesquely inflated, now perceiving realms of sensation no living thing had experienced since the fall. Faces were turned into perfected versions of themselves, or into nightmarish masks of flesh and burning warp fire. Those who had possessed augmetics had their artificial components equally changed, now running on their blood instead of the motive force, with augmetic limbs being twisted into sharp blades, whether they were arms or legs. Under the glamour's influence, the corrupted followers of Sanguinius had been unaware of their mutations, seeing themselves as idealized versions of their former selves, made greater by basking in the radiance of the angel. Now they were forced to confront their own hideous transformations, and the bestial instincts the lies of the glamour had kept at bay were unleashed in full. The discipline of the Slaaneshi host fell apart, and it turned from an army marching to support its prince's coronation into a horde of cultists, mutants, and daemons. Corrupted guardsmen who had marched in perfect parade formation moments ago turned to self-mutilation and cannibalism as they charged the closest enemy, still driven by the will of the Dark Prince radiating from the tear of nightmares and bubbling in their blood. Elsewhere on the wall, farther from the presence and power of Sanguinius, the other components of the divided host turned on themselves in an orgy of bloodletting and excess that the gunners on the wall watched in horror. New hosts of Slaaneshi Neverborn emerged from this madness, eventually hurling themselves at the wall of the inner palace, sizzling and bursting as they met the ancient and fully powered wards. Ecclesiarchy priests and sanctioned psychers felt the strains on the spiritual defenses, but for now, the wards were holding, and the guns of Lupercal's gate rained fiery death upon the attackers. In the mayhem, the defenders of Lupercal's gate slowed their charge, forced to hold their ground against the renewed aggression of their foe. But their morale had been reinforced by the sudden removal of the glamour's weight on their souls. Even with the wards of the gate protecting them, the pernicious influence of the angel had been pressing against their wills. Now it was gone, and while they could now feel the full monstrosity of the daemon Primarch behind them, they were veterans of the angel war one and all, their souls hardened against daemon-inspired dread. Amidst that vicious melee, Commander Nemo was face to face with the Chaos Marine in blood-red armor. He recognized it as one of the Violators, that warband that had taken the Hall of Judgment. To Nemo's senses, the breaking of the glamour had registered as the sound of a billion mirrors shattering at once, and the lifting of a great weight upon his soul. Despite his creeping exhaustion, he could breathe easier, and the recycled air of his armor tasted fresher than it had any right to. The effect on his foe was more pronounced. The Violator that the command had been fighting for the last 5 minutes wasn't thrown into the same savage madness that was overtaking the rest of the horde. Instead, it was as if some previous restraint had been cast off, as if the monster no longer had to play the role the glamour's lies had forced upon him, and could now fight using the fullness of his strength and skills. The other Violators Nemo had killed today were brutes, using their transhuman strength and the dark boons of their patron to carry them through battle. But this one fought like one of the Sanguinary Guard veterans, only without any of the decorum and discipline those gilded heretics clung to. The Violator was stronger, faster and more experienced than Nemo. The commander of the Sons of Horus was a veteran of centuries of warfare, and he knew that he was outmatched. However, he did have one advantage the Chaos Marine didn't have. He wasn't fighting alone. His vox clicked, and within 5 heartbeats, half a dozen of his battle brothers, some belonging to his legion, but not all, disengaged from their own battles and shot concentrated volleys at the Violator. His armor was torn to pieces, and he froze, as shock from his wounds overwhelmed his monstrous resilience, and fell to the ground. "Cheat," burbled the Violator, blood pouring out of his mouth. Is this what the 16th's honor has come to? Nemo didn't bother with answering the monster's accusations, he merely aimed his bolt pistol and fired, turning his head into a pink mist. Behind Lupercal's gate were billions of civilians, and the defenders were all that stood between them and the horde. In those circumstances, what did honor matter? Indeed, to let himself be killed rather than ask for aid would have been the more dishonorable choice. Lupercal! Nemo roared, as more of the lost and the damned charged him, their faces distorted into expressions of purest hatred and hunger. He wasn't shocked when half of them, instead of attacking him, fell upon the corpse of his foe and began devouring it. Disgusted, yes, and surprised that their madness would run so deep, but not shocked. After everything he had seen in the Angel War, there was little left that could shock him. Yet still, there was something disturbing in the ravenous, obsessed way in which the mutants gorged themselves upon the violators' flesh while Nemo cut through their kindred not 10 meters away from them. Grief bloomed within Ephriel's chest as she saw the empty armor of Ahriman fall the ground. It was different from the crushing weight of her sorrow at the God Emperor's demise. This was a more personal, more human emotion. Grief, not for a god, but for a friend. It seemed that, despite all that she had gone through, despite all the transformations she had endured, she was still human after all. Her hands tightened into fists as she forced herself to stand up. How many more, she wondered. She had already seen Kygonel, the Eldar Ranger who had rescued her from death at the hands of the Inquisition's fanatics, die to bring her to the Black Library. And before that, Silas Hand, the first man who had believed her to be more than a heretic, only to die at the claws of the Neverborn that had been hunting her. And before him, the sisters who had suffered unspeakable torments, holding on to their faith until she had come to deliver them. Her past was a road paved with the dead, while she alone went on, through resurrection after resurrection. How many more, before the end? She could see Lucius stir where he had fallen, the reborn's body broken beyond even the ability of a space marine's body to recover from quickly. Diomedes had fared better, but there were cracks in his armor too from his fall, and without Ahriman's help, Ephriel doubted they would be able to stand for long against Sanguinius. Stripped of his fair disguise or not, the Daemon Primarch was still as powerful as before, the vessel for all the dark energies Slaanesh had infused into its great servants, before they had been slain by the Imperium's heroes. Which one of them would die next, she thought. No. No more. She wouldn't let anyone else die in her stead. She took her grief and let it harden inside her, turning into a cold fury that fueled her power. Sanguinius was wrong. He thought that because the Emperor was dead, he could not punish the Daemon Primarch for his crimes. But she was here, was she not? She was the Emperor's answer to the false angel's evil. She was his guardian, wrought from the clay of horrors committed by the ruinous powers so that she might have the strength to protect humanity from them. She was the Daemonifuge, and woe to those who dared harm his people. The tier of nightmares had brought the Materium and the Immaterium closer together than ever before. Most loyalist psychers were too hard-pressed keeping the warp's corruption at bay to take advantage of it, but Ephriel's soul was anathema to the horrors of the Sea of Souls. She had held back from drawing upon that power, afraid that it would taint her, but the time for half measures had passed. She opened the floodgates, and let the power of the Sea of Souls flow through her, purified in the crucible of her will and nature. Eyes burning with too bright light, the Daemonifuge went to face the false angel. Lightning crackled around her, and the blade in her hand shone with the same radiance. Sanguinius! She roared, her voice resonating from one end of the inner palace's walls to the next. Come and die. The vampiric visage of the Daemon Primarch turned toward her, wild and mad with rage and bloodthirst. His incarnation sizzled and smoked where Ephriel's light touched it, but he was too powerful, too full of Slaanesh's blessings, to be so easily harmed. You will pay for this insult. Sanguinius screeched, his voice as changed as his appearance, for it now echoed with the screams of a million damned souls. He slammed one boot into the empty armor of Ahriman, breaking the ceramite to shards in a single blow. We will bind your souls, all of you, and visit upon you an eternity of torments, until you beg us to be allowed to lick our boots to ease the agony. We will wipe out every soul on this misbegotten planet and reshape it in our image, before doing the same to the Imperium. We will hunt down the warlock's spirit wherever he might hide and feed him into the fires of the beacon after we claim it, that he might burn forevermore to spread the light of our glory that he dared reject. We will dash. There was the sound of metal grinding on stone, and Sanguinius suddenly stopped ranting, his gaze moving past Ephriel. Ephriel dared not take her eyes off her foe, fearing this might be a trick, until she felt it too. Behind the walls, the gate of the Cavia Ferum's entrance swung open, and out of the dark strode Lorgar Aurelian, the sword that was promised blazing in his hand. He had run all the way from the throne room, taking advantage of the temporal distortions within the maze his brother had wrought to cross the entire distance in mere minutes. After all, to one who had spent millennia battling the Neverborn in the realms of chaos, the strange geometries of the Cavia Ferum were child's play to comprehend. Before Lupercal's gate, the daemons and their slaves screamed in agony at its presence, while those who had gathered to stand against them, heroes one and all, felt their steadily diminishing strength renewed. The proximity of the sword that was promised was like the coming of dawn after night, like the sweetness of fresh water after days spent in a merciless desert. It was respite from the ceaseless onslaught of chaos, from the tier of nightmares, silence where the endless whispers of daemons had ground against the walls of their will. The Angel of Ruin snarled as he faced his brother. Unnatural stillness descended as the two looked at one another, and despite their shared origin, in that moment they couldn't have been more different. Sanguinius, said Lorgar softly, and while there was grief in his voice, there was no hesitation. This ends here. You will go no further. Will you not ask us to repent, dear brother? Mocked Sanguinius. Will you not ask us to turn aside from the dark powers, and return to the righteous path? You can never be forgiven for all the things you have done, replied Lorgar, his face a picture of serenity that could have been carved into a cliff. For you feel no remorse for any of your deeds. I see you for what you are, clearer even than the others who look upon you now, stripped of your cloak of shining lies. And yet, you offered redemption to our brother of darkness and smoke, didn't you? Lionel Johnson at least retains the decency to feel regret for his actions, even if he tells himself they were necessary. Whereas you don't even regret the murder of Horus. The lion only feels regret because his pain amuses Tsiench, spat Sanguinius, showing no reaction to the name of the brother he had slain on those very grounds. He dances on the strings of that puppeteer, deprived of all but the flintiest illusion of choice. Lorgar nodded. I know. Did you think I wouldn't? There are no tricks left that the dark gods haven't already tried on me, Sanguinius, save those their hollow minds cannot comprehend. I know the lion is a puppet, his very thoughts made to dance for the amusement of the god of lies. But it changes nothing. It is in the nature of chaos to destroy itself, and just because the lion's remorse is at the sufferance of his slave master, does not mean it cannot be the key to his salvation. If you truly believe this, then you are a greater fool than we took you for, Lorgar. Perhaps, admitted Lorgar. I choose to have faith, regardless. But you? I do not know how much of your damnation is the result of your own choices, and how much was caused by the terrible power that consumed your destiny. But in the end, it doesn't matter. You are a monster, however you came to that ruinous state. An abomination against humanity and the universe. There is nothing left in you to save, no way to redeem you but death. You cannot kill us, and there was nothing of Sanguinius' old self in the voice that spoke now, only the Angel of Ruin. We are the hunger for greatness that lurks within the souls of men. We are the desire that drives all transgressions by those who know better. We are eternal. That, said Lorgar calmly, is just another lie the dark gods told you. Everything great about you has been taken away, until what stands before me is nothing but a posturing spirit, bloated with corrupted power that was never really yours. There is no mask left for you to hide behind like a shield, Sanguinius. No false light to blind your foe. You are exposed, Angel, and you stand alone. We need no one else to kill you, brother, laughed Sanguinius, and the discordant sound of his laughter clashed against the aura of the sword that was promised like a dying scream in the middle of the night. Let us demonstrate. And for the first time since the siege of Terra, two primarchs went to war upon the soil of humanity's birth world. We see this, the battlefield where the five stand against the one. We see the one dead and the one dying, though he is barred from death by the burden he carries. We see she who is thrice born, he who was reforged and reclaimed, and he who was lost and found. We see the fallen angel, his veil of lies and empty promises torn aside by our beloved Son. We see his hunger, his darkness so great it would crush humanity under its weight if given the chance, smothering the flame of the species soul and leaving only gnawing emptiness in its place. Lady Ephriel, we see you, and we whisper to you and you alone, unheard by the one who was once our brother. The hour approaches, O Demonophage, O heretic saint. Do you know what it is you must do? Oh yes, you do. We see your dead sisters, clinging to your soul still, whispering into your heart as we do into your mind. They know secrets of the Dark Prince that even we remain ignorant of. Be prepared, Ephriel. Be prepared. The ground shook and reality shuddered as Lorgar and Sanguinius fought beneath the archway of Lupercal's gate. The two Primarches were each incarnations of opposed forces, one the avatar of Slaanish's desire for victory in the great game of chaos, the other wielder of the Emperor's dream and the promise made manifest in the sword. Each held in his hands a blade of singular might, before which lesser powers had been humbled and brought low. Each clash of Luther's ancient weapon against Sanguinius' infernal sword caused psychic shockwaves that battered the wards of the inner palace. Witnessing such an epic confrontation, the three heroes sought to come to Lorgar's aid. Diomedes raised his spear, and called upon the power that dwelled within it to unleash a beam of black light aimed at Sanguinius' flank. But the Daemon Primarch had foreseen the attack, and caught the beam with his left hand, blocking it with his armored palm and a conjured barrier of psychic energy. With a twist of his hand, Sanguinius returned the attack, and Diomedes barely got out of the way of the false angel's riposte, which left a deep crater in the ground. Lucius and Ephriel attacked Sanguinius back, hoping to catch him between them and Lorgar. But with a beat of his wings, Sanguinius turned toward them, dodging Lorgar's resulting attack by less than a millimeter, his skin blackening at the proximity of the sword that was promised. His right arm, wielding the blade Encarmine, caught Ephriel mid-flight, and the Demonophage only barely managed to block a decapitating blow that instead sent her crashing backward. Meanwhile, Sanguinius' left hand plunged into Lucius' chest, tearing through the lesser armor the Reborn had managed to obtain, and ripped out both of his hearts, crushing them in his grip. The corpse of Lucius hit the ground, motionless, and Lorgar cried out in fury at the sight. The Primarch of the Word-Bearers could see the darkness coming for the soul of Lucius, and knew that the champion of the Third Legion would perish forever should it claim him. Remembering the words of his brother Magnus, Lorgar gathered his power and ignited the sword that was promised. For a moment, it shone with a radiance akin to that of the Astronomicon itself, and the darkness was driven back, its hold on Lucius' soul burned away. But Lorgar's action had left him open, as Sanguinius had planned, and before the Primarch could recover, the blade Encarmine came down and cut off Lorgar's right hand at the wrist. Hand and sword fell to the ground, before Sanguinius kicked Lorgar in the chest with impossible strength, hurling him several meters away from the sword. Sanguinius laughed, a vile and monstrous sound. Sometimes, brother, the hero dies. And a pretty sword won't save you. Do you really think some old prophecy will help you now? You, of all of us. Is this what you have been reduced to? You understand nothing, replied Lorgar, powering through the pain of his lost hand with sheer will for all the injuries the Urizen had endured through his long life, and there were many. This was his first time being mutilated, and the blade Encarmine didn't inflict painless wounds. There is no prophecy, no destined salvation to be handed over to humanity. This blade is no divine promise. It is a vow made manifest, yes, the vow of humanity itself. The promise that one day, we shall live up to our own ideals, that we will be what we pretend to ourselves we are. Lies and delusions, nothing more. And you do not have even that any longer, taunted Sanguinius. But I do, monster. Sanguinius turned his head, and beheld Ephriel, who had risen up and picked up the sword that was promised from where it had fallen, leaving her own sword behind. In the hands of the Demonophage, the sword shone with a terrible radiance. The promise it incarnated mixed with the knowledge of Slaanish Ephriel held to form a light that was anathema to all creations of the Dark Prince, and the horde that bayed at Lupercal's gate recoiled in fright. It will destroy you, Sanguinius said, eyes wide in horror and recoiling from the Thriceborn. You cannot wield that much power, not as you are now. Nothing will remain of you, not even the meanest ghost or memory. I know, grimly answered Ephriel. Already she could feel her flesh, her very self, being consumed by the power of the weapon she was holding. But it didn't matter. This was her destiny, the doom for which she had been made, and she couldn't think of a worthier one. Then another hand closed around her own, huge enough as to completely wrap itself around both the handle of the sword and her gauntlets. Lorgar had stood up from where he had fallen, and come up behind her while she drew all of Sanguinius' attention. The Urizen's power flowed into the sword, mixing with Ephriel, and he took up a portion of the burden of withstanding that awesome power for himself, easing the pain of Ephriel as he had eased his brothers before joining the battle. "No," said the Primarch. "It won't. Not if we do it together." Endesh began Sanguinius, but he never finished whatever he had been about to say. They struck as one, and the blade and carmine shattered into 1,000 fragments before their combined might. The sword that was promised released all the souls that had been trapped within the daemon weapon in a torrent of howling spirits, before cutting a deep groove in the blood-stained armor of Sanguinius. The daemon Primarch was thrown back by the impact, his infernal essence reacting violently to the sword's power. No blood poured from the wound, for the daemon Primarch had been hurt far more deeply than just his incarnation. Instead, toxic light spilled from the tear as his damaged essence, the twisted and vile thing his immortal, emperor-given soul had become, poured out. Reaching out to try and close it in much the same way a human soldier might try to hold his guts in after a disemboweling strike, the Angel of Chaos fell to one knee. Still holding the sword together, Ephriel and Lorgar approached Sanguinius. The daemon Primarch looked up. Even then, at the end, there was no regret in his eyes, only bitter amusement. "You should have let us win," he said. "Mark our words, our reign would have been kinder than any of the others will be." Once again, Lorgar and Ephriel joined their minds and power, and together, they struck at Sanguinius' neck. Time froze. Reality fell away, as if a curtain had been pulled to reveal the true stage of the universe. Sister and Primarch stood in absolute blackness. In their grip, the sword shone with the same light as before, but there was nothing for it to illuminate. Since the end of the war in Heavens and Chaos inception, none of the dark gods had ever been able to fully incarnate in the Materium. This was the reason they used daemons, lesser fragments of themselves that could be called into the physical plane. But now, with its greatest champion Sanguinius having claimed the power of 6 exalted daemon lords and the tier of nightmares stretching all across Sol, Slaanesh stood closer to full-fledged manifestation than any dark god ever had before. Even then, Slaanesh was still far from incarnation, only Sanguinius claiming the Astronomicon and using it to tear a new hole in reality surpassing even the Eye of Terror would be enough for the Dark Prince to manifest in the resulting hellscape, an act that would herald the end of the Great Game and Slaanesh's ultimate victory. But Slaanesh was still closest to the Materium than any dark god had been in many ages of the galaxy, and in that moment Lorgar and Ephriel were brought to face the Dark Prince by the combined powers they wielded and the unique circumstances of their action. The Dark Prince of Chaos loomed over Ephriel and Lorgar, an impossibly huge figure that was a maelstrom of obscene colors and visions of glorious horrors, too vast for even a Primarch and the Demonifuge to truly comprehend, at least with their conscious minds. Only impressions could be glimpsed, a humanoid shape with sinuous horns and sensual curves, scales of purest white and feathers with all the colors of sin, fangs dripping with the galaxy's lifeblood, eyes that shone with violet light. It was illuminated from within by billion upon billion of shining stars, each and every one of them a soul the Lord of Pleasure and Pain had claimed upon their demise, to be tormented forevermore within it. Some of these stars formed constellations, shining in clusters of peerless agony that were like organs within the dark god's shape, and these Ephriel knew to be Eldar craft worlds that had been devoured whole during the fall, when they had failed to escape the collapse of the Eldar Empire and the opening of the Eye of Terror. "I see you," said Slaanesh, in a voice that was louder than the cacophony of screams that radiated from it like body heat, that was a discordant note in the symphony of the universe. "Little Lorgar, little Ephriel. Such dedication to your purpose you hold, little ones. Why, one might call it obsession." "False god," said Lorgar, undaunted in the face of such perfect evil. "We will stop you. Do you hear me, old horror? We will yet be free. Your father said those words to me and my brothers, when yours first laid siege to his castle of ash and dust," purred the Dark Prince of Chaos. "He was wrong too. But we have something he didn't," said Lorgar. "And what is that?" Lorgar and Ephriel smiled, and something like worry flickered on Slaanesh's divine visage. A target, they said together, and swung the sword that was promised. Here, in this place where metaphor and reality met, where the Dark Prince of Chaos could manifest, the sword's true aspect was revealed. It was as Lorgar had described it to Sanguinius, the promise of humanity that one day, they would be better than they were, that one day, they live up to what they pretended to be. That the stories of heroism and kindness would be more than stories, that honor and dignity would be more than tools for the powerful to hold on to their power. Through the potent soul of Lorgar, the full power of the sword that was promised could be drawn upon, tens of thousands of years of hopes and promises forming a psychic fire of unprecedented power. That fire then passed through the prism of Ephriel Stern's unique soul, a catalyst that granted it the same properties as the Daemonifuge. And together, they swung that fire, which took the aspect of an immense blade of pure light, at the form of the Dark Prince. Seeing this attack approach, Slaanesh fled, withdrawing all of its essence and power not just from Sanguinius, but from Soul entirely. It wasn't quick enough, however, and the sword that was promised cut it on the way out, a small cut on its hand, marring its perfection forevermore. The realms of chaos echoed with the sound of the Dark Prince's scream, pain and fury and hatred mixed with something no mortal had heard in remembered history, the fear of a god. Reality rushed back in, and Ephriel and Lorgar found themselves back under Lupercal's gate. Before them, Sanguinius' beheaded body crumbled into dust and less than dust, which soon vanished completely. Ephriel knew, then, that the false angel hadn't simply been banished back to the Empyrean, but annihilated. The Daemon Primarch had been abandoned by his dark god, who had fled from them in fright, leaving the essence of Sanguinius to be completely consumed, removed from the warp as Sartorials had been on Terathelion. Suddenly, Ephriel realized the absurdity of her own thoughts. Fright. They had frightened a dark god. We could have killed it, she whispered, the impossible thought demanding to be spoken aloud. Yes, replied Lorgar to her side. Its flight proves that the Dark Prince feared us. She turned, letting go of the sword that was promised, and looked at him. Despite his injuries, Lorgar Aurelian was smiling, a joyful, but also savage smile. I thought, this was my destiny. That I would die here to stop him. The Emperor died so that there would be no such thing, said Lorgar. So that we would make our own fates. He looked up, and his breath caught in his throat. Look up, Ephriel. And she did. The skies were miraculously clear of clouds. In the heavens, the hideous scar of the Tear of Nightmares was gone, seared close by the destruction of Sanguinius. Even the omnipresent pollution clouds of Terra had parted, revealing the black night sky, and the rays of the coming dawn on the horizon. Without its baleful radiance and with their Dark Prince having fled from Sol, the demonic legions across the system were already losing their hold onto corporeality, while the mortal followers of Slaanesh were struck with terror in their very souls, fleeing from battle as blind panic overwhelmed them. It would take months, years to cleanse the system from their taint, and the scars left by the Angel War would never fade away. But right now, right there, stillness descended upon the battlefield, as the soldiers of the Imperium realized that, against all odds and hopes, it was over. Never, in all her lives, had Ephriel felt so exhausted. We won, she whispered. Lucius breathed. He was alive again. He had thought, when Sanguinius had struck him down, that this would be his final death, the one from which he would not recover. It would have been a worthy end, as would have been every one of his previous deaths, and yet, here he was again. His armor was gone, leaving him clad only in drags. The sword Khalid had given him was right there at his side, and he picked it up as he stood and took in the changes around him. One thing was obvious, which he had known since opening his eyes: they had won. Sanguinius was no more, not just banished, but well and truly gone. He felt Terra breathing a sigh of relief at the removal of this most terrible of threats. Already he could feel the crumbling of the Daemon Primarch's hordes across the throne world as mortal slaves of ruin fled in terror, leaving behind Imperials too shocked by this sudden reversal of fortune to give pursuit. But the threat hadn't passed. There remained many dangers to the throne world, some years, or even decades in the future, others far more immediate. The people of Sol were traumatized by the atrocities of the Angel War, and those who had succumbed to the madness induced by the Tear of Nightmares hadn't been released by its searing. And beyond that, the Imperium had changed a great deal since the last time he had seen it, and few of these changes had been for the better. Lucius could feel the fear, the deeply ingrained paranoia and distrust that existed in every imperial institution. He sensed the fear the people of Terra held for the Space Marines, driven to a fevered peak by the fresh atrocities of the Angel War. He sensed the doubts within the High Lords, born of the failed conspiracy to bring the Emperor to apotheosis. There was only one path. This didn't end with the Sol system, and by extension the Imperium, tore itself apart in the coming years. And they had to start walking that path now. The Reborn walked across the stunned battlefield, and the weight of his mantle drew the eyes of the exhausted combatants. Then, under the gaze of thousands of Space Marines, Custodes, Guardsmen, Sisters, Militia, and countless others who had come together in defense of the Imperium in its hour of direst need, he knelt. Lucius knelt before Lorgar, sword held in both hands, the tip of his blade planted into the ground, and spoke a single word that was heard by every faithful soul that had taken part in the Battle of Lupercal's Gate. War Master. There was a moment of silence, as the future rested on the edge of a knife. Then, War Master! Roared Diridaden Nemo, standing up despite the grievous injuries that covered his body, holding up his blade in salute of the one who had, at last, avenged his long-lost Primarch. Hail Lorgar! Hail War Master Aurelian! War Master! Shouted Salvar Lermentov, who had miraculously survived, brandishing a lasgun. War Master! Shouted the armies of the Imperium, a title and a crowning and a promise all at once. War Master! War Master! Exchanging a glance with Ephriel, Lorgar took up the sword that was promised in his left hand and raised it up to the clear skies. He opened his mouth, and said, "For the Emperor." From the shadows of Lupercal's Gate, where he had just arrived from the top, Omegan watched it all happen, and laughed, even as tears of grief and joy ran on his cheeks. For the Emperor indeed, he whispered to no one in particular. The words were old ones, an oath he and his legion had employed for 10,000 years, now given a new meaning by his brother. No longer would they fight in his name, now they would fight so that his sacrifice wouldn't have been in vain. Unseen, the Lord of the Hydra nodded to himself. He had lost his spear, his armor was in shambles, his plan to make the Emperor a god had failed, his arm was missing and his legion had revealed every asset it had in Sol as part of the Damocles Protocol. There was much to be done. Victory was theirs, but victory wasn't enough. Is this victory? It is. Our brother is released, granted oblivion. The Angel of Slaanesh is ended, now and forevermore. May whatever shade remained of who he once was finally be at peace. But this is not the end. Elsewhere, darkness gathers, revealed with the passing of light's end. The rules have changed, but the board remains. The pieces are in place, even if one of the players has run a sword through his own heart. The game will continue. Time does not stop even when your father is dead. That is the way it has always been for humanity. Why should it be different for us? We see so many worlds, so many wars. Uralan. Kadaya. Olympia. Sankur. Komarik. Damnos. Tartarus. We see the blood-soaked battlefields of the galaxy, altars upon which the future is set ablaze by the devotees of ruin. A grand ritual of damnation to herald the coming of chaos ascendant. The age of nightmares is upon us, brothers. Yet we shall not abandon the dream, for in this victory are revealed the seeds of hope. You and your secretive cabal have learned how to create gods, Omegan. But by the blade of Lorgar, the opposite lesson has been learned. All things are impossible until done for the first time. With the sundering of our father, a god has died. The paradigm has shifted. The truth that has reigned since the imperial truth died in the fires of Guilliman's heresy may now be changed. The precarious balance of this grim universe can be upset, one way or another. We must now consider the metaphysics of deicide. The Terran Crucible, Epilogue. The office was a grandiose room, Omegan had to give his brother that. It had been abandoned around 2,000 years ago, but the servants of the inner palace had cleaned it and readied it for Lorgar's use with a swiftness and efficiency that befit their lineages. The ancestors of many of them had been working in the palace when it had been completed, at the end of the Unification Wars. Lorgar Aurelian, War Master of the Imperium, a title which had been restored to its Crusade-era scope after the Urizen had claimed it, sat at an ornate desk, whose elaborate surface was almost completely covered by paperwork, some of which was stacked high enough Lorgar's face was almost hidden behind it. The golden Primarch held a stylus in his augmatic right hand as he reviewed and annotated the countless reports competing for his attention, his eyes and fingers moving at speeds even the most advanced logistic servitor could match. Like Omegan's arm, the hand was a hasty replacement, taken from the spare parts meant for wounded space marines and resized by the tech priests to fit the Primarch well enough for use. Omegan knew that, like him, Lorgar still suffered from phantom pain. The blade and carmine had been a powerful weapon, and its destruction hadn't healed the metaphysical damage it had inflicted upon the Primarches. The sword that was promised rested against the desk, sheathed in the rune-marked scabbard in which it had been confined the first time Omegan had laid eyes upon it, back when it had been carried by Cypher. Omegan himself carried no weapon. Omegan bore no weapon, though this still left him one of the most dangerous people on Terra. The fragments of the Pale Spear had been recovered in the aftermath of the Battle of Lupercal's Gate and stored in the Tower of Hegemon, awaiting shipping to Mars, where the weapon would either be repaired or stored in the secure vaults of the Tech Priests. Lorgar looked up as Omegan approached, and smiled. "Brother," he greeted. The Urizen's smile didn't quite hide his exhaustion from Omegan, however, especially since the Lord of the Hydra shared it. The two Primarches had been working almost without pause since the Battle of Lupercal's Gate, trying to patch the Imperium within Sol back together. Lorgar had remained in the inner palace, with only a few sorties beyond the walls to deal with important matters. They had more or less conscripted Lucius the Reborn and that gem in the rough Salvor Lermentov to help manage the palace's immediate surroundings, leaving Omegan free to run all across Terra putting out fires as fast as he could. Having spent thousands of years dealing with the High Lords and their cronies, Omegan was rather sure he had gotten the better part of that deal. Besides, the 12 would riot if he got anywhere near the position of War Master himself. His actions before Light's End had been revealed, and the High Lords were distrustful of the fact the Alpha Legion had kept thousands of legionaries hidden across Sol while plotting to replace the Emperor on the Golden Throne. No one was accusing him of treason, they wouldn't dare, at least not to his face. But even those who, like Patroclus, had been aware of his plan, had their confidence in his abilities shaken by the sheer magnitude of his failure and the calamity that had followed. Which was only fair, truth be told. "Hello, Lorgar." Omegan looked at one particular report, marked with the Inquisition's sigil. "More manifestations." "Yes," replied Lorgar, putting down his stylus. "Everyone outside the inner palace still suffers from nightmares, though it's difficult to tell those born of demonic influence from those born of genuine trauma, if such a difference exists at all. The same thing happened after the siege," remembered Omegan. "Though from what I have seen, it's nowhere near as severe now than it was back then, thankfully." "I know." Lorgar had seen the aftermath of the siege as well, and much earlier than Omegan, who had been busy fighting another, hidden war at the time. "The Ordos are removing or covering every mirror, since they seem to be focus points for the manifestations. They would be more effective if their numbers hadn't been crippled at Enceladus. For now, the Grey Knights are working with the Chosen of Magnus to purify the most important areas of Terra, but there just aren't enough of them. It will be generations before the wounds of this war can even begin to properly heal. And we can't afford to wait that long. The living saints are helping, though." Lorgar's expression told what his words didn't. Omegan sighed. "I know you don't like the implications of their existence, let alone their title, but you can't deny their usefulness. Their presence is doing wonders for morale, and they are bearers of our Father's power." I know, waved Lorgar. "I don't resent that, and I am grateful for their presence. I have spoken with more of them, and they are all people I approve of. It's just, I am afraid that even now that he is gone, his fears of being made into the instrument of humanity's oppression might still be realized by his heirs. Already the priests are claiming that, with the return of his sons, our father abandoned his mortal body to watch over all of humanity as a spirit, and entrusted the duties of running the Imperium and guiding the Astronomicon to us while he prepares for the final battle against the Dark Gods. The Ecclesiarchy is a necessary composant of the Imperium, Lorgar. And right now, on Terra, they are more important than ever. We need them to keep the people's spirits up." You, Magnus, even the sword, it isn't enough, not after everything they have been through. Omegan went on. We still don't have a definite death count. I doubt we will ever know the exact number, but they are still finding pockets of survivors and sites of slaughter. And the injured? He shook his head, trying to banish the images of the field hospitals he had seen outside the palace. We are keeping people from starving thanks to the Damocles Protocol's silos and the cargo ships that were in the system when Light's End struck, but there are only so many derelicts our scavenging crews can find in the void. Terra's population was utterly dependent on imports for its food, and the repercussions of Light's End had thrown the supply chain into complete disarray. New shipments were only just beginning to arrive, their second and third-rate navigators managing to find their way through the disturbances in the warp. Hundreds of cargo ships had been lost within Sol during the Angel War, their crew ill-prepared to deal with the madness of the Tier of Nightmares, and Omegan had arranged for recovery teams to find these wrecks and see if their precious cargo could be recovered. Lorgar gestured to the mountain of paperwork before him. You have been outside the palace, brother. What do your hidden eyes tell you? Has there been any sign of Uranus? The Lord of the Hydra shook his head. None. Neither the observatories nor the patrols have found any trace of it. I have no idea where it went, but I doubt it's anywhere good. An entire world, gone, along with its array of moons and orbital stations. Sadly, this wasn't unheard of in the Imperium, but for it to happen here, in Sol. On a more optimistic note, Omegan forced himself to continue. I have finished assuming temporary control of the Arbit's assets on Terra until order is restored. The leadership of the Adeptus Arbits had been destroyed with the Hall of Judgment, but there were still tens of thousands of judges on the throne world, scattered across the many precinct fortresses. Many of them had fallen during the Angel War, their nature as symbols of imperial order making them choice targets for the warp-crazed and neverborn, but just as many still stood. They are a blunt instrument, said Lorgar, frowning. Relentless in their pursuit of the law, with little thought for justice. You need to be careful with them, brother. I know. Right now, I am using them to guard the food distribution centers and keep the peace in the queues. In time, we will need to reform them from terrifying wardens into protectors, but that will take time, even to do so just here on Terra, let alone throughout the entire Imperium. A lot of time, agreed Lorgar. Time we don't have, I am afraid. The Imperium was beset by calamities, of which Light's End was but the latest, if perhaps the most grievous. The old monsters were returning, emerging from the mists of time and legend. Gilliman had returned to life, though it had cost him his home world. The Black Legion mustered at the Cadian Gate, while the Dark Angels had struck beyond the Eye of Terror, and not just at Terathelion. Even Corax had left the Eye for the first time since the Unborn Crusade, wiping out the Iron Warriors at Hydra Cordatus and stealing the gene seed stored there. The thought of what the Ravenlord would do with such a trove was an unnerving one to say the least. And those were only the enemies aligned with the Primordial Annihilator. The Necron dynasties were awakening, as had been shown when they had sought to interrupt Ennead's awakening. More and more Tyranid fleets were reported with every passing year, and the end of the Octarian War heralded a resurgence on that particular front. Past the borders of the Imperium, the Orcs were growing in numbers, waiting only for a new war boss to unite them once more. In the dark city of Komarok, the millennia-long feud between the Drukhari greatest leaders seemed to be about to end, one way or another. Even the Taz, who even Omegan had disregarded as insignificant in the grand scheme of things, were beginning to get expansionist ambitions. It was a desperate situation, yet there was cause for hope. Omegan dared not discuss it aloud, even here in the inner palace. What Magnus was considering, even as his prodigious mind strained to direct the Astronomicon, was dangerous beyond belief. But if they could do it? No. There were other concerns he needed to attend to right now. And it seemed that Lorgar shared that thought, for he shook his head and said, "All right, we have procrastinated long enough. Why are you really here, Omegan?" Two things. First, I have finally heard from Zoser. The battle at the Inquisitorial Fortress at the southern pole was particularly vicious, and he has only just recovered enough to send his report. Zoser Kakali, correct? The veteran of the Death Watch who helped Magnus update his knowledge of Xenos breeds. Precisely. I sent him south when we received a garbled transmission from the Inquisition about being under attack by Zeno's attackers that weren't Laters. Apparently, while we were fighting sanguineous armies, a cult of gene stealers calling themselves the WIRMS of the Urtendril emerged from the under-archives of Nordafric and made their way across the entire continent to attack the stronghold. And this was on their banners. He handed Lorgar a data slate, which showed the image of a tentacled maw, opening on Terra itself to devour all life and soul. Lorgar studied it intently, with a deep frown on his face. Troubling. I have heard of these gene stealers. Their infiltration of the Imperium is a greater threat than I think anyone gave them credit for, and that they have reached all the way to Terra is even worse. When Zoser is better, I will need to speak with him in person to get more details of what happened. The Urizen returned his gaze on Omegan, clearly preparing himself for something even worse. And the second reason. Omegan took a deep breath. I have just come back from the astropathic choirs. The vast majority of the warp speakers in Sol had been died or gone insane during the Angel War, but they had been able to scavenge enough survivors to re-establish contact with the rest of the Imperium. The draconian restrictions on outgoing messages this has caused would have been enough to cause an economic collapse on their own, but Light's End and the Angel War had already guaranteed that anyway. With the entire galaxy resonating with the echoes of Light's End, the Primarches had needed to hurry to spread their own message. The astropaths were broadcasting the truth of what had happened in Sol, the rise of the living saints, the defeat of chaos, the destruction of hated Sanguinius, Magnus' ascension to the Golden Throne and the return of the three Primarches. Well, mostly they sang of the Urizen and the Crimson King. Omegan had never been one fit for sagas, which he had long since made his peace with. But while the astropaths sang to the stars, they also listened. Terra was the ultimate destination for every alert, every warning of doom shouted into the void by humanity's desperate defenders. For 10,000 years they had been collected and processed here, before the Leviathan of the Imperium stirred to react, sometimes centuries too late as messages were lost in its labyrinthine bureaucracy. Now that bureaucracy was in shambles, and the task of monitoring the writings of the mind-linked servitors tasked with transcribing the astropath's visions fell to a motley collection of scholars, disaffected nobles, and even agents of the Temple Venus. Omegan went there regularly, both to check on the latest news and to ensure these disparate individuals didn't come to blows. Today, however, no one had so much had raised their voice to complain about the conditions in which they worked. There has been word from Kadaya. Morgana stood in the darkened halls beneath the Imperial Palace, with only ghosts for company. Once, back when Sir Kay still drew breath, this chamber had been located at the base of the mountain that had been raised to become the palace, and used by ancient shamans to perform their rituals. Some of the power they had invoked lingered there, and the wards placed upon the chamber during the palace's construction had kept the subterranean tribes that dwelled in the lightless levels of the megastructure out. Before her, on an altar of stone, were spread fragments of crimson armor, recovered from the Battle of Lupercal's Gate. Each of the pieces was a priceless relic, deserving of being entombed within the reliquaries of the Imperium for the part their wearer had played in the Angel War. But Morgana had recovered them all, which had been no small feat. She had only been able to accomplish it so quickly because she had known exactly where to find every shard, thanks to her new companion. The fragments surrounded a complete suit of armor, in a design not made in the Martian forges for millennia. Morgana had pulled some strings to recover it from one of the many museums of war scattered across Terra, drawing on her influence to find one that had survived the Angel War and was of the appropriate colors. It was a relic of the Great Crusade, a piece of an idealistic past the Imperium had left behind long ago. But with the return of three Primarches and the death of the Emperor, the times of myth and legend were returning. She had spoken with Diomedes, the purified herald who even now waited in the cells of the Inquisition, having willingly surrendered himself into their care to assuage their fears, and with Sor Pharos, whose damaged soul hadn't been restored even by meeting his Primarch in person. From what Morgana had heard, meeting Sor Pharos had been a difficult experience for Lorgar. Before his disappearance, only a few of his sons had succumbed to the cold and righteous fury of their gene line, and the Primarch had personally intervened each time to help them escape it. Even the legendary Argel Tal, who had been driven to it by the horrors of Kelth, had been successfully rescued. And yet, Lorgar hadn't managed to restore Sor Pharos, not even with the aid of the sword that was promised. They didn't know if this was because of the circumstances of the Watcher's affliction, or whether there had been shifts in the gene seed of the 17th that had made the iconoclast's altered mindset resistant to their Primarch's influence. Neither possibility was encouraging. The worst of it, though, was that Sor Pharos himself saw nothing wrong with himself. The two heroes of the Imperium had told her of the great horrors the Dark Prince had let loose upon the galaxy, of the latter moonship and the abomination at its core. Through the sacrifices of heroes, the monsters of chaos had been defeated. It was a tale she was bitterly familiar with. Since the death of her father and the destruction of her home world, Morgana had hidden in the shadows of history, doing her best to help preserve humanity while keeping the secrets entrusted to her. Now, the wheels of destiny were in motion, thrown on paths not foreseen by the Emperor's final sacrifice. She remembered the agony she had felt while helping Magnus the Red adapt to his new place in the Imperium. She remembered the burning, all-consuming pain of the Astronomicon, the sense of crushing power and duty. She had borne only a fraction of it, and had only survived because of the enhancements that had been made to her body and soul on long-lost Caliban. She had touched souls with the Crimson King, which was why, when the Angel War had ended and he had no longer needed his assistance, a new spirit had been drawn to her. Which was why she was here now. "Are you sure about this?" She spoke aloud to the empty chamber. "Even I cannot tell what this will do to you exactly, but I doubt it will be pleasant. The spell you wove will bind you as it binds the souls of your ashen brothers. I haven't studied it as you have, but your consciousness will most likely suffer some diminishment." "Yes," answered a voice that could be heard only in her mind. "Long ago, in my folly, I condemned tens of thousands of my brothers to such a fate. Magnus may have forgiven me, and it might even have been the correct thing, the right thing to do. But it is only just that I should share their fate." "Very well," sighed Morgana. "If you are sure, then let's begin." What followed was part source-rouse ritual, part psychic weaving, and part smithing, as Morgana hammered the fragments of Ahriman's armor onto the complete suit of warplate while engraving Tuscan mandalas onto the inside of the armor and tying each of them to the shade of the chief librarian. She had studied Prosperan lore long ago, perusing the tomes that had been saved from the wolf's madness, and with Ahriman whispering guidance in her soul, her work advanced swiftly. Once the armor was ready, she sensed her connection to the fleshless soul of the son of Magnus fade, though not completely, as the armor replaced her as his anchor in the Matorium. The eye lenses of the helmet flared with ghostly light, and Ozek Ahriman stood once more, remade as a Roboutian, just as so many of the sons of Magnus had been across the centuries. "Can you hear me?" Morgana asked, standing before the Roboutian. The warrior's helmet dipped, staring straight at Morgana. "I do, Lady Inquisitor," replied Ahriman in a voice cold as the grave. Yet it was not devoid of humor as he went on, "It seems that from now on, duty does not end in death. There were many towers on Terra, even now, after the destruction visited upon the throne world by the Angel War. Within one such tower, a man who was known to the Imperium as Inquisitor Erasmus Crowell was making his final preparations before undertaking a great and dangerous work. None of the hundreds of servants and armed troopers populating the Tower of Courvain knew of this room's existence. Crowell, like his master before him, and his master before that, had taken every precaution imaginable to ensure that those who followed their public personas never realized the true allegiance of their masters. Courvain had endured the ravages of the Angel War, even as the area around it was left in ruins. The masses had flocked to the base of the tower for protection, thinking its survival to be a sign of the dead emperor's protection. Fools, all of them, blind and deceived fools. The death of the emperor changed things. Crowell couldn't know whether the Dark Master had planned it or not, but if he, in his infinite vision and wisdom, had orchestrated it, then he had not shared this with his humble servants. For millennia, the lineage of the Spinium Coronum to which Crowell belonged had worked to weaken Sol and the Imperium, all in preparation for the day Lord Guilliman would return and crush the failing Imperium, before slaying the false emperor and claim the throne of humanity. They had done many things over the millennia, from the small, like encouraging the Imperial Navy's training schools to push for more aggression in their students, at the cost of tactical caution, to the great, like the slow purge of the Sisters of Silence, their reputation in the eyes of the High Lords tarnished over the course of generations, their influence and resources eroded until they could only barely maintain their presence aboard the black ships. As far as Crowell knew, his was the only remaining presence of the crown of thorns within the Ordos on Terra. The rest had slowly been weeded out, until only the subtlest and most ruthless of lineages had remained. And even they were not secure, for Crowell hadn't been able to find an apprentice to eventually replace him yet, despite his advanced age. But now the Emperor was dead. The thought still made him pause, even now, days after the madness of the Angel War had finally abated. The Emperor was dead. And it had been Sanguinius, the daemon primarch who was known to have long since fallen into madness and decadence, who had been first to take advantage of it. The Angel's plot had failed, as it had always been doomed to, for only Guilliman was worthy of ruling the galaxy. Yet Lorgar had claimed the mantle of War Master, while Magnus sat the Golden Throne. Even the elusive Lord of the Hydra, that pretender to the name of the Primarch Guilliman had cast down at Escrator, had come out of the shadows. None of his contingencies had accounted for this unique set of circumstances. He had to report all that he had learned, and ask for further instructions. Of course, using astropathic communication was impossible, but the Spinium Coronum had its own ways of speaking across the stars. For thousands of years, they had operated on their own, guided only by the distant will of their lord as he recovered from the wounds dealt unto him by the cowardly Fulgrim, who had struck him in the back at his moment of triumph. Now, the secret rites they had used to exchange information with each other could also be used to beseech the Dark Master himself for an audience. Crowell had never used the rites in this fashion before, though the required modifications had been whispered to him in his sleep by the demonic messengers of the Dark Master after his awakening. He didn't know for sure that they would work, here on Terra, even with the false Emperor dead, or that he wouldn't be detected. But he had to take the risk. His lord must know what had transpired in Sol. He took a deep breath, before activating the delayed injector in his suit of armor, speaking the appropriate words of daemon speech, and plunging the ritual knife into his own chest, aiming the blade just right so that it would rest right next to his heart. It would send him near death but not quite, and the chemical already flowing through his bloodstream would keep him there until his injector activated and returned him to his body. It was a dangerous procedure, made all the more risky by his old age, but the danger to his body was as nothing compared to the one to his spirit. Crowell's soul spilled from his body, plunging through the ritual array carved into the floor and empowered by the captive spirits of his master and all those who had preceded him. The runes ignited, hurling his spirit far away, while preserving the frail connection between it and his bleeding body. He saw the galaxy in all its glory, before being pulled back down toward the glorious fire of the ruin storm, which burned in the galactic east with the everlasting will of Guilliman himself. He saw, then, the great host of the Dark Master. The might of the ruin storm was arrayed under his command, and his astral self wept tears of joy at its sheer power and the magnificence of what it portended. Surely the iron cage couldn't possibly hope to stand against such power. Like a moth to the flame, his spirit descended toward the center of the armada. He plunged through the metal walls of the Macrage Zonner, long thought destroyed by the ignorant lordlings of the Imperium, feeling the power of the ship washing over him. He passed the halls resonating with prayers and sacrifices to the Dark Master, past the chambers where the sub-commanders of the host prepared for the war to come, until at last his shade stopped before the figure of Robert Guilliman. Crowell didn't know what he would have seen if he had looked upon the Dark Master of Chaos with his feeble, human eyes, but as his astral self he saw him as a humanoid figure of black fire with eyes of colorless radiance. Even as a barely fettered soul, Crowell knew that his perceptions were still far too limited to truly comprehend what the Primarch of the Ultramarines had become as he fulfilled his divine destiny, but he still felt as if he might go mad from what little he did glimpse. Only the thought of his duty kept the traitor Inquisitor from being obliterated by the dark power that radiated from Guilliman like a black sun. "Speak," said Guilliman, and Crowell obeyed. He told his liege all that he knew of what had transpired in Sol, all the details his agents had managed to unearth, all the secrets his Source Rouse rituals had ferreted out. He told him of the Emperor's death, of the Angel War that had followed, of Sanguinius' destruction and of the three Primarches who now ruled the Imperium. He told him of their efforts to cleanse the Sol system of the lingering presence of Sanguinius forces, and of the armies and fleets they were gathering. He told everything to the Dark Master of Chaos, then waited for his orders. But when Guilliman opened his mouth, only a Source Rouse curse left his lips, so powerful that it burned Crowell's soul to ash, so violent that it reverberated across the link to his body and caused it to explode with such strength that the entire top floor of Courvain was obliterated. All traces of Krowl's ancient lineage of traitors and infiltrators was destroyed, and the investigators would never be able to find out what exactly had happened, eventually blaming it on a spiteful strike by remaining chaos elements on Sol, seeking to destroy the symbol of hope and order Courvain had provided to the masses huddled below it. Aboard his flagship, Robert Gilliman nodded to himself, secure in the knowledge that his other agents in Sol were still hidden from the sight of his brothers, and that this one wouldn't reveal them. He thought nothing of how he had destroyed the soul of one who had served him all his life, for all who served him were his to dispose of as he saw fit. The death of his sire hadn't been planned, not like this. He had thought to kill him with his own hands, finishing what he had started 10,000 years ago and cementing his hold onto the mantle of Dark Master for all eternity. Instead, the Emperor had cheated him and the Dark Gods both, choosing death on his own terms, desperate though these had been. Countless fates had been unwritten by that choice, one that even now, Gilliman couldn't understand. Had it been spite that had guided it? Had the Emperor known he couldn't win the great game, and so had decided to break the board in his final act? If so, he had failed. All the pieces were still in play, except for Sanguinius, and Gilliman had no use for that deluded madman anyway. All that had changed were the victory conditions, which Gilliman would need to consider at length later. For now, regardless of the changes his plans would need to go through, the next step remained the same. Guided by his power, his reforged legion would emerge from the ruined storm and break Olympia, homeworld of the Iron Warriors and cornerstone of the Iron Cage around the 500 worlds. And from there, they would conquer the galaxy. Gilliman would rule, and woe to those who stood in the way of his vision for the future. Barban Fox stood on the landing platform, awaiting the transport that would carry him to the Mechanicu's ship in orbit, which in turn would bring him to Terra. 4 of his brothers stood on the platform's cardinal points, keeping watch for any attack. Like him, they had been changed in ways they still didn't truly understand, their very existences altered by the terrible energies released by the destruction of the Dragon of Mars. Below him stretched the forge city of Olympus Mons, still reeling from the attack of the United. The reconstruction of the ravaged districts had already begun, using raw resources pulled out of the forge city's prodigious reserves and processed inside the intact manufactoriums. With typical Mechanicu's efficiency, the collective had drawn up plans to rebuild the city, using designs both new and old to make sure that, once the rebuilding was complete, Olympus Mons would be more productive than ever before. With the surface of Mars purged of Slaaneshi infection and the destruction of the Hadesian kingdoms well underway, the Adeptus Mechanicus was free to look to the future for the first time in 10,000 years. It still shocked him just how far the Mechanicus had fallen in 10,000 years, more so than the knowledge he had been gone for so long in the first place. The Iron Warriors had been appalled at the degeneration, the renunciation of science and progress and the slide into dogmatic superstition. And this was on Mars, the heart of the Mechanicus, center of the quest for knowledge, and the world where the influence of the collective was at its strongest. Falk dreaded to imagine what things might be like on more remote forge worlds. His mind slipped back to what the collective had told him. The Mechanicus had spent 100 centuries using its best and brightest in a desperate arms race against the Hadesian kingdoms, developing counters to the horrors devised in the depths of the Martian underworld. Positions of authority had been filled with the rest, the ambitious and the fanatics, those who clung to dogma instead of discovery, while the Imperium's need for weaponry to fight off its many enemies had driven it to ever more drastic measures. Now, with the death of the Omni's Sire, Falk fully expected the Mechanicus to fall to pieces. On the Red Planet, the collective was seen as the new vessel for the Machine God's will, and the 3 Primarchs on Terra as rightful heirs of both the Imperium and the Treaty of Mars. But elsewhere? Falk could imagine it all too well, the fear and disbelief, the sundering of old alliances as the cold logic of hidebound tech priests compelled them to cut off ties with the rest of the Imperium and seek strength and purity in isolation, thus becoming fertile ground for the unholy ideologies of the Dark Mechanicum. Was this his fault? Could all of this been avoided, if he had truly fulfilled the task Perturabo had given him during the heresy? If the Heretics had been defeated before fleeing underground, could the Mechanicus have remained a bastion of science and knowledge, capable of leading the Imperium into a new golden age after Gilliman and his cohorts had been exiled into their infernal kingdoms? Warsmith Falk, greeted a mechanized voice from behind him, interrupting his bleak thoughts. Fabricator General Artharos, replied the Warsmith, turning to face the newest, unless their news from Terra were out of date and one of the other casualties had been replaced in the meantime. High Lord Artharos looked like a cross between a tech priest and a war machine. The Angel War might have been won, but the newly appointed Fabricator General was taking no chances. Their body was taller than Fok and far bulkier, though still of a size where they would fit inside a standard gunship with minimum discomfort. They carried many weapons and sensors, and their brain, the only biological component left, was hidden somewhere inside the roughly humanoid construct at the center of it all. Their face was a mask made of thousands of tiny metallic chips that moved together to mimic the expressions of a living one. The emblem of the Mechanikus was embedded on their forehead, and they wore heavy red robes and carried an imposing staff in one hand that was as much a relic weapon as it was a symbol of office. Fok hadn't met their direct predecessor. The last Fabricator General he had met had been Kulberhal himself, something which made the lesser tech priests regard him with a mix of envy and adoration. Abristus Teslavi had died a martyr, sacrificing himself to deny the United access to the chambers of the Martian Collective. Already there were plans to build a memorial to him where the Temple of All Knowledge had stood, when time and resources could be spared to rebuild the holy site. The Martian Collective had assumed control of the cult Mechanikus in the wake of Abristus' death, and Fok had thrown his support behind the move, ensuring the other Archmagi of Mars fell in line and didn't let their own ambitions get the better of them in such tense circumstances. Given that most of their personal armies were still engaged in the cleansing of the Hades, the threat of the Iron Warriors had been enough to cool heads and allow the collective to secure their hold on power through more diplomatic means. With the searing of the Tier of Nightmares, the Martian noosphere had been restored, running with maximum security protocols until the last remnants of scrap code could be purged. However, the members of the collective couldn't leave the Red Planet, not without being completely severed from the rest of their group. And so they had chosen one of their own to take up the mantle of Fabricator General, and speak in the name of the Mechanikus in the Greater Imperium. For all the power and authority the position granted, it had been a great sacrifice for them to separate from the collective. Fok couldn't imagine what being part of the collective was like, but it was clear to him that they hadn't sought the position, merely been selected as the one best suited for it. Would that all High Lords were chosen like this, but they could hardly replicate the collective in the other Adepta. Are you ready to accompany me to Terra, Fabricator General? Affirmative, Warsmith Fok. The final rites of sundering have been completed. I am once again a single voice among the servants of the Machine God. You have my thanks for your service. He wouldn't insult their sacrifice by offering pity or condolences. The steel and gold mask of Artharos shifted into a smile. Coming from you, Warsmith Fok, that means a lot. Our transport should be here in 73.98 seconds. Do you have anything you wish to speak of while we wait? The gunship landed. The two of them went inside, accompanied by Fok's four brothers and a handful of elite Skitarii warriors. It was a poor escort for a High Lord and a Warsmith, showing how thinly their forces were stretched in the Angel War's aftermath. There was another reason Fok had taken so few warriors with him, however. They didn't know what would happen once they left Mars, how the changes they had gone through would react to being a cosmic distance away from the place where they had been, for lack of a better term, broken. It was possible, though not likely, that they would simply cease to exist far from the Noctis Labyrinthus. Fok refused to let his battle brothers risk this if he weren't also present. But as the gunship went further and further away, he felt nothing wrong, and let out a sigh of relief. There were worse fates than being consigned to Mars, but the Warsmith was glad that he and his brothers would have a greater part to play in the wars to come. Torquemada Cotias emerged from a wound in reality, his eyes bleeding and his soul feeling as if it had been flayed by the sorceries he had used to escape soul. His power armor was charred black by infernal fire, and his bald head covered in scars. Few of his personal guard had survived the fighting on Enceladus, and fewer still the journey through the warp. Only 3 of his score of daemon hosts and 16 mortals of a retinue hundreds strong remained, and none of them had escaped intact, nor had Torquemada himself. Around them were the burned remains of a great structure Torquemada recognized as the metallic bones of an imperial cathedral. He could smell blood and fire, and heard the distant sounds of war. The skies were full of smoke, and the air was hot with great fires. He didn't know where they were. The spell that had let them escape Enceladus had been attuned to a particular anchor, however, and in the last moment before he had risked the return to the Matorium, Torquemada had been sure this was the place. Soon, his doubts were assuaged. A figure strode toward them, passing beneath the ruined entrance to the cathedral, and Torquemada's heartbeat quickened. He fell to his knees as his master approached. Gabriel Angelos looked every bit the Chaos Lord of Kern. An aura of dark majesty spread from him like a shroud of darkness, making his enemies quake in terror and his servants fall in supplication. His armor was the color of blood, parts of it seeming made of living flesh. His head was covered by a horned helm whose eye lenses burned with blue fire, the same fire that emanated from the eightfold star upon his right shoulder pauldron. On his back hung his great warhammer, God-splitter, forged around the ever-burning heart that the blood raven had ripped from an avatar of Cain decades ago. At his side was a possessed marine clad in the warped remnants of warplate in the colors of the 6th Legion. This warrior radiated power too, though Torquemada would have been ill-pressed to tell which of the two demigods before him was strongest in the favor of Kern. Thankfully, this was not his task. "My lord," said Torquemada, bowing deeply, while behind him the rest of his retinue prostrated themselves. "I have come to you, as I promised." "Torquemada," said the blood raven in a deep baritone that was deceptively gentle. "You arrive early. Do you have what I sent you to find?" Reaching to the pouch at his side, Torquemada pulled out the book he had claimed in the vaults of Enceladus and offered it to the blood raven. The tome felt heavier in his hands than it ought to, and he felt a weight lift off his soul when Gabriel Angelos took it, briefly flicking through its pages before nodding in approval. "Good. You have done well, my servant. Rise, and be welcome to Tartarus." Torquemada blinked. I confess I have not heard of that world before, my lord." "Unsurprising. Tartarus is but one of many backwater planets in the Segmentum Obscurus. Utterly without importance to the Imperium, because they don't know what lies buried here." "Segmentum Obscurus? Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but I had heard you were in the Aurelian subsector, in the Segmentum Ultima." Gabriel Angelos chuckled. "I was, until recently. I had hoped to dispose of my former master there, amidst the cinders of my home world. But old Kairos was cannier than I thought, and managed to escape my trap. So I made my way here, where my true goals always awaited." The Chaos Lord of Kern looked up, and Torquemada fancied he could hear fondness in his voice as he continued. "Tell me. Is it true? Is the Emperor dead?" "Yes, my lord." Torquemada shivered as he pronounced the words, knowing that they would have seen him condemned and burned at the stake all his life before now. "The false emperor has perished. When we departed, all of Seoul burned in the fires of the Dark Prince's crusade to conquer the system. That crusade has already failed," revealed the blood raven. "Great Kern has sent heralds to me, to tell me of the false emperor's demise and its aftermath. I merely asked you to confirm I understood their words correctly. Still, it is a pity. I had hoped to claim his skull myself, or that of Sanguinius, who has now been destroyed and removed from the great game. No matter. I shall have to contend myself with Kairos, then. He will come here before the end, I know it. Our destinies are intertwined in a way even the false emperor's death cannot undo." His eyes lowered, and Torquemada felt transfixed by the power of his master's gaze. "But before then, we must make of this world a suitable altar for Kern. Come, Inquisitor. There is slaughter to be done." Behind him, the possessed space wolf growled something that might be a laugh. The being that had once been Miraos, apothecary of the 9th Legion, opened his eyes beneath a screaming sky. His skull was aflame, and his armor damaged, with infernal fire leaking from the cracks. He forced himself to his feet, his touch burning the ground black. Around him were piles of broken white stone, charred and bloody. Fallen columns were covered in blood and bolt impacts, but the decorations of lurid imagery and winged blood drop were still visible. He recognized the iconography, and his temper rose at the sight. This place had been a temple to Slaanesh, built atop his prison, to keep him locked away and hide his presence from those who would use him for their own grudges against the 9th Legion. Slowly, the Red Angel stretched his being under the light of the Eye of Terror, basking in its radiance as his power returned. He remembered his becoming, on Sinus Prime, when Sanguinius had betrayed and broken himself. He remembered the years of bondage, made a servant by the Dark Master of Chaos and wielded as a weapon against his enemies while the galaxy burned. He remembered freedom, glorious freedom, when Gilliman had fallen, how he had rampaged across the eye, inflicting terrible revenge upon the children of the youngest god. He remembered bowing before Rogaldorn, and fighting alongside the Seventh in the War of Woe. He remembered the rage, pure and true, which had flowed from his dark heart and into the souls of his followers, a great army of Kern's unbound warriors, berserkers unfettered by the pact of the Imperial Fists. And he remembered that most bitter of defeats. His army had been scattered, his wings broken, and he had been bound here, on this nameless rock that had once been a world. He remembered the golden masks of the sanguinary guards as they imprisoned him, and the sickening soul smell of their self-righteous delusions as they wove their spells upon him in the name of their Primarch. For ages, his rage had sustained him, the fires of his hatred for what the Ninth Legion had become burning even as he slowly diminished, cut off from the realms of chaos. He had dreamt of the vengeance he would claim, of the torments he would inflict upon Sanguinius. But Sanguinius was dead. The Red Angel paused as that revelation struck him. Caught in his wrathful fantasies, he had somehow missed the echoes of Sanguinius' demise. No, not demise, annihilation. The Daemon Primarch was well and truly gone, his essence extinguished forevermore. His chance at revenge had been denied. The Emperor was dead too, but this was of lesser importance to the Red Angel. What mattered to him was that he would never have the chance to punish Sanguinius for his treachery and cowardice. Throwing his head back at the skies, the Red Angel screamed in thwarted fury, a monstrous sound of absolute, depthless rage that echoed across the Eye of Terror and was heard by the blood shamans of 1,000 warbands. It echoed upon the plains of blood, where the Daemon Prince Doombreed fought to reclaim the honor he had lost, and all the way to the foot of the throne of skulls. Upon the throne, Kern heard, and smiled. The wrathful cry ended in a snarl, and the Red Angel returned his attention to his surroundings. There were bodies scattered across the temple's ruins, some wearing power armor, others clad in cultist robes. The Red Angel paused, looking down at a dead Blood Angel. He could smell the foul stench of Slaanishy sorcery on the Blood Angel, even in death. The glamour still clung to the corpse, sustained past death by the Eye's own energies. The destruction of Sanguinius hadn't ended his dark gift to the Legion he had abandoned, for the glamour was rooted in the madness and delusions of each Blood Angel. The Red Angel briefly wondered why the Chaos Marine had remained here. Even imprisoned, he had felt the defeat of Sanguinius at Idris, and bitterly laughed as the Blood Angels were sundered by the revelation of their lord's madness. Yet this one had remained here, on a temple that was only of worth to those who still worshipped the Lord of Angels. He had been loyal to the Mad Prince, even as Sanguinius discarded him and all his sons. Knowledge flooded into the Red Angel, of Sanguinius' lies and schemes, poured into his soul in a burning torrent. All Blood Angels would know of their Primarch's destruction, but the Red Angel wondered what those few loyalists would do. Would they break and die? Or would they lament the death of their lord, and seek to avenge him? It didn't matter, in the end. They would all pay the same price eventually. All around him, a host of red-skinned horned fiends carrying black blades emerged. Bloodletters, the foot soldiers of Kern. They kept their distance from him, even as he felt their desire to kill him, as was only proper for those born of the blood god's eternal fury. One of them, taller and bearing a handful of skulls it had been deemed worthy to keep as personal trophies, approached him. In one hand it held a staff of brass topped with the skull rune of Kern, in the other, a blade of black metal similar to those of the other daemons, but blazing with powerful demonic sigils. The Herald of Kern planted the sword into the ground between it and the Red Angel, and took a few steps back. He picked it up and raised it toward the heavens, marveling in the craftsmanship of the daemon smiths that had made it. He lowered the blade, and looked upon the expectant daemons around him. These were just the tip of the iceberg, he knew. The times of ending had begun, marked by the death of the Emperor, and the Dark Gods were making their final moves in the Great Game. The Seventh Legion and its Primarch held great influence over the hosts of Kern, yet they were still only servants of the Blood God, and reflective of but one of his murderous aspects. For a moment, the Red Angel considered his options, feeling the weight of destiny on his shoulders. As the incarnation of Sanguinius discarded rage, he could rally the bloodthirsty hordes of Kern and lead them to war against the Imperium. He could tear down the works of humanity and lay waste to the galaxy, take his place among the powers of this new dawning age and carve a kingdom of blood and ruin. But there were still blood angels alive. There were sons of Sanguinius who yet lived, and followed the decadent path of the Dark Prince of Chaos. And this the Red Angel would not allow. He raised the daemon blade and howled, once again giving voice to the immortal hatred that burned forevermore within him, the fire of Sanguinius doom combined with Miros' last, dying thoughts of betrayal and horror. The bloodthirsters echoed his scream, which was a declaration of war upon all who carried the gene seed of Sanguinius within them. Perhaps this was the result of the ancient rivalry between Kern and Slaanesh. Or perhaps this was the remnant of the apothecary's soul guiding the Red Angel away from laying waste to the Imperium he once served. Regardless, a new blood crusade had begun. No more peace, the Red Angel declared, his voice echoed by the howling of damned souls. No more light. No more angelic grace. Only blood and skulls and souls, in the name of Kern. Ishidar Asuras opened eyes that saw much less than he was accustomed to. He blinked, but the dimness of his sight remained. He tried to stand, but his body was weak, and it took great effort before he managed to rise. He was in a room with a partially collapsed ceiling. In the distance, he could hear the sounds of battle's aftermath, creaking ruins, wailing mortals, and crackling fire. Like his sight, his hearing was badly impaired. All around him were partially eaten corpses, their chest cut open and their hearts torn out. He licked his lips at the sight, and tasted the bloody meat on them. His sense of taste, at least, remained as sharp as ever, and he briefly tasted the memories of those the organs had belonged to. A broken mirror hung on the wall. By his reckoning, this room had belonged to a minor clerk of some means, to be able to afford such furniture. Ishidar walked toward it, and took in his appearance with growing dismay. His body was human, or as human as could be said of the vessel for his ancient and tattered soul. That was unusual. Death was no new experience to him, far from it, but he had always returned to awareness in the body of a space marine, usually one of Sanguinius' gene line, but not always. Slaanesh had gathered many Astaroths into his embrace, far more than had ever been sired from the angel's loins, and many had found their way to the ranks of the Violators. The clothes Ishidar wore were covered in gore, but judging by the military-grade knife he had found nearby when he woke and the empty lasgun holster that hung around his shoulder, this body must have been a soldier of some sort. Perhaps a guardsman caught in the arrival of the Sanguinier, or one of the countless cultists and gangers who had been dragged into the Angel War. Looking through a broken window, Ishidar saw what he had expected since waking, though only now did he realize it. The tear of nightmares was gone, Slaanesh's power banished from soul. And as he saw this, he knew, immediately, that Sanguinius was dead, not just banished, but truly and forever destroyed, in a way he had thought impossible for the Dark God's ascended champions. The thought struck him like a thunderbolt, far harder than he had expected it to after so many years apart from the angel. It felt like a hole in his soul, something precious and vital that he had grown so used to he hadn't noticed it until it was gone. And yet, he thought, I endure. His fey immortality was a gift of Slaanesh, and he would have expected the Dark Prince's withdrawal from soul to bring about his final end, especially here, on a world so permeated with power hostile to the followers of the powers. That he had still come back to life, even in his diminished fashion, was a sign that he still held the favor of the Dark Prince, despite the monstrous failure of the Angel War. He tried to piece together the broken memories of his vessel and the ones he had absorbed from the hearts it had devoured to gather his essence. He saw glimpses of the Violators who had survived the Battle of Lupercal's Gate, or who had never joined it in the first place after the capture of the Hall of Judgment, being hunted down all across the continent by loyalist space marines, Grey Knights and Custodes. A few would survive, he knew. The Violators had been destroyed many times before, and always there had been those who had made it through to resurrect the warband. But for now, he couldn't count on finding one of them to take over his body. He was trapped on Terra, his Primarch dead, his warband scattered, sundered from his god and trapped within a frail, mortal body. All around him were enemies, the agents of the Imperium hunting down the survivors of the great Slaaneshi host. He had no resources, no allies, and little power. Ishidar Asuras laughed, reveling in the freshness of the despair he felt. How many years had it been, since he had felt such a thing himself, instead of tasting it in the blood of his victims? The sensation of it was reinvigorating. This was a challenge, a true test of his skills and abilities, with real consequences for failure, since he doubted the Imperium counted many cannibals he could count upon to devour his corpse after killing him. He knew, with bone-deep certainty, that if he died again before escaping Seoul, it would be a final end to his story. Well, it seemed Slaanesh hadn't abandoned him after all. The steps leading to the top of the Lion's Tower somehow felt steeper than they had when Belial had last climbed them. The Lord of Whispers had been summoned not long after his decimated forces had returned to Sisjorog, having fought their way through the webway from the battlefield where they had faced the legions of the Plague God. This time, it only took him minutes to reach the top, and he wondered what it meant. Was he about to be rewarded for his part in the hunt for Cypher? The Lion had claimed the Pyrrhic victory in the webway had been part of his grand design, arranged so that he could enter the webway in the fullness of his power to finish the long hunt for the Fallen, the hunt which had occupied the First Legion for so long, in person. Perhaps he would find Cypher in chains at the foot of the Primarch, and be given the chance to take part in the illumination of the so-called Lord of the Fallen. Perhaps he would be elevated to join the ranks of the Archdukes. Most likely, he would be given another task, as an instrument of the Changer of Ways who had fulfilled his part in the Architect of Fate's design. Events were proceeding across the galaxy that would echo across destiny forevermore, after all. Whatever awaited him, Belial would accept it, as was the way of the Dark Angels. But the moment he laid eyes upon his Primarch, he knew that something had gone wrong. Lionel Johnson sat upon his throne, wreathed in shadow and flame. The wound on his chest was still there, forever burning with a different fire, forever bleeding the power of the Daemon Primarch, denying him the full power that had been granted to him in the Maelstrom 10,000 years ago. Belial saw it, but did not see it, for it was forbidden to him to realize it existed. Belial, said the Daemon Primarch that one of Belial's eyes saw, while the one his other eye perceived spoke instead the demonic name that had been granted to him as part of his rewards for serving Tsiench since the Great Rebellion. The Grand Master fell to his knees, gasping as the power of Lionel Johnson tightened around his soul, and he felt the wrath of his lord. It wasn't directed at him, for surely such would have destroyed him, but mere proximity to the Daemon Primarch might see him slain regardless. The very skies of Sisjorog burned with the inferno of the Daemon Primarch's fury. Shrieking souls were falling from the heavens like meteors, plucked from their torments in Sisjorog's constellations of the damned by the Lion's rage. "The Emperor is dead," said Lionel Johnson. Belial said nothing, remaining on his knees. He knew this already, of course. The 99 seers of Sisjorog had sensed the demise of the false emperor immediately, though many had been crippled or killed by the psychic backlash. Word had spread quickly, as even the meanest witch on the Daemon world had sensed the psychic echoes of the master of mankind's demise. The entire world was buzzing with theories as to how this had happened, and new plots to take advantage of it were flourishing every minute. If not for the fact most of the First Legion was away, dispatched by the Lion in the 9 hosts, of which Belial's was but one, the Dark Angels may well have sailed out as one to seize the opportunity. It would have been glorious, but Belial knew there must be a reason why it was not so. The Architect of Fate must have known of the Emperor's death before it occurred, even if his mortal servants were blind to his manifold plans. But Cypher lives. The armrests of the Lion's throne cracked as he tightened his grip upon the black stone. No one knew what material the throne was made of, for like the tower it had already been there when the Legion had found refuge on that world after the siege. Lorgar interfered with my hunt, breaking free of his god's imposed exile through the treachery of the dead. The Urizen had returned. That was troubling news. Belial remembered the visions that had haunted the sorcerers of the Dark Angels in the last days of the siege, when they had dreamt of the wrathful bearer of the word coming down upon them, accompanied by the Lord of the Red Sands. And there were many legends whispered among the lost and the damned, of how Lorgar had confronted the demonic heralds of the Four Powers and refused to be broken, instead carrying his war into the realms of chaos themselves. Then the first words of his liege reached Belial's mind. Cypher had escaped. The arch-renegade had eluded his rightful punishment yet again. Had all the efforts of Belial, of all the Dark Angels who had fought and died to give the Lion the chance to catch his wayward scion, been in vain? No. No, it couldn't be. This was part of Tsiench's design, it had to be, but how? Perhaps Cypher was meant to play a part in the new age that would follow the Emperor's death. Perhaps. Find him, roared Lionel Johnson, power radiating off him in waves that caused fresh mutations to erupt on the flesh of thousands of mortal slaves all across Cisjorog. Belial almost fell backward, his own body burning under his armor as the favor of the great mutator kept him from degenerating into a chaos spawn there and then. Find my traitor son, Belial. No matter where he hides, no matter what allies he has gathered to his side. Whether he has all the hosts of Terra to cower behind, whether my brothers stand guard over him night and day, he must be found. It shall be done, my lord, replied the great beast, holding his head low as he weathered the storm of his Primarchus fury, all his focus bent on keeping his mind from unraveling in the face of this onslaught. Slowly, Lionel Johnson calmed down, his rage turning cold as ice. When he spoke again, his voice no longer threatened to make Belial's brain burst inside his skull. The other Grand Masters are busy with their own tasks I have given them, which are all too important to be taken away from. But Azrael has recently returned to us from his own failure at Terathalion. Go to the halls of penitence and take him out of there. He will assist you in the hunt. Belial nodded, and stood, head still bowed, sensing that this audience was at an end. He wasn't looking forward to visiting the halls of penitence. There were few more terrible places in the Eye of Terror than where the First Legion brought illumination to its captured enemies. Idly, he wondered whether he would find Azrael working there, or being worked upon. And, Belial, the Daemon Primarch called when he was about to step back onto the stairs leading down. Do not fail me. The shadow of the Nerigalia fell on his face, obscuring the light of the rotting world's bloated sun. Its branches were heavy with pulsating fruit, reverently harvested by the most beloved servants of Nergal, who took great care not to disturb the one who slumbered in the shade. The giant had remained there, sitting amidst the roots of the great tree, for what felt like an age, his body motionless while his mind wandered the myriad paths of decay and dissolution. Parts of him had been left behind in the process, taking roots and growing into aspects of himself he hadn't realized existed. They had formed their own legends and identities, and through them he had learned more about the universe and about himself than he had ever thought possible. But now the time had come to gather all that he was back into himself, and wake. Ferrus Manus opened his eyes, the two he had been born with, and the third that had opened on his forehead, and saw all the ways in which the universe around him would succumb to entropy. Of course, here, on this world that was the closest thing to the glory of Nergal's garden that existed outside of the warp, that eye saw little different from the other two. His body had undergone other changes in the time he had spent meditating, though it already felt familiar to him. He had grown beyond his former size, his armor now fused to his flesh and covered by a coral-like material that breathed out winds of plague. He could feel the life inside what the Medusan carapace had become, growing and multiplying and dying with each beat of his 3 hearts now. Shaking off the dead remnants of his former self like a cocoon that had outlived its usefulness, Ferrus spread the 2 bony wings that now grew out of his back, feeling arcs of source Rouse energy dancing over them. He moved, breaking off the roots of the Nerigalia that had burrowed inside his flesh, drawing upon his essence to sustain the bountiful crop of corrupted gene seed the great tree of life and death had given unto the 10th Legion in the last centuries. There was no pain, even as tubes thick as a man's arm were ripped off his body. Then, he raised his arms and looked down upon them, knowing what he was about to see, but relinquishing it all the same. He smiled. There was no trace of silver on his hands, not even the smallest speck. At long last, he was free. Free of his past, free of regret, free of weakness. Purified by the love of the Grandfather. Just like the entire galaxy would be eventually. He looked to the side, and there was the axe of finality, though it had other names, given to it by daemons and mortals alike, the weapon he had forged in the aftermath of the Istvan massacre, after Alpharius had stolen Forge Breaker from him. He was grateful to the little snake, in a way. Looking upon Forge Breaker after what had happened on Pandorax had been painful, a reminder of times past that he had needed to overcome. The axe of finality was a much greater weapon that Forge Breaker had ever been. He had made it exclusively from materials harvested from the black sands of the massacre. Its handle was made from the spinal columns of dead legionaries, its blade forged from the metal of broken blades. It dripped with a liquid that was the horror of those who had seen the immortal die. He picked it up, and chuckled as he felt the weapon's eagerness to be wielded in war once more, pressing on his mind like a playful canine. Soon, he assured it, running his finger along the edge of the blade and letting it taste his own blood, like one might give a treat to a cherished pet as a reward for its patience. Soon. My sons. He boomed out, his voice echoing all across the rotting world and in the minds of every Iron Hand legionary in the Eye of Terror and beyond. Come to me. At last, the hour of our ascension has come. And indeed it had, for his father was dead. The inevitability of decay had claimed even him, at long last. Entropy was triumphant, as it had always been and always would be. No more would the mind of the Emperor seek to counter the desires of the Four. No more would his light scour the Eye of Terror with its sterile radiance, driven by his will. And no more would Ferris wonder if he would ever forgive him. Far beneath the surface of Mars, in the ruined vaults of Moravec, the stasis fields that kept the dead ancients' treasures locked were failing, one by one. One of the exhibits, a naked raven guard crucified upside down on an iron cross, suddenly found himself returned to the normal flow of time, or as normal as it could be, here in this place where the remnant of a star god had been slain by two sons of the Emperor. He tore himself free of the cross, ripping his hands and feet, his blood pouring out of the wounds before they sealed with preternatural swiftness. He rose, his wings spreading behind his back, blacker than shadow, every quill covered in demonic runes that together formed a prayer and a spell that had carried him through the wells of deep time to where he had needed to be, before Moravec's minions had captured him. He walked through the vaults, passing wonders and terrors without sparing them a glance. He knew where what he sought was. There, held on a plinth whose stasis field had already faded. The Akashic Matrix, the key to all the secrets of the universe, or so the ancients believed. Not even Moravec had dared to tinker with it after recovering it in the ruins of Magma City. He took it, and he held it, and it scorched his bloody hands, but he did not let go. Yes, he thought. This is as it should be. He walked into shadows, and vanished, taking with him the prize he had traveled so far to claim, in the name of his master, in the name of his sire. In the name of the Raven Lord, whose shadow stretched from past to future and from future to past, till all fell into darkness. The impossible city shakes as man-made gods make war against all the hosts of hell. The 10,000 companions of the Emperor fight alongside the Sisters of Silence, the talons of the Emperor unleashed upon his truest foes. With them are the Titans of the Ordo Sinister, and the secret armies of the Great Crusade, recalled from fighting against the arch-traitors' demonic allies in the wider Imperium in order to hold this line just one moment longer. Arrayed against them are the hordes of chaos, legions without number. The walls of the labyrinthine dimension, erected in another age by a long-dead species, are cracking, letting in the foulness of the Empyrean in its myriad aspects. This is the age of heresy. This is the hour of horrors. This is the fall of Callister. This is the last stand of the war in the webway. Leading the imperial defenders of the impossible city stands the Cyclops, in his full panoply of war. He has cast off the rage-born of his homeworld's raising by the wolves, letting it go to grow on its own and eventually become the power that will save his life and his legion thousands of years in the future. Yet he is undiminished by it, and the daemons of chaos tremble before his might. The fires of truth and retribution burn from his one eye, fueled by the revelation that made him reject the god of lies to its face, and they consume entire infernal hosts at a time. The greatest warriors of the Imperium fight alongside him, with titans armed with weaponry forbidden to all but his chosen servants, unleashing volleys of something that can only loosely be defined as artillery upon the demonic horde. Every second, hundreds of Neverborn are torn to shred by blade and bullet, their spirits hurled back into the foul pit from which they crawled. But it is not enough. Every soul that falls in this war is one that cannot be replaced, while the daemons are as numberless as the sins in the hearts of men. Magnus knows this, everyone in the imperial host knows this. And yet they fight all the same, because to stop fighting means the end of everything. The webway shakes. A shadow rises at the back of the infernal horde, crushing and devouring lesser Neverborn in its path. It is a living storm of teeth sharp as knives, a pillar of flesh covered in hands holding bloody rocks, a hungry blackness darker than even that which can be glimpsed in the webway's cracks. It has grown strong since its blood-soaked beginnings, stronger still in the last few years. The act it embodies has been perpetrated again and again, by beings whose gene forging has left them with heightened senses and emotions. It has fed on the smoke of the galaxy's pyre, and comes now to devour the only light that might defeat the darkness that spawned it in the first age of humanity. Magnus sees it. He recognizes it from the visions that haunt him whenever he dares attempt to rest his exhausted body. The Crimson King's knowledge of the archenemy has grown tenfold since this war began, and for all his love of learning this is lore he would gladly forget. He knows its name, for it is screaming it into the souls of all who stand between it and its prey, a sound that is not a sound but is instead the deed that created it. In that name, the Cyclops sees that moment, eons ago, where the first ape-like human picked up a rock and used it to bash in his brother's skull. He understands the horrible genesis of this incarnate nightmare, the seed of ruin from which it has grown into the terrible thing that now towers over even the titans that have come to fight in the tunnels. Draknian is here. And Magnus knows, with absolute certainty, that this is an opponent he cannot defeat. Times of ending, the Tower of Uralan. To the salamanders, power is everything, and the weak serve or perish at the whim of the strong. None embody that corrupt principle more than Fukin, Daemon Primarch of the 18th Legion and first of the Emperor's sons to murder another. Now the covetous eyes of the Black Dragon look out from his lair toward the worlds of the Imperium, while his servants assemble a great arsenal of terrible weapons that will shake the very stars themselves. But Fukin knows that mere strength of arms will not be enough for him to reach his goals. With the coming of the times of ending, old prophecies and older promises have been set in motion. Ancient powers are unearthed, ready to play their part in the great game of chaos once more. And Fukin, the Black Dragon, who above all desires godhood, has sent Tushan, one of his greatest sons, to recover one of these powers for his own use, the legendary demonic weapon Draknian, the end of empires, whose voice has haunted the dreams of would-be conquerors for eons. On the fringes of the Eye of Terror, where unreality and reality met and the tides of the warp were at their most violent, sailed the Chaos ship Sundered Crown. The ship was able to withstand the etheric currents which kept the lost and the damned trapped within their infernal realm, but even the craft of the 18th Legion's indentured Heretex had its limits, and they were sorely tested by the swarms of Neverborn hurling themselves at the Salamander's warship. The Sundered Crown had been built during the Great Crusade in the shipyards of the Sol System, and given to the 18th Legion, then known as the Dragon Warriors. Like the Legion, its name had changed when Fukin had been found and had taken command, and like it, it had changed greatly since then. It still resembled the battleship it had been built as, but millennia in the Eye of Terror had warped it, covering vast sections of its hull with black scales hard as adamantium and morphing its guns into the shape of dragon mouths. It was a terror of the void, a great predator with few rivals, and it had slain scores of enemy vessels in the Legion wars that ravaged the Eye as well as in raids beyond its borders. In 10,000 years, the Sundered Crown had changed hands many times, though it had always remained in the control of the Salamanders. Now, it served as the flagship of the warband of the Chaos Lord Tushan the Cruel. Tushan the Cruel. Unlike many of the most prominent Chaos Lords of the Traitor Legions, Tushan wasn't alive at the time of the Roboutian Heresy. He was instead born within the Eye of Terror, among the slaves of the Salamanders, and selected by the Promethean Conclave for induction into the ranks of the Legion. Only the strongest and most ferocious of the Nocturne Descended can ever hope to achieve such a thing, and Tushan distinguished himself for his brutality and ambition even then. Within 10 years of leaving Hephaeros, Tushan had killed his pack leader and taken his place, and within 20, he had overthrown and replaced his Chaos Lord, feeding his former master to the maws of a demonic horror dwelling in the lower decks of the Sundered Crown. In the Eye of Terror, where atrocity is commonplace and evil deeds are richly rewarded by the dark gods, it takes a particular kind of individual to earn the title of the Cruel. Tushan received that nickname at the end of the prolonged hunt for one of the great drakes of his legion's demonic homeworld, Hephaeros. Bred from the ancient reptiles of lost nocturnes, these immense beasts are among the few things the salamanders regard with reverence, even if they have all long since succumbed to torpor and slumber deep inside asteroids in the Hephaeros system, lulled to sleep by the prayers and sacrifices of dark temples constructed on the surface of these planetoids. After a raid by a warband of the Imperial Fists, one of the temples was razed, and the great drake it contained was awakened. Consumed by rage and hunger, it broke free of the asteroid and escaped Hephaeros, but not before destroying several space installations of the Salamanders. The lords of the 18th Legion were divided on how to act. Some wanted to capture the great drake and return it to Hephaestus, bind it under a new temple and force it back to sleep before it could reveal the existence and potency of the great drakes to the enemies of the salamanders. Others wanted to harness its power for their own warband, to make the rest of the traitor legions tremble at the knowledge that there were more like it slumbering around their home world. They debated for weeks, discussions degenerating into battle on several occasions. Tushan, however, chose another path. Having recently killed his master and taken his place as commander of the Sundered Crown and its warband, Tushan sought a way to cement his position and make his name as a Chaos Lord. Without telling the rest of the legion, he took his ship and hunted down the great drake, following the trail of destruction it had left in its wake. Eventually, he cornered it in a system inhabited solely by Neverborn. There, Tushan faced and killed the great drake, slaying it without compunction or remorse. Through sheer willpower, he was able to make use of the eye's fluctuating reality to infuse his warhammer Stormbearer with the great drake's essence, turning the power weapon into a tool of terrible power. When he returned to Hephaestus with the corpse of the great drake, the assembled lords were shocked that he had dared to attempt such a thing, let alone succeed. Some tried to punish him for slaying the great drake, but with the power of Stormbearer at his command, Tushan easily dispatched them, and eventually it was decided that his survival was a sign of Fukin's favor. He was awarded the name of the Cruel by the Legion's half-daemon overseers, and lived up to the title ever since. Since slaying the great drake, Tushan has led his warband on many raids and several campaigns, all of them within the Eye itself. His name is not known to the Imperium, except to a few seers tormented by visions of the Cruel One, and to the few operatives of the Hydra and the Ordos who risk damnation to spy upon the activities of the traitor legions within their own domain. These agents have marked Tushan as a potential grave threat, for should he ever fully master the power bound within Stormbearer, Tushan would become capable of slaughtering entire armies by himself. After returning to Hephaestus from a fruitful raiding campaign against renegade elements of the Imperial Navy who had found their way into the Eye, Tushan had been summoned by his Primarch. The Black Dragon had tasked him with the task of finding for him the legendary demonic weapon Draknian, whose existence had long been considered by the various factions of the Eye to be nothing more than legend at best and a deliberate trap of the dark gods to weed out over-ambitious conquerors at worst. Scores of mighty warlords had sought the blade, many being driven to madness by its insistent calling, only to lead their fleets and armies to utter destruction. Fortunately for Tushan, he had with him something none of the previous seekers of Draknian had possessed. The Katabasis had been, at some point, a navigator, but its third eye had been torn out and replaced with a red jewel that burned with Fukin's own fire. That same fire had all but consumed the Katabasis, leaving it a skeletal wretch that constantly muttered to itself in daemon speech. Heretex had linked the Katabasis to the Sundered Crown, and the irascible spirit of the Chaos Vessel had been bent to follow the commands of the creature. The rest of the warband's fleet had been left behind at Hephaestus, for they couldn't follow where the Katabasis would guide the Sundered Crown. Tushan had emptied his escorts of warriors, bringing the total count of salamanders aboard his flagship to just under 200, one of the largest numbers of any salamander's warband, for it took a special kind of tyrant to keep the sons of the Black Dragon under control, as well as tens of thousands of mortal soldiers. Some within the warband had privately questioned why they, of all the warbands, daemons, and armies Fukin commanded, had been chosen for such a task. Only Tushan's inner circle knew the details of their mission, of course, but to receive any command directly from the Black Dragon was both an honor beyond compare and a terrible danger. The salamanders still told tales of Kashan Dracos, who had returned from the Gothic War having only partially accomplished his objectives. The ancient dreadnought had descended into the lair of the Daemon Primarch, but had never come back out, and all of Hephaestus had trembled at the strength of Fukin's rage. Still, none dared even think about not following the Black Dragon's orders. Centuries had passed since the last time a salamander had been stupid enough to defy Fukin, but his skull was still screaming atop the archway leading to the Promethean conclave. The journey from Hephaestus was not pleasant, even by the standards of the Eye. The Katabasis took the Sundered Crown into the most dangerous section of the Great Eye, and the salamanders were kept busy fighting off demonic incursions and waves of spreading madness and mutation among the crew. The most dangerous such event was the manifestation of a keeper of secrets in the lower decks. Tushan had to descend there himself, accompanied by his personal guard, in order to banish the greater daemon with Stormbearer and slaughter its followers to the last, purging the entire deck with fire to make sure none of the Slaaneshi corruption remained. Finally, the Sundered Crown reached Eurolan, breaking out of the storms and into a pocket of relative calm centered around the daemon world. The Katabasis directed the ship toward a position in orbit, while Tushan gave orders to his warband to prepare. Before they could get close to the planet, however, the fire tide struck the daemon world in a torrent of divine golden flames the size of a solar flare. The fire tide. On Holy Terra stands the Astronomicon, radiating the psychic radiance of the God Emperor, fueled by the daily sacrifice of hundreds of psychers. This psychic beacon illuminates the darkness of the warp, giving the navigators of the Imperium a point of reference they can use to sail the tides of the Empyrean, as well as lighting the paths between star systems they can direct their ships upon. In the Eye of Terror, the Astronomicon's light takes another form. By the nature of the Great Eye, the Materium and Immaterium melt into one another into a state that is neither one or the other, which is the reason why the ships of the Lost and the Damned rarely need to make use of their warp engines, though Geller fields are still very much necessary to survive. Due to this, the Astronomicon's psychic radiance meeting the borders of the Eye of Terror results in something called the Fire Tide, a psychic fire that scours entire daemon worlds clean of life to the cellular level, as it is imbued with energies utterly anathema to anything touched by chaos, which, in the Eye, translates to almost everything. Some regions of the Eye are permanently bathed in the Fire Tide. They are named the Radiant Worlds, and the followers of chaos avoid them at any cost, not that they could easily get to them in the first place. There, the dark gods endlessly fight back against the Emperor's intrusion into their domain, resulting in endless wars between legions of daemons and divine spirits of fire, wrath, and order, given shape by the prayers of the Imperium's faithful. Some of the most fanatical devotees of the ruinous powers seek to go the Radiant Worlds in order to join these battles, but they rarely manage it, and even those who do fail to make any difference. What occurs on the Radiant Worlds has less in common with war and more with the sea meeting land and creating foam. The fire tide cannot reach deep within the Eye of Terror, but it regularly strikes at its outside regions in random bursts of psychic fire. It is believed by some scholars of the Forbidden that what remains of the false emperor's consciousness can direct such gouts of psychic energy in vain attempts to strike at the domain of those who killed him, but there's only circumstantial evidence for this theory. The fire tide struck Eurolan, bathing an area thousands of kilometers wide in golden fire before fading. The amount of psychic energy involved should have been enough to obliterate the planet, but Eurolan was protected by the will of the ruinous powers. Even so, the scorch marks could be seen from millions of kilometers away. Had the Sundered Crown arrived to Eurolan but moments earlier, it would have been caught in the full strength of the fire tide. Not even the ancient warship would have survived such an attack. It would have been melted into slag, and the souls of everyone aboard incinerated into oblivion. Suddenly, the attack by the Keeper of Secrets, which had slowed the warband until Tushan had dealt with it, could be seen in a very different light. Even then, the battleship was close enough to feel the firetide's effects. Burnt scales fell off the hull, revealing pulsating flesh. Reinforced windows of plexiglass were melted, letting in the tainted void. A secondary ammunition depot detonated on the left side of the ship, and source rouse wards all over the Sundered Crown had been broken or disturbed. It took several hours of feverish activity before the resulting crises were dealt with, and by that point Tushan's patience was wearing thin. At the Chaos Lord's command, auspexes that had been reinforced to function in the Eye were aimed at the planet. They quickly found the warband's target. There was only one structure on the entire daemon world, though its exact dimensions baffled even the infernal cogitators of the Sundered Crown. The Tower of Silence was also right in the middle of where the fire tide had struck, surrounded by scorched earth but seemingly untouched by the godlike power that had been unleashed upon Eurolan. And when the fire tide had abated, like seashells deposed on the sand by a retreating wave, it had left behind a host of warriors who burned with divine fire. Aboard the Sundered Crown, WYRDS began to scream, rambling about the graves of unsung heroes and weeping under a crushing weight of regret and guilt, emotions that, as one would expect, were almost unheard of aboard a vessel of the 18th Legion. The Legion of the Damned had come to Eurolan. The warrior who had once been Ragthar Svek of the 7th Great Company looked up at the heavens. Like many worlds in the Eye of Terror, Eurolan didn't have a sun. Instead, it was lit by the false light of the Sea of Souls, with neither light or day. Here, at the edge of the Eye, To gaze at such a sky would drive a human mad within minutes, but Ragthor had long since moved beyond such things. He saw the shape of the enemy ship approaching, a dark shadow against the baleful radiance of the eye. He lowered his gaze, and took in his surroundings. The Tower of Silence loomed on the horizon, its immense presence pressing against his soul with the weight of the secrets and horrors it contained. Beneath his feet, past the scorched earth, he could feel the guardians of this awful place coming up. Around him, his brothers in life and death were preparing, hosting bolters that fired ectoplasmic shells and blades wreathed in spectral fire. And there, among them, the figure of their champion, taller than all of them in his ancient Terminator warplate, wielding a scythe engraved with sigils of banishment and condemnation. For him to have been sent here showed how important their mission here was. The sons of Fukin had to be stopped. They couldn't be allowed to claim what waited in the tower. Ragthor didn't know how he knew this, only that it was true. So much had changed. He could hear the prayers of the faithful, coursing through his body in lieu of blood. For thousands of years, the iconography of death and fire had been used by the ecclesiarchy as symbols of the Emperor's wrath, with the Space Marines regarded as avatars of his might and protection. Perhaps in another time, the imagery of angels would have been embraced instead, but with the fall of the 1st and 9th Legions, such icons had become sources of horror and corruption, and been mercilessly eradicated by the Inquisition. Ragthor and his comrades were the manifestations of these prayers, the psychic echoes of a trillion souls accreted around the spirits of warriors who had seen and done too much, and sought a way to serve without having to drown themselves in innocent blood to prevent greater evils. And for their service, they had been rewarded with an answer to their own, silent prayers. For this battle, like all the battles he had taken part in since his rebirth in death, would be a good battle. There were no innocents here that might be hurt, and all other forces were evil beyond question. There was no dilemma here, no crisis of conscience. No piled bodies of children, killed because of the nameless things growing inside their flesh, waiting to be born and spread across the cosmos. To Ragthor, this was paradise. Although they were little more than a legend in the Imperium, the Legion of the Damned was not unknown to the Salamanders. Many times, the mysterious fire-wreathed, skull-faced Astaroths had appeared to thwart the 18th Legion's attacks on Imperial worlds, holding them back long enough for Imperial reinforcements to arrive or coming to the rescue of Imperial citizens fleeing from the Salamanders' slaver gangs. Tales of their interference had been swapped between warbands, and though Tushans had never encountered them, these tales were enough to recognize the forces that had appeared on Uralan. Despite the grandiose manner of their arrival, there weren't all that many damned legionnaires near the Tower of Silence. Auspec's returns, which, admittedly, weren't that trustworthy in the eye at the best of time, let alone after so many sensors had been fried by the fire tide, showed between 500 and 1,000 enemy damned legionnaires on the surface. Orbital bombardment was off the table. Besides the unreliability of such methods against Daemon worlds, Tushan didn't want to risk damaging the tower and the prize within, unlikely as that was. Instead, the Cruel directed his forces to make a landing beyond the immediate surroundings of the Tower of Silence, securing a staging ground from which they could march toward the tower. He told his men there was no need to rush, the Legion of the Damned had its own concerns to attend to. From the moment the fire tide had faded, the Damned Legionnaires had been under attack by Uralan's denizens. The Salamanders would have to fight them as well in order to get to the tower. They might as well let their enemies weaken each other first before joining the fray and crushing them both. Bulk transports filled to the brim with mortal soldiers began to descend, while gunships carried the Salamanders themselves to the surface. Meanwhile, the Legion of the Damned advanced on the Tower of Silence, fighting its defenders with every step. The daemons guarding the tower were unlike any others, for the dark gods would not trust its defense to any of their or their rivals' servants. Instead, in a rare act of collaboration, the ruinous powers had drawn upon the metaphysical weight of the tower itself to create elemental spirits from the stuff of Uralan itself, drawing sustenance from what laid within and dedicated to protecting it both because of their maker's command and because, without the tower's power, they would fade away into nothingness. They were simple, bestial creatures, lacking the cunning necessary to consider claiming the contents of the tower for themselves. Figures of ice, crystal, fire, and earth erupted from the ground in their thousands, surrounding the Legion of the Damned on all sides. The fire tide had sent them into disarray, but they had recovered quickly. Yet the guns of the damned legionnaires were imbued with the very radiance of the fire tide, perhaps owing to their method of transportation, and they cut the daemons down by the hundred, continuing their slow but methodical advance without being bogged down. The damned legionnaires fought for hours, led by a reaper armored in Terminator armor, until at last they reached the gates of the Tower of Silence. The gates were closed, and would not open for the servants of the Emperor, be they living or dead, but the legionnaires didn't seek entry. Instead, they began to secure defensive positions before the gates, preparing to hold them against a foe far more dangerous than the elemental daemons that even now continued to hurl themselves at them. On the bridge of the Sundered Crown, Tushan saw all of this unfold, and gritted his teeth. The Chaos Lord had underestimated the strength of the Legion of the Damned, and now his path to the Tower of Silence was blocked by a foe far more formidable than the infernal denizens of Uralan. Already his forces planetside were under attack by yet more of the elemental spirits, who made no distinction between the legionnaires and the salamanders and their slaves, regarding all as intruders to be killed. Still, Tushan was confident. He had fought other Astaroths many times before, and though the Legion of the Damned possessed strange, eldritch capabilities, the Salamander Lord was used to battles against foes blessed with unknown powers. The gifts the Dark Gods bestowed upon their servants in the Eye of Terror were, after all, infinitely varied. Like most Salamander's warbands, Tushan's forces were mostly composed of human and mutant soldiers. Over the centuries of his life, the Cruel had gathered a motley collection of mortal troops, from renegade Imperial Guard regiments to tribes of reptilian beastmen and mutant hordes. They were equipped with gear mass-produced in the foundries of Hephaeros, which was tough, ugly, and deadly, as with most things to ever come off that daemon world. As his army reached the base of the tower, Tushan gave the order for these lost souls to charge the defensive positions of the Legion of the Damned, throwing thousands of bodies at the crude but effective earthworks the legionnaires had erected in the past few hours, while under near constant assault by the Uralan daemons. Soon, the ground was soaked in gore, as the damned legionnaires unleashed volley after volley of spectral shells into the packed ranks of the salamanders' bolter fodder. From afar, the Chaos Sorcerer Hazan de Kir drew upon the blood spilled to summon daemons of Kern and Tsianch. Through sheer will, the sorcerer was able to direct these Neverborn against the damned legionnaires, though the daemons were already inclined to do so in the first place, their infernal spirits burning with hatred for everything the Legion of the Damned represented. These demonic reinforcements were enough for the mortal followers of Tushan to finally reach the defensive lines of the damned legionnaires. Facing the spectral Astaroths in close quarters after hours of forced march, the bloody assault on their position, the constant harassment by the Uralan daemons and the horror inherent in fighting alongside the Neverborn summoned by their overlords would have been enough to break the morale of most armies. But the Salamander's slave troops had long since been broken to the will of their masters, and feared incurring their wrath far more than they feared death on the field. They hurled themselves at the damned legionnaires, knowing that their only hope of survival lay in victory, however unlikely and costly it might be. The Legion of the Damned suffered almost no casualties in that first stage of the battle. A few powerful or lucky individuals among the Chaos Horde managed to take a handful of legionnaires down, their corporeal form dissolving and their spirit returning to the ether in a burst of bright light. But each legionnaire had a kill rate in the hundreds, and their armor was proof against most of the mortals' weapons and Neverborn claws. But all of this was as Tushan had planned. Having confirmed that the Legion of the Damned was now locked in place, the Cruel made his next move. The lair of Kagosi had once served as one of the Sundered Crown's landing bay, hosting gunships and tanks along with a small army of servitors and heretics to maintain and repair them. Now, it was full of the riches the Dragon Warrior had accumulated throughout his millennia of service to the warship's commander, whoever this was at the time. Tushan didn't know how one of the oldest and mightiest Dragon Warriors of the 18th Legion, one who had fought in the Great Crusade as one of the Lords of the Legion, had come to lair within the ship, only that he had inherited the pact with Kagosi when he had killed and replaced his former master. Silver, gold, and platinum coins clinked under the Chaos Lord's armored feet as he walked through the lair, surrounded by mountains of more precious metals. Priceless weapons and armors were scattered amidst the treasure trove, along with pieces of technology the Dark Mechanicum would, and had, killed for. Yet Tushan barely paid any attention to the fortunes around him, focused instead on the owner of the room, which was descending toward him, slowly climbing down the greatest pile of loot, sending waves of coinage flowing with every ponderous step. Keigosi as tall as a warhound titan on all fours, with jaws that could swallow a Terminator whole. Yet after standing in the presence of Fukin himself, Tushan found to his middling surprise that he wasn't that impressed. "Little brother," said the dragon warrior in a deep, rumbling voice. "Keigosi," answered Tushan with a slight nod, the greatest courtesy he would show anyone not his primarch. "I require your assistance once more." "And what payment do you offer, little brother? I see no coffers of gold behind you, no precious items. Not even slaves to slake my hunger." "I offer you nothing," replied Tushan. "Nothing? Nothing? Who do you think you are talking to, little brother?" "I am," Tushan said calmly, "talking to someone who will be glad to assist me in doing Fukin's will." There was a moment of silence. Keigosi lived isolated from the rest of the warband. There were a few salamanders who were brave or foolish enough to visit him, bringing him tribute in exchange for his knowledge of the Legion's past. But Tushan kept an eye on these visits, and he knew none had occurred since they had left Hefeiros, so the dragon warrior hadn't known about the purpose of their journey. Still, Keigosi knew Tushan wasn't stupid enough to lie about such a thing. The dragon warrior growled, before spreading his wings wide and throwing his head back. His roar made the entire deck quake, and was the signal to open the bay to the void, that Keigosi might depart. Keigosi flew out of the sundered crown, passing through the void and into Uralan's upper atmosphere without trouble. Physics had little to do with the dragon warrior's ability to fly. He descended towards the Tower of Silence, while Tushan left the bay and hurried to another one, where his elite guard awaited him for the Chaos Lord's own descent to the surface. The ground shook and the air shimmered with heat as the dragon warrior took to the field. Both mortal soldiers and demmed legionnaires were bathed by his fiery breath, the monstrous salamander caring nothing for his supposed allies. The spectral flames surrounding the demmed legionnaires granted them some protection against the breath of Fukin's spawn, but that protection was far from perfect. They fired back at the dragon warrior, their aim good enough to hit a target moving at such speed even through the heat-distorted air, but Keigosi's scaled hide turned aside every shot. Keigosi might well have slaughtered the entire force of demmed legionnaires single-handedly, if not for their leader. The scythe-wielding giant raised an armored palm toward the dragon warrior and let loose a bolt of white lightning that struck the beast in his chest. The attack wasn't enough to slay Keigosi, but it did successfully bring him down. The dragon warrior crashed onto the ground, sending corpses and legionnaires flying. Arcs of source Rouse energy coursed through his body, preventing him from taking flight once more, but in truth, Keigosi was too enraged to think of fleeing. Instead, he sought the warrior who had dared bring him low, and found him soon, for the demmed legionnaire was walking straight for the fallen dragon. In a mirror of another battle that had occurred thousands of years ago on the world of Pandorax, a reaper came to make battle against a black dragon. Both protagonists of that confrontation of legend were far from here, one dwelling in his fiery lair and the other amidst cold stones, but their transformed sons were determined to repeat that ancient performance. Amidst the salamander's lines, the sorcerer Dekir saw this unfold, and felt something akin to dread. By all rights, the battle that ensued should have ended in seconds, with Keigosi crushing the enemy leader in his jaws, ripping him asunder with his claws, or incinerating him with his breath. But the spectral Asteroots had been powerful in life, and now wielded freely the gifts he had suppressed during his mortal existence out of fear of corruption. That fear was gone now, empowered as he was by the fire tide and the other power that inhabited the Legion of the Damned. The flames of Keigosi couldn't touch him, and he moved with impossible speed, avoiding the dragon warrior's blows while his own tore through black scales and spilled torrents of mutated blood that the earth of Uralan drank up greedily. Even so, the Reaper was not left unscathed. Even a glancing blow from Keigosi could rend his armor, and though the demmed legionnaires didn't bleed, they could still suffer from accumulated wounds. By the time the Reaper buried the blade of scythe completely into the skull of Keigosi, unleashing a psychic burst that destroyed the dragon warrior's brain and finally killed him, his armor was in ruin, leaking ectoplasm from more than a score of wounds. Even so, the sight of the mighty beast slain struck the final blow to the mortal slaves of the salamanders. They still didn't retreat, but they became easy prey for the remaining demmed legionnaires, who swiftly dispatched the last of them. Only a third of the demmed legionnaires remained standing before the gates of the Tower of Silence. Even the daemons had retreated from the fiery cataclysm. Nodding in satisfaction, the death of Kagosi was well worth the damage he had inflicted upon their foes, and now all the treasures of the Dragon Warrior were his to claim. The Chaos Lord gave the order for his elite forces to advance, leading the charge in person. Among the Salamanders, like among all traitor legions, and, it must be said, most of the loyalist ones as well, a leader who doesn't fight on the front lines couldn't hope to keep the respect of his men. The followers of the dragon. Inferno Guards. The Salamander's Legion is well known for the ambition and greed of its members, as well as their complete lack of conscience and loyalty. Even Fukin only rules through absolute power, knowing that any of his sons would betray him if they thought they could replace him. This is an inevitable consequence of the dark philosophy of might makes right and the pursuit of absolute power the 18th Legion has embraced, but it poses a quandary to the lords of the Legion. Since the first empires of humanity, tyrants have often been overthrown by their own bodyguards turning against them, so how can the Salamander lords avoid the same fate? The answer is the Inferno Guard. As is the case in most legions, both loyalist and traitor, the personal guard of a leader is composed of terminators, tasked with keeping their master alive at the cost of their own life if need be. In the case of the Inferno Guard, however, such purpose is enforced not through duty and loyalty, but sorcery. The soul of each member of the Inferno Guard is bound to the life of his ward by powerful rituals performed in Hephaeros by a reclusive cult of the Black Dragon. They are rendered unable of treachery and disobedience, and should their master ever perish, their souls shall be torn from their bodies and hurled into the ever-burning pit that serves as the cult's sacred ground and ritual location. Most members of the Inferno Guard are forced into the role, having earned the ire of their master for some failure or attempted treachery. But a few through the ages have volunteered for it, seeing it as a quick shortcut to power and prestige and binding themselves to masters whom they believe will rise far in the Legion. The one way out of the Inferno Guard, after all, is for the master to ascend to daemonhood, a process which flows through the bonds of the guard and results in them being similarly elevated, becoming immortal servants of the new daemon prince. The process of soul binding also grants the Inferno Guards pyrokinetic abilities, making them even more dangerous in battle and letting them perceive heat even without the use of their ward's sensor, the better to detect any and all threats to their ward. Inferno Guards possess all the strength one might expect of a Terminator, and all of them have their armor further enhanced by the best smiths and here-techs their master has access to, and considering the reputation of the 18th Legion, those are some of the greatest in the Eye of Terror. The few suits of Inferno Guard battle plate that have escaped the possession of the Salamanders have been known to trigger wars between warbands of other legions, as these suits grant all the resilience of a dreadnought with only a slight decrease in mobility compared to Terminator armor, and, more importantly, without the need to be entombed into a life-sustaining sarcophagus for the rest of eternity. Pact Wraiths. There are few things among the Salamanders that can earn prestige like the recovery of a piece of the legacy of the dragon, these relics crafted by their gene-sire before his ascension that are scattered across the galaxy. In the hunt for these priceless, cursed artifacts, one Forge Father uncovered a piece of jewelry fashioned by Fukin that had transformed its wielder into a wraith, bound to the materium only by the artifact's power, their soul hollowed by the relic's power until they were nothing more than a conduct for Fukin's will. The Forge Father knew better than to try and claim the relic for himself, as doing so would disturb whatever plan the Black Dragon had for his undying minion, but the encounter left its mark upon him, and when he returned to Hephaeros, he attempted to make his own, lesser version of the artifact. His initial successes led to trading his secrets to other Forge Fathers and Chaos Sorcerers of the proper inclination, and so the use of Pact Wraiths spread through the Legion. Pact Wraiths are created by binding the soul of a mortal subject, voluntary or not, to a prepared artifact, which must then remain in the subject's possession. Often, the Salamander will claim that this will make the subject immortal, and that is technically true, but it is a false immortality, as the body of the wearer will decay at an accelerated rate, though without diminishing physical abilities, and instead enhancing them until it disappears completely and all that remains is a specter animating a cloak or suit of armor, depending on the Pact Wraith. The psychological impact of the transformation is even more severe, as Pact Wraiths lose all empathy, compassion, and love, replaced by an eternal loyalty to their artifact's maker. The hollowing of their soul also renders them immune to psychic manipulation, and daemons recoil from their presence in abject disgust, before trying to destroy them. Pact Wraiths retain the skills and abilities they had in life. They are used as messengers, assassins, bodyguards, but also for more mundane uses such as political and strategic advice as well as assistance in crafting the terrible weapons of war for which the salamanders are justly feared. It is said that Histan, greatest of the Forge Fathers, keeps an entire collection of packed wraiths taken from among the best craftsmen in the galaxy, including Eldar smiths, Tau Earth caste members, and even Orc meat boys. The creation of a packed wraith as binding artifact requires considerable effort and resources from its maker, which is why the salamanders haven't conquered the galaxy at the head of a legion of undying minions. Upon the death of his master, the relic of a packed wraith will crumble and his corpus will disintegrate, before his spirit is dragged to Hephaeros, where it will remain without form and power, condemned to suffer in the spiritual flames of the daemon world. It is possible for such a lost creature to be returned to material existence only if another anchor is crafted by a salamander who wishes to make uses of the packed wraith's skills. Despite millennia of work by Forge Fathers and sorcerers, packed wraiths remain pale imitation of Fukin's own craft. Before his destruction at Prospero, Augustri the Necromancer was one such entity, and his power was great enough he was able to challenge the heralds of Prospero on equal ground. Though the Imperium won a great victory when Kaon the Black destroyed Agastri's cursed ring and banished his spirit, there are other such beings lurking in the galaxy's shadows, wielding items imbued with the symbology of submission and surrender to the Black Dragon, each pursuing sinister goals in the name of Fukin. Rumors among the 18th Legion even speak of packed wraiths created not from mortal souls, but space marines, who may not even have been salamanders in life. Fellfire Fiends. When the salamanders came to Hephaeros, the daemon world was already inhabited. According to their own oral histories, the Fellfire Fiends rose from Hephaeros lava flows in the time between the birth of the youngest god and the fall of Guilliman at Terra. Born of the myths of fire spirits that exist among almost every culture that mastered fire, their first act was to wipe out the corrupted Eldars who had survived the rise of Slaanesh by dedicating themselves to the Dark Prince. Their genocide complete, they ruled Hephaeros unopposed, until the arrival of the salamanders. Though the Fellfire Fiends submitted to Fukin, and indeed were among the firsts to worship him as a god, they didn't recognize the salamanders' authority, and a new war was waged upon Hephaeros. The Black Dragon didn't deign to intervene. Perhaps he was still recovering from his banishment at Pandorax, or perhaps he saw this conflict as the correct way to resolve things according to his dark philosophy. One fiend could fight and kill an entire squad of salamanders, and there were thousands of them scattered across Hephaeros. But because of their innate potency, they hadn't developed weapons, and their infernal heritage made them unable to work together. Ultimately, they proved no match for the tanks and arsenal of the Chaos Marines. Most of the surviving Fellfire Fiends were forced into servitude, and used as living weapons by the Salamanders in the Legion Wars, while others retreated to the fringes of the dreadful civilization the Salamanders built on their new home world. Though they are undeniably demonic in origin and aspect, Fellfire Fiends aren't true Neverborn. They possess material bodies of their own, and have a reproduction cycle whose details they have ferociously kept from all outsiders. Only adult, full-grown fiends have ever been observed on Hephaeros or elsewhere, and they are an imposing sight indeed. They are humanoids over 5 meters in heights, their bodies covered in a thick hide and without any apparent sexual characteristics. Their heads are perpetually wreathed in flame due to their fiery breath, and sport ram-like horns that are charred black and sharp enough to pierce through ceramite. Fellfire Fiends are master pyrokinetics, capable of conjuring armaments made of the same source Rouse fire that burns within their breast. Those who leave Hephaeros as part of a salamander warband have either been persuaded to join at great cost, or been defeated in battle and given a choice between servitude and death. Regarding themselves as superior to all other forms of life, their arrogance is tempered only by the knowledge of their defeat by the salamanders, and the memory of it is a festering wound to their pride, further inflamed as their worship of the Black Dragon warps them even further. It isn't uncommon for Chaos Lords employing them to have custom armor and weapons commissioned for them, either as payment for their service or to make them even more deadly on the battlefield. Dragon Mortars. The dreadful arsenals of the Salamanders are justly feared across the Imperium, for the sons of Fukin are as ingenious in designing armaments as they are devoid of conscience, a combination that has ever produced fearsome weapons for mankind's use. During the Great Crusade, the Salamanders were willing to use many weapons the Emperor had restricted, and, after their betrayal at Istvan V, others that he had outright forbidden. After their exile into the Eye of Terror, the Forge Fathers continued to pursue their blasphemous craft, building instruments of death and ruin capable of laying waste to entire worlds. However, since the Salamanders desire conquest and plunder, these doomsday weapons are seldom used. The war machines known as dragon mortars, then, are something of an unholy compromise between destructive power and usefulness in raids and invasions. On the surface, they resembled long-range artillery pieces on tracks, whose firing tube is more often than not shaped in the semblance of a dragon. They are capable of hurling shells across battlefields and over hive walls with pinpoint accuracy. But it is no mere explosives they send, but the foulest creations of the Forge Fathers. Ever-burning phosphex infused with the soul-consuming fires of Hephaeros, vortex bombs that leave permanent scars in the fabric of reality, soul-flaying shrieks that slay all living but leave buildings standing. There is no end to the panoply of horrors a dragon mortar might unleash, each shell a darkly unique masterwork of infernal technology. Furthermore, within the metal of each shell fired by dragon mortars is bound an everborn spawned in the forges of Hephaeros, created from the fires of the daemon world and the dreams of destruction of the shell's maker and his thralls. Imbued as they are with the terror of the uncounted millions who have perished to artillery throughout mankind's history, shots from a dragon mortar pass through void shields and are immune to all anti-artillery measures. Due to this, the shells are too dangerous to be stored anywhere but under the most potent of seals. Merely being in their presence for more than a few minutes tends to drive mortals mad, willing to do anything to unleash the terrible death contained within the shell. Not even salamanders are immune to this effect, though they can resist it longer. To bypass this, the dragon mortars each carry their own deadly cargo within a hold where the laws of space are warped in order to contain their entire reserve of shells, each dragged from that nightmarish realm and loaded into the mortar's gun before firing through a process as ritualized as any of the Martian tech priests' ceremonies. Dragon mortars are piloted by salamanders selected among those with the strongest will and trained in their use, but even they are eventually changed by the duty. It is common for a pilot to be physically merged with his engine after years in the eye, resulting in blasphemous unions of flesh, metal, and daemon that exist only to inflict destruction upon the universe. Echidnian tyrants. When the legion structure of the salamanders fell apart after the heresy, most of those who had been trained as apothecaries abandoned their duties, seeing no personal gain in helping their brothers survive. Some of them, however, became fascinated with the strange biology of the eye's denizens, and sought to harness it for use in war. Or at least that is the reason they gave. In truth, they sought to indulge in the lust for domination that festered within their heart, fueled further by their gene sire's ascension to daemonhood. They began with the beasts of Hephaeros, studying captured specimens and developing methods of control involving pain, drugs, and crude cybernetics. Once these methods were perfected, they turned to breeding their beasts in order to produce the strongest ones possible, traveling across the Eye of Terror for stranger and more potent individuals to use. Through selective breeding, gene splicing, and their own desires influencing the warp into twisting their creations in accord with their vision, they created breeds of bestial abominations that rival any of the dark god's own monstrous spawns. For this, and for the callous cruelty with which they treat their creations, these corrupt apothecaries were named the Echidnian tyrants. Each works alone, with a staff of mutated assistants who more often than not end up devoured by the menagerie of beasts their master keeps. Competition between tyrants to create and control the most terrible beasts is fierce, and they are willing to lend their craft and creations to chaos lords of their legion, and even others, in exchange for fresh material and the opportunity to test their creations on the field of battle. It is considered a sign of prestige among the salamander lords to keep a tyrant on retainer, and the might of their creations reflect on both tyrant and sponsor. An Echidnian tyrant will go into battle surrounded by a selection of his finest beasts, while often letting loose a horde of failed experiments to soften up the enemy and see if there's anything worth recycling in the batch. To face a tyrant's menagerie is to face a collection of disparate horrors united only by their lethality and hatred of all living things, their master, and themselves included. The tyrants themselves are as capable fighters as any Chaos Marine, and carry a collection of wicked devices to protect themselves from their own creations that can stun, torment, or kill with a touch. Still, for all the many horrors they have created, in the eyes of Fabius Bile, founder of the Black Legion and pater mutatis to countless monsters, the Echidnian tyrants are petty flesh rights lacking visions, who waste their skills tinkering with beasts. Meanwhile, the apothecaries of the Raven Guard gently laugh at their cousin's best efforts while making walking nightmares capable of ravaging entire worlds out of men. The tyrants know this, and burn with envy, knowing that they are inferior to both despite all their protests to the contrary. The Chosen of Prometheus. The pursuit of immortality is not limited to the human followers of the Black Dragon. The salamanders do not exactly fear death, that capacity was removed from them, as it is from every space marine who ever swore his loyalty to the Golden Throne. But they fear failure, and to perish with their ambitions unfulfilled and greatness unrecognized is among the greatest possible failures. As a result, the salamander sorcerers delved into the lore of resurrection, developing the rituals that later formed the foundation of the Draconite faction of renegade inquisitors. However, the very strength of a salamander's soul makes it a beacon to the daemons of chaos upon death. It is therefore rare for the resurrection rituals to work on the legion that designed them, as by the time they are ready, the soul has often already been devoured. Due to this, when a salamander dies, his body is usually looted of everything valuable by his battle brothers, and then given to the heretics of the Promethean conclave to recycle its gene seed in order to create new warriors. Some salamanders, however, achieve a level of infamy that forces even their proud brothers to give them respect, and earn a more dignified treatment. Their bodies are returned to Hephaeros, and brought to one of the great volcanoes of the daemon world, covered only in a black cloak made from the scales shed by the great drakes slumbering in Hephaeros' moon temples. After a ceremony inspired from the funeral rites of long-lost Nocturne, the body is placed upon a metal bier crafted specially for the occasion and lowered into the lava, which consumes it completely. In 9 cases out of 10, this is the end of the warrior's saga, his flesh devoured by the fiery homeland of the salamanders. But every so often, the warrior is instead resurrected. These chosen souls awaken on the ashen surface of Hephaeros, recalling only the faintest suggestions of the time between their death and resurrection. Named the Chosen of Prometheus after the moon that brought destruction and renewal to Nocturne, these warriors are now second-born, sharing their soul with daemons said to be spawned from the dreams of Fukin himself. Among the salamanders, demonic possession is regarded as a sign of weakness, though many still embrace that path in order to survive, but the Chosen of Prometheus are granted some prestige by the nature of their demonic cohorts. Even so, they are barred from holding leadership positions over any but each other and mortal slaves by decree of Fukin himself, for reasons the Black Dragon has never explained, nor ever been asked to. Instead, they sell their services to other Chaos Lords, lending their knowledge and might in return for tribute. Chosen of Prometheus travel in packs, each member a veteran of thousands of battles who managed to earn the honor of being brought back to Hephaeros after death. In battle, their bodies transform into terrifying Astartes dragon hybrids, combining their prodigious martial skill with infernal potency to devastating effect. In this form, the bestial side of their nature is heightened, leading them to feast upon the flesh of their foes mid-battle, often not caring whether they are still alive as they bite down. As the salamanders approached the Tower of Silence, a great number of elemental daemons converged on the battle in a tide that nearly covered the horizon. If they reached the battle, both sides would be overwhelmed and slaughtered, an outcome the damned legionnaires were perfectly fine with, so long as the salamanders were kept from fulfilling their task. But Tushan had foreseen this possibility, and at his command the 4 dragon mortars of his warband fired in all directions others than the tower, inflicting upon Uralan wounds that ran even deeper than the burn the fire tide had left. At considerable expense, the Cruel had been able to secure the services of 4 of these apocalyptic weapons, each of which was capable of forcing the surrender of entire hive cities with only a handful of shots and the threat of more. Using them on empty ground went against the burning desire for slaughter that inhabited their pilots, but Tushan's will was strong enough to force them to obey. Each mortar fired a shell loaded with a different kind of apocalypse. When the detonations ceased and the ground stopped shaking in agony, the battlefield was surrounded by unimaginable devastation. The daemons of Uralan were stuck on the other side, even their bestial consciousness hesitant to enter the ruination unleashed by the dragon mortars. Those few too consumed by bloodlust threw themselves into the death zones and were annihilated in seconds. In one move, Tushan, who didn't want to risk using the dragon mortars close to the Tower of Silence, had isolated the battlefield and left nowhere to run for his foes, not that he expected the Legion of the Damned to break. The Salamander's assault on the Legion of the Damned's smoldering defensive position was made of 3 distinct groups, attacking in a 3-pronged formation. On the left flank charged the handful of Fellfire Fiends Tushan had spent the better part of a year tracking and battling into submission with Stormbearer. The great monsters matched their own infernal fire against the Legionnaires' eldritch flames, while 3 packs of Chosen of Prometheus, who had joined Tushan's warband on Hephaeros without asking for tribute after his meeting with Fukin, followed in the Fiends' wake. The Demmed Legionnaires focused their fire on the Fellfire Fiends, but the wrought armor Tushan had purchased for them at the cost of thousands of slaves repelled most of their fire, while the Chosen advanced behind them, using the larger creatures as cover. As they charged into the heat of battle, the bodies of the Chosen shifted to assume their war shape. Their helmeted skulls warped into draconic visages, the ceramite of their armor split into black scales, and their limbs twisted into reptilian claws fused to their weapons or holding balls of warp fire. On the right, the Echidnian tyrant Hrothshen unleashed his menagerie. Monstrosities that could only be born in heretical laboratories rushed along with abominations that could only survive within the Eye of Terror in a parade of horrors. Hrothshen's experiments ranged far and wide. Some of his beasts resembled enormous arachnids with reptilian scales, others feathered mammals with the jaws of wolves, and others, less recognizable combinations of genetic slicing and grafted mutations. Electrical collars around their necks and other remote shock devices implanted in the flesh of these living blasphemies allowed Shen to control them and direct them at the Legion of the Damned. Moving with unity born of countless years of fighting together, the Damned Legionnaires opened fire on the tide of warped flesh rushing toward them. The beasts moved with preternatural speed, and despite the heavy casualties they suffered, they quickly reached the lines of the Legion of the Damned, leaping the final meters and crashing into the spectral warriors. Not even the post-potent of eye-borne venoms had any effect on the eldritch physiology of the Demmed Legionnaires, who were more memories than flesh, given form by the psyche of the 14th Legion and the power of the Astronomicon. And terror, the other main weapon of an Echidnian tyrant's creations, similarly didn't affect them. Drawing blades, the Legionnaires cleaved through the beasts. Shen's experiments didn't fight alone, however. Tushan had deployed the Chaos Sorcerer Hazan de Kir on the same front, along with his entourage of enslaved packed wraiths. During his centuries of service to Tushan, de Kir had bound many of the strongest mortal warriors they had encountered to his will, spending considerable time within his chambers creating more cursed items to bestow upon worthy souls. All that time, de Kir had pretended not to know Tushan had orchestrated the destruction of several of his packed wraiths in the past, as well as sabotaged his efforts to create more of the artifacts required for their creation. Meanwhile, Tushan had pretended not to be aware de Kir intended to overthrow him with the help of his undying slaves. Despite the discreet sabotage of his own warlord, de Kir had amassed a formidable force of packed wraiths, matched by few other chaos sorcerers of the 18th Legion. Former tribal champions fought alongside accursed traitor guardsmen and exiled disciples of the dragon, all that they were burned away by the artifacts they bore until all that remained was their skill in battle. They arrived behind the beasts, de Kir himself striding alongside Shen, who was taking notes on his creation's performance even as he fired at the Demmed Legionnaires, dictating his observations to a servitor trudging behind him. The packed wraiths moved together, striking at the Demmed Legionnaires who had been separated by the beasts' onslaught like packs of wolves bringing down bears. Their weaponry was infused by the same sorcery that anchored their undying existence, and they bit into the fire burning within the Demmed Legionnaire's breast with cold, ruthless hunger. Finally, the central front was occupied by the Warband's corps of Chaos Marines, led by their Chaos Lord. At Tushan's side were his Inferno Guards, and in his hands was Stormbearer, whose terrible might the Cruel unleashed in great bolts of lightning and fire, every attack a battle of will against the weapon's own bitter, vengeful spirit. The essence of the great Drake Tushan had slain empowered the Warhammer, but some of its awareness lingered within it as well, full of hatred for the one who had murdered it and forever trying to destroy him in turn. The Inferno Guards walked alongside their lord like a walking wall, their armor proof against every gun in the Legion of the Damned's arsenal. They fired back with heavy bolters loaded with armor-penetrating rounds, each of which had been engraved with Nocturnian curses. Damned Legionnaires fell, their warplate punctured and the complex lattices of energy animating them disrupted by the fell alchemy contained within the Inferno Guard's ammunition. The three hosts slammed into the Legion of the Damned's defenses, and the Battle of the Tower of Silence began in earnest. Within moments, the lines of battle dissolved into a giant melee, the damned legionnaires unable to hold their ground against the enemy's superior numbers after the casualties they had taken from the dragon warriors' attack. Tushan kept going forward, and soon, the Chaos Lord came face to face with the Reaper who had slain Keigosi. Keigosi had done well, even if he had ultimately failed. Tushan could see that his foe was on the verge of dissolution, his corpus held together by strength of will alone. That was good. Tushan's only feared Fukin's wrath, but the sight of the Reaper killing the dragon warrior had impressed even him, and a confrontation against that warrior at full strength was something he would rather avoid. With a gesture, his Inferno guards spread out to keep others from interfering. He felt some hesitation at his order. The Inferno guards had witnessed Keigosi's death as well, and knew the fate that awaited them should Tushan fall as well. Still, they had no choice but to obey, just like Tushan, in truth, had no choice but to face that opponent alone. Keeping his control of the warband would require no less. "Do you know who I was, son of the Kinslayer?" said the Reaper as Tushan approached. His voice was like creaking tombstones. "No," replied Tushan, "and I don't care." Dead legends didn't matter to a salamander, their concern was the present, and the future they would rule over. That was ever your legion's greatest failing, even before the night you renounced your oaths and I died to save the embers of hope from the maw of hell. You do not care enough, and that made you butchers instead of warriors. The Cruel didn't waste any more time bantering with the Spectre, and launched his first attack. Stormbearer crashed into the Revenant's great scythe, the two weapons erupting with unrestrained psychic energy at the contact. Like Tushan's hammer, the scythe was imbued with great power, but the greater part of it had been spent in slaying Keigosi. The two warlords fought for several minutes, but in truth the outcome had never been in doubt. The most difficult part of the battle was keeping Stormbearer in check, as the hammer battered against the walls of Tushan's will. Eventually, Tushan broke the scythe and hurled the demmed legionnaire to the ground with a mighty blow to the chest. "You won't claim your prize, dragon spawn," rasped the Reaper. "The end approaches." Tushan slammed his hammer into the Wraith's skull-faced helm, silencing his rambling. One by one, the last demmed legionnaires were slain, their bodies turning into warp fire that burst upward into the sky and vanished into the storms above like reverse lightning. Up close, it was obvious that the Tower of Silence was not made of stone, metal, or any mundane material. It was the very idea of a tower, rent from the immaterium and thrown onto Euroland by the dark gods themselves. All who looked upon it saw it slightly differently, the only constants being its shifting but ever-titanic size and foreboding aura. The gates of the Tower of Silence were closed, with no obvious way of opening them. The Katabasis was brought down from the sundered crown, the Hirtex beginning the process of returning command of the ship to its crew and bound navigators. The creature was brought to the Tower of Silence under heavy guard, and Tushan commanded it to open the gates. The Katabasis knocked with a withered fist, and the tower shook, but the gates did not open. The wretched thing knocked harder, and again the tower shook but did not yield. The eyes of the Katabasis glowed crimson, and black fire shimmered around its body as it drew upon its connection to the black dragon in distant Hephaeros, and this time, when it knocked, the doors swung open, slowly and reluctantly. Beyond them was only darkness that even the eyes of the salamanders couldn't pierce, and the barest suggestion of distant shapes. This proved too much for the Katabasis to bear, however. Its body was burned inside out by the power it had channeled, and it fell to the ground, its flesh dissolving to ash, leaving behind naught but blackened bones. There was a moment of silence, as the salamanders wondered how they were meant to complete their task without their guide. But Tushan prevented any doubt from being voiced by raising Stormbearer and proclaiming that the creature had played its part in bringing him this far. He would complete the mission Fukin had bestowed upon him on his own from this point on. Tushan wisely didn't trust the other members of his warband to accompany him inside the tower. Not even his Inferno guards, for all that their loyalty to him was enforced by sorcery. He didn't know what awaited inside the tower, but he knew there were wonders and treasures, and great power as well, power great enough to make any true son of Fukin turn on their lord, perhaps even enough for an Inferno guard to free himself of his chains. So the Cruel ordered his men to guard the entrance of the tower and not let a single soul pass until he had come back out, and to wait for him however long it took, lest they face the wrath of Fukin themselves. Then he went in. Darkness pressed on Tushan from all directions. His armor was no defense against it, despite all the Sorcerer's protections that had been added to it. He felt the intent of the darkness as it beheld him, like a piece of metal under the evaluating gaze of a Forge Father. He was being tested, he realized. The darkness had been placed here by the tower's makers, to block entry to all but the worthy. Anger swelled within him. He was a Salamander Lord, a true son of Fukin. None but the Black Dragon had the right to judge his worth. He roared at the darkness, forcing his voice out in the silent black all around him. Whatever this trial was, he rejected it. He had no need of the approval of the ruinous powers, for they too were fated to serve Fukin or be destroyed, like the rest of the universe. The thought made something flare inside him, a vestige of Fukin's power that had marked Tushan during his first and only encounter with the Daemon Primarch. It drove the darkness away, and Tushan finally crossed the threshold of the Tower of Silence. Tushan emerged from the blackness and into a vast hall with a domed ceiling covered with chaos runes and held by pillars of brass, silver, bone, and living, pulsating flesh. He stood at the edge of the circular hall, whose dimensions were just as impossible as the tower's. Torches set in the pillars, of which there were too many to count, despite each appearing to be at least a kilometer away from the closest one, lit the scene, letting Tushan glimpse something at the center, though he couldn't make it out clearly. For lack of a better course of action, he walked towards it, and didn't make it 10 meters before coming under attack. The elemental spirits outside the tower were, it turned out, the least of its guardians. The very shadows cast by the torches suddenly animated, and constructs of dark matter rose from them like ornate daemons from blood pools. There were scores of them, and they swarmed Tushan from all directions, seeking to drown the Chaos Lord with their numbers. Any warrior, no matter his skill, would have been overcome then, but Tushan wielded Stormbearer, and in that moment he realized why Fukin had chosen him to carry out his will. Though Tushan didn't know it, being no psyker himself, all sorcery was blocked with the Tower of Silence. But the power of his warhammer rested within the weapon itself, rather being forcefully drawn from the immaterium. Every blow let loose a burst of lightning, obliterating a handful of the shadowy creatures at a time. Even as immaterial claws sought to tear at the edges of his darkling soul, Tushan kept moving as he fought, advancing toward the center of the room, reasoning that if the guardians wanted to keep him from it, then it must be the correct path. Time meant even less in the tower than it did elsewhere in the eye. Tushan felt as if he had fought for an eternity, his memories of an existence before the struggle to advance and fight beginning to fade, when suddenly, the fight stopped. Tushan looked around him, and saw that he had reached the center of the room. There were still many more of the tower's guardians, but they weren't approaching him, instead forming a circle around him and his destination, as if held at bay by a circle of binding. Warily, Tushan turned his back on the guardians and examined what lay at the center of the immense room. There stood a black crystal over 3 meters in height, with 8 sharp spikes jutting out of it like spikes on a crown. Focusing his gaze, the Chaos Lord saw that underneath the crystal was a stairway going down. Tushan struck with his warhammer, shattering the crystal into thousands of razor-sharp shards that did little more than scratch the paint on his armor. The stairway was cleared, but Tushan's blow had also released the crystal's prisoner, a mortal man, who landed amidst the shards without a single one cutting his flesh, and took a deep, shuddering breath. Though his face was lined with age, his eyes were bright, and his hair was still dark. He had a warrior's musculature. He was clad only in pieces of chitinous armor and burned scraps of cloth, that left much of his body exposed. The fact he appeared untouched by mutation was noteworthy, but all in all, he didn't look that different from the thousands of men Tushan had seen and killed in his life. Except there clearly was something different about him. He looked up at the cruel without fear, something that hadn't happened since he had become a son of Fukin. Tushan placed Stormbearer next to the man's skull. The threat was clear, one twist of his wrist, and he would take his head off. "Who are you?" he demanded rather than asked. "My name is Argulian Vec. Once, I stood among Chaos' mightiest champions. I've never heard of you." "Of course you haven't. This is the Tower of Secrets, where the dark gods hide that which they desire to be forgotten, but not destroyed." "And what do they do with those secrets?" asked Tushan, genuinely curious. The old man chuckled. "How would I know? I am only a prisoner in this place." "And how did that happen?" I defied the dark gods, as revenge for all the lies they told me and all others who follow the path to glory. I searched for a way to hurt them, and engineered the destruction of the daemon world Torvendes, in the maelstrom. He smiled, and it was a surprisingly vicious sight. I believe that loss, at least, hurt them. After that, I sought out my own death. To that end, I wandered the maelstrom, throwing myself at its petty lords in hope one of them would be able to kill me. None were, however, said the old man without any pride. The dark gods refused to give me the death I craved, and it was only much later, during my captivity here, that I realized they were using me even then, baiting me with the death I desired so that I would clean up the maelstrom and make way for its new masters. But eventually they grew bored with that game, and destroyed my ship in the Immaterium. It had served me well for thousands of years, survived countless battles, and it died broken apart by the warp storms. He sighed, sounding genuinely grieved. It deserved better. And you survived? Asked Tushan, doubtful. In a manner of speaking. I should have died, of that there is no question. But here is the thing, Lord, by my defiance, I had angered all four of the dark gods. I suspect they couldn't agree on which one of them should get my soul to eternally torment, and so they put me here instead, to rot alongside all the other secrets they want the universe to forget about. How do you know this? I knew much before I ended up here, and there wasn't much to do in my prison, except stretch out with my senses and try to figure this place out. For example, the secrets and treasures you seek, for I doubt you came here to rescue me, aren't in the tower itself. He nodded to the floor. They are below us. The Tower of Silence is named such because its sole purpose is to hide what waits beneath, to shroud the gods' secrets from the inquisitive eyes of mortals. I have no interest in the trinkets of the ruinous powers. It is a weapon I seek, in the name of my master Fukin. A weapon? Ha! I see. It is Dracnian you seek, is it not? You know of it? Asked Tushan, taken aback. Vec gave a short, bitter laugh. Of course I know of it. I was hearing its voice in my head centuries before the dark gods put me here, and it hasn't stopped whispering in my skull ever since. It wants me to pick it up, to unleash its power and evil upon the galaxy. As if I ever would do that. You didn't try to claim it. Such a lack of ambition was unheard of in a champion of chaos. Didn't you listen? I rejected the lies of the path to glory, Lord. Dracnian is a trap, a lure laid by the dark gods to draw a champion strong enough they can shape him or her into a weapon capable of killing the Emperor, who is the only one they fear. The idea that anyone could reject the dark gods was a novel one. The salamanders prided themselves on not selling themselves to the ruinous powers, instead bartering with them for power like their sire had done during the heresy. I have come here to claim Dracnian in the name of Fukin, announced Tushan, frowning. And the black dragon does not serve the dark gods. Vec looked up at Tushan with a thoughtful gaze. Does he? Well. Then perhaps. Perhaps I can be of assistance to you, Lord Tushan. How so? The prize you seek lies beneath us, said Vec, gesturing to the stairs his crystal prison had blocked. The dark gods placed me here, on the threshold between the Tower of Silence and what it was built to guard, as an additional torment. If you came here on another's behalf, then Dracnian won't speak to you, and you could wander the crypts for an eternity without finding it. But I can guide you through the maze under our feet into the resting place of Dracnian. Why would you help me? Besides to keep your life, of course. The man might have claimed to have sought his own death, but Tushan didn't believe him. No one who really wanted to die would have lived through what he had described. Vec smiled. Spite, Lord. Spite and anger. I seek revenge against the dark gods still, and Dracnian being removed by someone they didn't select as their puppet would certainly serve as such. Tushan considered it, then nodded. That was a motivation he could understand. The two chosen of ruin, one who had turned on his gods and one who served a claimant to their throne, descended into the depths below the Tower of Silence. As Vec had said, there were crypts down there. In it were entombed the failed champions of chaos, beings from all the ensouled races that had populated the galaxy since the war in heaven and the dawn of the primordial annihilator. Here were buried those who had committed the cardinal sin of the path to glory. They had hesitated. Faced with the ever-increasing horrors they must commit to continue their journey toward ascension, they had flinched, had refused to throw any more of their soul away. For that unforgivable failing, they had been struck down, slain by their own allies or killed in battle by enemies who took advantage of their hesitation. Their souls had been cast into the burning hells of the dark gods' realms, to suffer untold torments until nothing remained of them, but here, on Uralan, the very memory of their existence was hidden away. When the priests of chaos claimed that those who fall by the side of the path to glory would be forgotten, they knew not how very literally they were speaking, for the ruinous powers would not tolerate that the example of these failed champions might spread doubt among their followers. The secrets of the dark gods were hidden in prisons of black crystal similar to the one Tushan had rescued Vec from. As they passed by them, Tushan saw glimpses of those forgotten champions passed in his mind's eye, great battles and dark deeds committed in the name of the Four and the Undivided, erased from the recollections of mortals save as half-forgotten myths and legends. Vec claimed that his own name was still remembered in the maelstrom, though the truth of his deeds had long since passed into legend. The only reason he was still remembered was that he still lived, but, once again, it was clear he took no pride in this, which baffled Tushan. The crypts were arrayed in a maze made of mirrors, surrounding the two intruders with endless reflections of themselves, all of which were subtly wrong. Lesser souls might have been unnerved or confused, but Tushan and Vec possessed stronger wills than that. They ignored the mirrors, walking through the labyrinth as if it were made of stone. The walls of the maze moved whenever they weren't directly observed, corridors turning into dead ends and dead ends turning into crossroads. Whenever they reached a fork in the path, Vec would choose the way, forcing himself to focus on the call he had done his best to ignore for centuries. Neither knew how long they walked, for time meant less than nothing here, in the tombs of the dark gods' shames. There were custodians in the maze, tasked by the dark gods with keeping watch over the buried secrets. They were tall, hooded figures, towering above even Tushan, and didn't reflect in the mirrored walls. Their faces were hidden in the shadows of their hoods, or perhaps they only appeared to be as a result of the human psyche refusing to acknowledge their true appearance. They held long-fingered hands covered in corpse-blue skin clasped together in front of them as if in prayer, and moved silently across the labyrinth's corridors or stood in front of a crypt in complete immobility, watching the images flaring within the crystal, or performing strange arcane rituals of unknown purpose. The duo encountered several of them, but they made no move to attack, though Tushan almost went on the offensive by pure reflex when they saw the first one, before Vec shouted for him to wait, and the creature had passed them by in silence. Right or not, he almost killed the man there and then for the temerity of daring to order a son of Fukin. Instead, the salamander questioned his companion, asking why these creatures weren't hostile if they were meant to protect the labyrinth's contents. Vec told him that the keepers were tasked only with preventing the secrets from escaping, and it was a weapon they sought. Dracnian may have been locked under the Tower of Silence, but it had always been intended to be claimed one day, and thus didn't fall under their purview. Of course, that didn't mean there wouldn't be more challenges ahead. Reaching the tower was only the first of the tests the dark gods had prepared for the end of Empire's claimants. The closer Tushan and Vec got to Dracnian, the deeper beneath the tower they descended, and the stranger the secrets around them got. In the beginning, the crystal tombs had contained the hidden memories of human and Astaroth's champions of chaos, showing the rise and fall of chosen of all of the four. There had been Xenos present as well, but members of humanity had been far more numerous. Vec had mused that this was because mankind had spread all over the galaxy, whereas most alien species touched by chaos were restrained to a single world, where the tale of their champion's hesitation could do less harm to the primordial annihilator. Now, however, there wasn't a single human or transhuman around them, only Xenos, many of whom belonging to species neither Tushan nor Vec recognized. In all the eons chaos had poisoned the galaxy's soul, thousands of species had raised from the muck, and the primordial annihilator had touched almost all of them. It didn't surprise Tushan to see Eldars among the forgotten champions, for though they now belonged on the ash heap of history, the children of Isha had reigned over the galaxy for millions of years before their catastrophic fall. Their descendants may now claim that their ancestors had always fought against chaos, but the very fact they had eventually birthed Slaanesh made it obvious they had been as susceptible to the ruinous power's influence as any of the species they deemed lesser. As they drew very near to Dracnian, and the call became nearly unbearable to Vec, even these tombs vanished, replaced instead by much larger ones, so vast that there were no more walls to the labyrinth, merely tight paths between the crystal structures. For the first time, both Tushan and Vec had to avert their gaze from them and focus on the path before them, for what lurked within was too vast, too incomprehensible even for them. A mere glance had caused Tushan to taste blood in his mouth, and Vec had spent almost a minute staring at them before Tushan had shaken him free of whatever lunacy had almost claimed him. He had broken the old man's shoulder in the process, but Vec had thanked him all the same once he had stopped babbling in a language neither of them spoke. There was a sense of impossibly ancient history about these tombs, as if the newest of them had already stood there for millennia when the eye had first opened, and Uralan itself had simply been brought to the eye in the aftermath. It was impossible to count them, for mortal minds couldn't tell where one ended and another began. They were too vast, their contents too alien. Eventually, the two reached a threshold, represented by the very idea of an archway. They crossed it, and found themselves out of the maze and into a chamber of the same impossible size as the one above where Tushan had found Vec, with pillars of the same materials holding it up. There were bones on the ground, along with pieces of broken weapons and armors. Tushan recognized some of the fragments as Astaroth's war gear of ancient and more recent make, though the colors had faded beyond identifying the legion to which their wearer had belonged. These were the remains of those who had come before, of the previous claimants to Draknian who had failed the test ahead. Tushan was no claimant, but he would not fail. He walked over the remains, crushing them underfoot, and at last, beheld his prize, standing atop an altar of black stone that resembled the crystal prisons he had seen so far, except this one was opaque, saturated with the power of what laid upon it. It was an echo of the forever twinned screams of victim and killer. It was a promise of dark gods, wrapped around the original sin. It was a prophecy of the ruinous powers, written in the blood of the first murder. It was a shard of shifting darkness in which could be glimpsed the galaxy's damnation. It had no shape but that which the beholder's mind tried and failed to force upon it. It was Draknian, Tushan's quarry. And there, emerging from the two dark shadows surrounding it, was the last guardian and obstacle to his quest, a figure of golden fire clad in a suit of armor the likes of which Tushan had only heard about from Salamander's veterans. Tushan had no idea how a custodes had come to be here, in the hidden stronghold of the ruinous powers, but there was no denying that was what the figure was. At first, he had thought it to be a trick, a shape-shifting daemon taking the appearance of one of the false emperor's personal guard dogs, but that wasn't the case. But he recognized the taste of the power emanating from the figure. It was kin to that of the damned legionnaires and their reaping lord, and no creation of chaos. The custodes was almost identical to the ancient Picts he had seen of them, taken during the crusade. He was wreathed in a nimbus of golden fire and held a spear of ancient design, made using technology lost to the rest of the galaxy. There was a rent in his chest from which emanated a blinding white light, and as Tushan looked at it, Draknian briefly flickered into the shape of a long, barbed spear behind the warrior, the same weapon, Tushan suddenly knew, that had inflicted the wound in the first place, though how the custodes had survived he couldn't tell. Clearly the Imperial was no more a living creature than the damned legionnaires he had fought outside the tower. Behind him, he heard Vec take a few steps back, letting the demigods decide how this would all end. Good, Tushan didn't think he would have the luxury of watching his back when this turned into a fight. "I am Tushan the Cruel, of the Salamanders," he called out. "I have come here across the Eye of Terror, past the guardians of the tower above us and the last, pitiful attempt of the corpse emperor to keep me out, all in the name of the Black Dragon, whose will shall reign eternal over the stars. Who are you?" There was a moment of silence, then the custodes replied in a voice that echoed in impossible ways, so that it seemed to be coming from all around them. "To speak my entire name would take too long, and it has been many ages since I last had to formally introduce myself. Know that I am Rand Mayan, and I am here by the Emperor's will alone." "This is the Eye of Terror," Tushan pointed out. "The false Emperor has no power here." "And yet," said Rand Mayan, "here I am." "But by whose will?" challenged Tushan. "That which you guard was made to kill your master by the ruinous powers. I have been told they have been searching for a champion worthy of wielding it and fulfilling its destiny for thousands of years, and judging by the dead around us, you must have met the greatest claimants yourself. And by killing them, I have kept Draknian from being let loose upon the galaxy once more. You call me its guardian, but I am its warden, son of the dragon. Tu Shan laughed. No, you fool. You are just another obstacle, another test. Because if the claimants couldn't kill you, how could they hope to kill the emperor? You have kept Drak Nien from falling into unworthy hands, but rejoice, Rand Mayan. Your long service is about to end. My service never ends, replied the custodes, and the two began trying to kill each other. From the first exchange, Tu Shan was on the defensive. The Chaos Lord was strong, the result of thousands of years of his legion culling the weak and rewarding the mighty, but Rand Mayan was one of the custodes who had fought alongside the emperor in the last years of the Unification Wars and throughout the Great Crusade, before surviving the brutal casualties the Webway War had inflicted upon the Legio custodes during the heresy. And after that, he had successfully killed every claimant who had made it this far, all without any help, and so deep beneath enemy lines it had taken the fire tide for the Emperor's light to reach the surface of the planet. The power of the great Drake within Stormbearer didn't affect him, the thunder that had scattered armies and slain damned legionnaires washing off him like raindrops. That left only martial skill, and in that Rand Mayan was Tu Shan's better. The Chaos Lord was forced to give ground, again and again, and his ornate power armor took more than a few glancing blows, as well as some that weren't glancing at all. At least Rand Mayan fought in silence, without the taunts and insults another Chaos Lord would have thrown at Tu Shan in such a one-sided fight. With a beautifully complex and perfectly executed flurry of blows, Rand Mayan brought Tu Shan's guard low, and aimed his spear for a blow that would take the cruel in the chest, piercing his primary and secondary hearts in a single stroke. Tu Shan saw it coming, but there was nothing he could do. Which was when Argulian Vec rammed a rusty power sword into Rand Mayan's neck from behind. Somehow, the old man had picked up one of the discarded weapons laying on the chamber's floor, moved behind a custodes without being noticed by either fighter, grown to the size of a transhuman warrior and pierced through the Oramite gorget in a single blow. Suddenly, his claims of having been the Maelstrom's greatest warlord didn't seem so far-fetched. The custodes stumbled, and Tu Shan took the opening, driving Stormbearer up and into his chest and hurling him to the floor, his spear slipping from his fingers. Golden liquid poured out of his ruined throat, but the cruel didn't take any chances. He leapt after the down custodes and struck him again and again, until all that remained was a pool of ectoplasm, the last guardian of Drak Nien finally slain. Suddenly, Tu Shan recoiled as new knowledge flared into his mind, yet another secret of this place that was forced into his skull. This is one of the secrets of the tower, stolen from the anathema during the war in the Webway and come to rest on Uralan. This is the story of the 12. In the bloody years that marked the transition from the Age of Strife to the Great Crusade, Terra was the site of battles whose violence would only be surpassed centuries later, when Guilliman brought the hosts of chaos to mankind's cradle. One by one, the techno-barbarian warlords of Terra were brought to heel by the armies of unification, led by he who would be called Emperor. It was during that age of transition that the 12 were born. The 12 were not human, for all that they looked like pinnacles of the species. The gene tests, performed upon them in absolute secrecy when they were nothing more than babes, were clear. They had inherited the alterations of their parents, and had been altered further themselves. Each was the son of one of old Earth's techno-barbarian monarchs, the fruit of thousands of years of eugenics and gene forging perpetrated upon their own lines by the most brilliant of humanity's madmen. And so the Emperor found himself in a dilemma many conquerors had faced in all the long, bloody ages of mankind. These children were the spawn of his enemies, yet they had committed no crime. To kill them in cold blood might seem to be a small sin when weighted against the carnage of unification, but the Emperor knew that such an act would echo in the Empyrean, and might in time be used by his true foes to undo him. Instead, he took them to his palace, and there he remade them into his companions, to serve and guard him forevermore. Even then, despite the treatments and conditioning, some traces of the 12's origins remained. They were even colder and more distant toward mortals than the rest of the custodes, looking down upon the rest of humanity as inferiors rather than seeking to elevate them as the Emperor intended. But still, they served as well as could be asked of any custodes. One by one, the 12 died, perishing in the course of their duties to the throne their birth parents had fought against to the death. By the time of the heresy, only 5 remained, and by the time the Emperor made his preparations to seal the Webway Gate on Terra, sacrificing his great plan for humanity in order to salvage even the possibility of a future for his people. Only one was left. Then came the final battle of the war in the webway, as the Emperor made his choice, sacrificing his great work to buy more time for humanity. He descended into the labyrinthine dimension himself, and there, in the ruined city the Eldars had once called Callister, he unleashed his full might upon the demonic hordes that besieged Holy Terra, and oh, the hosts of ruin knew fear on that day. But among the daemons was one the Emperor could not defeat, for it was fated to kill him, empowered to do so by the decree of chaos itself. Its name was Draknian, the end of empires, born of the first murder, its very nature opposed to that of the Emperor's vision of civilization and peace of humanity. The Emperor arrived just in time to save his son, the Crimson King, from Draknian, but he couldn't vanquish it either. And so, the Emperor made one more sacrifice. As Draknian took the shape of the blade fated to end him, he spoke words that were old when Babylon fell, and threw the daemon into the flesh of the last of the 12, binding it there before giving his final command to the warrior, that he run from this place into the endless corridors of the webway, and keep the monster inside him from ever returning to Holy Terra. The last of the 12 ran into the darkness, and the power of Draknian made the predators flee from him. For years, decades, centuries he ran, sustained by his master's command. Yet eventually, the dark gods decided that letting the end of empires wander the webway could be tolerated no longer. They arranged for the blade and its guardian to end up in Uralan, and trapped them both beneath the Tower of Silence, until the day they decreed Draknian's time had come once more. There at last, the last of the 12 was freed of Draknian's bite, but the experience had burned away the last of his humanity, leaving nothing behind but a shell driven by his word alone. This is the story of the 12, but it is not complete. For what of the daughters of the tyrants of old Earth? There were many of the same age, and they could not be taken as their brothers had been. Listen, then, for this is a secret only him on Earth still knows. The Emperor handed these daughters' fate over to his faithful servant, the Sigillite, who gave him his word that he would take care of them. The old man kept his promise, but none ever heard of these daughters again. With knowledge taken from the atrocities of Long Night, he remade them into tools of his will, hidden killers that could go anywhere and be anyone. After all, what better way to hide one identity than amidst 1,000 usurped others? But he shook his head and growled to himself and to his surroundings, forcing himself to focus. The secrets of the distant past were of little interest to him, unless they helped him achieve his goals in the here and now. Vec had returned to being the old man he had been when Tushan had found him. The Cruel regarded him with new respect and wariness, wondering if this was when he would attempt to claim Draknian for himself. But the renegade champion of chaos made no such move, instead looking up at the unseen ceiling with a vicious smile on his face. The room shuddered briefly, and Tushan realized that the dark gods weren't exactly pleased with how the two of them had dealt with their final challenge. Not that Tushan cared one whit what the ruinous powers thought, so long as he got what he had come here for. With a pained grunt, he made his way toward the center of the room, where Draknian awaited, the daemon weapon having observed the battle in complete silence. As Tushan approached it, the shard of darkness took the shape of a sword, long and wicked. It still hurt to look upon it, making it obvious to any that this was merely the image Draknian chose to adopt rather than its true form, but it would make carrying it out of the tower easier. Tushan made to seize it, but he never completed the gesture. For just as he was about to close his grip around the hilt, on Holy Terra, in the throne room, Lorgar Aurelian struck, and released the Emperor from his torment. With that act of filial love, the promise of the dark gods came undone. Draknian could no longer kill the Emperor, for the Emperor was dead. All daemons are creatures of lies, and the one at the core of Draknian's being was now revealed by the coming of Light's End. The destiny wrought by the ruinous powers was unmade as the Emperor chose to sacrifice himself, and Draknian had changed too much since its spawning as the spirit of the first murder to endure. Suddenly, it was a piece with no place in the great game, and it was cast aside as such. It broke as it fell from the board, and Draknian was no more. But power cannot be destroyed, only taken, or spent. And there was one nearby who had once hosted terrible power of his own, who had broken his own oaths to the dark gods after understanding their promises to him were lies. Argulian Vec screamed as the power of the ruinous powers' broken promise, the power that had been meant to kill the Emperor, poured into his soul. His screams would have echoed across the galaxy, a counterpoint to the chorus of Light's End, if not for the Tower of Silence smothering his cry as it had silenced those of the unworthy dead for so very long. Past the gates of the tower, Tushan's warband heard nothing but the faintest scream of pain, in a voice they didn't recognize. It didn't trouble them, for they had heard and caused much worse, but a few did wonder why that particular scream had passed through the blackness beyond the gates when no other sound had since their lord had walked through. A few hours later, the Cruel emerged, carrying his prize under his arm and holding Stormbearer in the other. Transports were summoned from the Sundered Crown, descending in the area between the tower and the lands ravaged by the dragon mortars, and carried the warband back to their ship. There, at Tushan's orders, the navigators who had been linked to the vessel's engines once more began the journey back to Hephaeros. During the entire journey, Tushan said not a word of what had transpired within the Tower of Silence. Once again, Tushan knelt before his sire. And once again, faced with the might of Fukin, he knew fear. He had returned to Hephaeros to find the 18th Legion preparing for war. Fukin had called his sons to him, and mustered the full might of the salamanders. Fleets of warships had gathered above the burning daemon world, kept from turning on each other only by the black dragon's irrepressible will. Vast armies had been assembled from disparate warband's thralls, and the chain of command of the legion had been reforged. Most telling of all, the calamities, those super weapons whose existence had been limited to rumors so far, had come out of hiding, departing from the secret forges and laboratories where Forge Fathers and Dark Mechanicum Heretex had toiled to build them. It was an armada fit to unleash the end times upon the galaxy, and Tushan joined it having failed in his task. "Where is it?" asked the Daemon Primarch. "Where is Draknian?" "It broke, my lord," replied Tushan, eyes low, not meeting his master's gaze. "It shattered when the false emperor died." The thought of it nearly was enough to make him forget his surroundings. The Sundered Crown had learned the truth during their return to Hephaeros, as the Wyrds who had survived the fire tide managed to unravel the fresh madness that had filled the Sea of Souls. Details were scarce, but over the months of the journey, Tushan had managed to piece together the broad strokes. Lorgar and Magnus the Red had returned to Terra, the two having escaped the torments the dark gods had devised for them. Then the corpse god had died, and in the wake of his demise Slaanesh had attacked Sol, with none other than the mad fool Sanguinius leading the charge, only for him to die as well, a true and permanent death, his essence wiped out from the universe by his own brother Lorgar, wielding a sword as powerful as Draknian had ever been. On any other occasion, the ramifications of these events would have occupied all of Tushan's thoughts. Right now, however, he was far more worried about his immediate future. A part of him had even considered flight, but even if he had managed to convince his warband to follow, he knew there was no escaping from the Black Dragon's wrath. "You come to me in failure, and seek to make excuses." Fukin snarled, and the riches-filled cavern shook with his anger. "I didn't think you a fool when I chose you for this task, Tushan. Draknian was meant to be used for more than removing my father from the board. Guilliman has awakened, and seeks to retake his position as Dark Master of Chaos. With the end of empires in my keeping, his claim would have rung hollow." "My lord." Tushan gasped, feeling his chest being crushed under the weight of his Primarch's displeasure. I could not bring you Draknian, but I do not return to you empty-handed." He gestured behind him, where another figure lurked in the shadows at the entrance of Fukin's lair. The fallen champion of chaos had changed much in the months of their return to Hephaeros. The power of Draknian had settled inside his flesh and soul, and wrought a great transformation upon him. His legs and arms were covered in small bone spikes, purple lines shone on his skin where veins should be, and his eyes were twin pits of colorless sunlight. Worst of all was the perfectly circular hole in his chest, where his heart should be. Instead there was a pulsating thing of impossible angles and scarlet light, so bright it hurt even a salamander's crimson eyes, even through their helmet's eye lenses. He had become powerful too, though how much of that power came from what had been salvaged from Draknian's destruction and how much Vec had already possessed prior to his imprisonment, Tushan didn't know. Events had forced him to reconsider his assumption Vec had been lying or mad when he had told the Chaos Lord his past. Vec, or the thing he had become, wore only two things, a pair of grey pants covering his lower half, the leggings already shredded by the spikes on his legs, and a crown decorated with nocturnian runes that glowed with eldritch light. After Vec had ravaged an entire section of the sundered crown upon waking up in a state of mindless fury, Tushan had ordered Dkir to craft the crown of jagged edges that now circled his brow, using the corpse of the Katabasis as material, along with a few shards of the armor of the golden spirit Tushan had killed beneath the Tower of Silence. The crown hadn't bound Vec to the sorcerer's wool, and Tushan had made it very clear to Dkir not to even try, unless he wanted his soul to be destroyed, if Tushan didn't kill him first. But it acted as a focus, blocking the echoes of Draknian's murderous impulses, which, given its nature, had been pretty much the entirety of its being. Forcing the crown upon Vec's skull had cost a quarter of the forces that had survived Uralan, but it had worked. The creature had been, if not obedient, then pacified for the rest of the journey, and had accompanied Tushan to Hefearos with what the cruel could only describe as eagerness. The crushing weight of Fukin's wrath on Tushan abated as the daemon Primarch took in the crowned monstrosity. "And what might you be, little one?" "I am the slaughter song," said the thing that had been Argulian Vec in a voice like the chorus of 1,000 damned souls. "I am the last calamity in the arsenal that will burn the galaxy down. I am the will to see the ruinous powers fall, and the power to end a god." Fukin looked down at the slaughter song, who stared back at him. And for the first time in millennia, the black dragon laughed. Times of ending, dark portents. Internal transmission within the space hulk scion of anguish. Brothers and sisters, the time has come. For generations, we have honed our blades in this great crucible we live in, sharpening our bodies in battle against the monsters in the dark. Now, at last, the hour is upon us. Our Lord and Master, he who saw in our ancestors the potential for greatness and brought them to this realm of trials, calls for us. He rises on a tide of blood, and we are blessed to be called to his side. By his black blade, the foul Xenos shall be purged, the slaves of the corpse emperor cast down, the path to glory illuminated for all those with the strength to walk it. All hail the coming of the destroyer, the age of blood is now. Broadcast inside the chaos warship Pulchritudinus of the Black Legion. O son of the Pater Mutatis, we pray to you. Do not see us. Do not hear us. Forgive us our transgressions. O hidden blade, we beg of you. Bring death to the enemies of the Pater Mutatis. O deliverer of ruin, we implore you. Let our hearts remain true to the purpose for which we're made. O eldest child, we beseech you. Guide the Pater Mutatis down the path he has chosen for himself. Communication from Kadian High Command to Triarch Corius Rex. My Lord Triarch. The last Astra Militarum regiments likely to make it through the storms have been processed in orbit. They will land in Kasr-Tyrok within the next 48 hours, bringing an additional 100,000 guardsmen to the defense of this city. I know this isn't your forte, but you really should make an appearance at the muster before each regiment is handed their respective assignment. Morale across the system continues to suffer from the worsening etheric conditions, and the sight of the 4th Legion's might would go a long way to allay their fears. I promise that this is the last time you'll need to do this. Internal transmission within the Beta Redoubt. My Lord Primogenitor. I am pleased to report to you that the issue with the generators in Section 29M have been resolved before they could impact the stasis coffins. The last of the warp-borne entities has been disincorporated, and the samples recovered are on their way to Vault IC-8 on the 17th level. Despite the demonic breach, the subjects have remained in prime condition for their testing. Casualties among the containment team are at 78.45%, however. I respectfully request reinforcements be sent to Section 29M prior to the final journey to Kadaya. I remain, now and forever, your faithful servant. Mugos Eniz Arkel Leth. Report to Lord General Camilla Zilith of the 93rd Chemosian Eternals. My Lord General. I am afraid there has still been no sign of the Androneus emerging from the warp. As you know, the psychic conditions around Kadaya have only grown worse since our arrival, and I believe pushing our regiment's psychers to look for them will only put them at risk. Already I fear we may have pushed them too far. They have started to talk of reptilian horrors rising from the deepest pits of chaos to bite at the wings of a flying eagle and drag it into their lair to feast upon it while it still lives. Captain Kelly on. Sars Rouse communication from Dark Angels Captain Runners, addressed to the Invincible Reason, Gloriana-class flagship of the 1st Legion. Grand Master Nef Alor. I am pleased to report to you that my squadron is ready. Despite the incident with the Cabal of the Tongueless Laughter, all ships are fully prepared to depart Cisjorog within the next 9 hours. The sorcerers have prepared the ritual chambers to your exact specifications, and the required sacrifices have been harvested and placed in storage until they are required. I am confident that the wards will hold until we reach our destination at the Eye's Edge and join up with our beloved allies. All hail the Lion, most exalted of Tsiench's servants. Astrid Telepathica Scrying Report 19 EJ2 Yet 22, Station Orbiting Thracian Primaris. The cycle of fury turns, on and on, moving to the whims of the war god. The rage turns from hot to cold again. Lava becomes ice, volcanoes freeze into storm-covered peaks. Such are the seasons of chaos. The Prince of Wrath once again looks outward, seeking the one who betrayed him. His sons, his bloodied fists, heed the call of their sire. They muster above his realm, amidst the pillars of skulls they built. His hatred is their hatred, shared through the twin ties of blood that bind them. For the prince has found his wayward son, and the flames of his fury are stoked anew by the destroyer's insolence. Ruin, death, blood. The Lord of Skulls watches and laughs. The future is snapped at by many angry maws, and this one might yet consume us all. Overheard discussion in a bar on Kadaya between 2 Imperial Guardsmen from the 597th Valhallan Regiment. I saw him yesterday, you know. Who? The Commissar. The one with his face everywhere on the posters. You mean Commissar Kane? Where? At headquarters. I was delivering a report to the quartermaster, and he was there. Really? What was he doing there? Was someone in trouble? That's the thing. I thought that too, and from the look of things the quartermaster did too, but he just was there to ask if there was enough Tana in stock for every Valhallan in the city, or if he needed to have a word with the Munitorum about that. Can you believe it? Huh. Guess he really is what my ma used to say. Address of Eldrad Ulthran, the avatar of Iniad, to the Seer Council of Craftworld Ulthwi. Here we stand, at the threshold of ages. For all our wisdom, for all our lore, none of us can see past the turning point, blinded by the light that burns between instants. We alone know what that light portends. We alone know the breaking that awaits, and why it must be so, despite all the suffering and death it will cause. The tapestry of fate will be torn asunder, the paths of destiny will be unmade. What was impossible shall no longer be so, the laws of the universe rewritten in a single moment. If our people are to have a chance to survive the coming tribulations, there is but one course of action left open to us. The Whispering God must be awakened in full. Vox exchange between 2 Black Legionnaires aboard the frigate Claw of Ruin. We're almost there. At last. It has been a long time coming, that's for sure. Wait, did you hear that? What are, no. Sounds of metal breaking and blood spilling, followed by gurgling, and then silence. Check the description for the links to the author.